everyone can go ahead and take their seat, we're going to go ahead and get started this morning. Oh, that gavel. That'll work. Good morning, everybody. I want to welcome you to the April 28th, 2016 Higher Ed Coordinating Board meeting. Before we get to the agenda, I want to remind everyone that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet. And so that doesn't just mean the folks sitting up here. That means everybody out there at some point could be on the internet. So please be on your best behavior. Also a reminder, please silence your cell phones and computers before we get started with the rest of the meeting. Before we get to the main agenda, I'd like to introduce our new board members. We're very blessed to have 3 brand new folks, and I'd like to start off by introducing Arcelia Acosta of Dallas, who is the president and CEO of Carcon Industries and Construction, and is founder and CEO of STL Engineers. Arcelia received a Bachelor of Business Administration from Texas Tech University and Board Director certification from Southern Methodist University School of Banking. She's a graduate of the Harvard University Business School Corporate Governance Program. Arcelia, first of all, I'd like to welcome you. We're so glad that you're here with us, and if you'd like to say howdy to the group, we offer you that opportunity.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. This is my first official meeting, and I have been drinking out of a fire hose the last 3 or 4 weeks, but I feel confident that I am prepared and ready to take on this opportunity to serve the great state of Texas and to be working with many of you and your institutions and some of your programs and initiatives that you have coming forth. I would like to say thank you to the commissioner and his staff. They're very, very helpful. They're on top of everything. They really know what they're doing, so I'm glad that I'm a part of their team as well. Thank you. And of course to my colleagues on the board. Look forward to working with you.
Arcelia, thank you and welcome. We look forward to working with you also. I'd also like to introduce Stuart Stedman of Houston, who is the president of Stedman West Interest, Inc. He's a member of the State Bar of Texas, the Caesar Kleberg Wildlife Research Institute Advisory Board, and a board member of the Methodist Hospital Research Institute. Stuart received a Bachelor of Arts, Master of Business Administration, and Juris Doctorate from University of Texas at Austin. He was appointed to be vice chairman of our board by Governor Abbott on March 21st, 2016. Stuart, welcome to the board. I look forward to working with you as a vice chair. And would you like to say howdy to the group?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is really exciting. This is meaty. It's deep. It's complex. And so it's the drinking out of the fire hose is probably the apt metaphor, but it's challenging, and I look forward to my service on this board. Thank you.
Stuart, thank you. And to both of you, welcome, and we do look forward to working with both of you. Ricky Raven of Sugar Land is partner at Reed Smith. He is a fellow of the Texas Bar Foundation, the Houston Bar Foundation, the Houston Police Officers Civil Service Commission, and the Houston Golf Association. I didn't know that about him. We got that bond there. Ricky received a Bachelor of Science and Juris Doctorate from the University of Houston. Unfortunately, Ricky was unable to join us today due to a conflict in his schedule, but we got to know Ricky at our last committee meeting last month, and so we'll look forward to welcoming him to the official board meeting at our next meeting. A couple of other business things I'd like to share with everybody. We had some our committee appointments with our 3 new members. We needed to reshuffle the deck a little bit, and so on March 29th, we made the following committee appointments with the student board and the student person and myself serving as on all 3 committees as the ex officio. So what we have is the Agency Operations Committee. John Steen will serve as the chair. Dr. David Tischer will be the vice chair. Javid Anwar will be on that committee. Fred Farias, Ricky Raven, and Stuart Stedman will all be on the AOC committee meeting. And once again, John, thank you for being willing to chair that. The Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, the CAP committee, Dr. David Tischer will chair that, and Javid Anwar will be the vice chair with David on there. Arcelia and Janelle and Stuart will fill out the rest of that committee, and to each of y'all, thank you for doing that, and David, as always, thank you for chairing. The Committee on Academic and Workforce Success will be chaired by Janelle Shepard again. Janelle, thank you. Fred, Arcelia, Ricky, and John will fill out that team, with Fred being the vice chair of that committee. And Fred, thank you for serving in that capacity. And so to everybody on all of our committees, I think we we talked about this last time we were all together. We haven't had a full complement in a while, and it's really, it's to all of our benefit, not just to each of the members, because it does share the workload, but really to the coordinating board and to higher education in general, that we have a full complement of board members, because each of these committees has very, very important roles, and they function very, very efficiently, and they just do better the more brain power and the more folks that we have on them. So very, very excited to have a full complement of all of our committees. So now what I'd like to do is take the opportunity to publicly thank our former board member, Dora Alcala, for her service to the board. Although Dora couldn't join us today, I want to read a resolution to her. And Dora, I hope you're watching online. I was wondering about that. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't, but we say this with a very, very sincere heart. And those of you who got to know Dora, she is a special, special person who has a gigantic heart, and I absolutely loved serving with her. And so it's with great pleasure that we read this resolution. So whereas Dora G. Alcala was appointed to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Rick Perry on July 7th, 2014, and whereas during her term on the coordinating board, Ms. Alcala served with great distinction as a member of the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success and as vice chair of the Agency Operations Committee. And whereas Mrs. Alcala's term expired before the board could fully benefit from the wealth of her knowledge she brought to the table, although during her fairly short term she made exceedingly valuable contributions to the mission of the coordinating board. And whereas Ms. Alcala's experience as the first woman elected mayor in the city of Del Rio, her extensive experience serving in the Department of Defense and the United States Air Force, and her untiring passion for higher education made her an effective board member. And whereas Ms. Alcala's recommendations to improve access to higher education in underserved communities will continue to benefit the state and its students, and whereas Ms. Alcala has earned the admiration and respect of her colleagues at the coordinating board and the institutions of higher education for her continued commitment to achieving the goals of the state's new higher education plan, 60 by 30, and now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 28th day of April 2016 express our deepest appreciation to Dora Alcala for her distinguished service as an influential member of this board and her unwavering dedication to higher education for all the people of Texas. And be it further resolved that this resolution be included in the minutes, and that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board be presented to Dora Alcala in recognition of the high esteem with which she is held. So let's give Dora a big round of applause. I hope she's watching.
So moved.
And a second? Second. All in favor of the resolution, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Great. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now, there's one other thing we do today, and this is one that every year we get to this point where we say goodbye to our student representative. And I've said in the past, we have had, I will tell you, this higher education and the coordinating board has been unbelievably blessed and fortunate to have had the type of people that we have had on this board. I will also say that Christina Delgado has been one of the very best representatives. Christina has never missed a meeting that I can recall, has always been participatory, a great listener, and very insightful with her comments. And we've said, the commissioner and I have talked about this, the value of having the student representative perspective, I find to be immeasurable. I mean, having your input and your insight makes this a better board and allows this board to do its job to the best of its ability. So I want to thank you for that, and I want to read a resolution on your behalf, Christina. So, whereas Christina N. Delgado was appointed as a student representative of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Greg Abbott on July 2nd, 2015, and whereas during her tenure on the coordinating board, Ms. Delgado served as an ex officio member of the Agency Operations Committee, the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, and the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning. And whereas the coordinating board values the input, ideas, and feedback from students on higher education policy, particularly those policies that have a direct impact on students. And whereas Ms. Delgado has exceeded expectations through her dedication, leadership, and professionalism, and has provided extraordinary support to the board during board meetings and her involvement in the 2015 Higher Education Coordinating Board Leadership Conference. And whereas Ms. Delgado effectively represented the student's perspective through her thoughtful questions, informed comments, and deep passion for higher education, and whereas the board, its staff, and all current and future students in Texas will benefit from Ms. Delgado's active participation and dedication service on the board, and now therefore be resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this, the 28th day of April 2016, express our deepest appreciation to Christina Delgado for her distinguished service as a student representative of this board and her unwavering dedication to higher education for all students of Texas. And be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board be presented to Ms. Delgado in recognition of the high esteem in which she has held. May I have a motion to accept that? David? Janelle? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Christina, thank you, and we'll give you a wonderful round of applause. Please do.
I wanted to thank the coordinating board and the wonderful coordinating board staff for the support that you've shown me throughout this year, and it's been truly an honor to serve and has been very life-changing. So thank you very much.
Christina, thank you very much. Great job. You will definitely be missed, but we know the future is very bright for you. So we'll look forward to hearing from you down the road. All right, we will now turn over to the commissioner's remarks. Commissioner?
Well, thank you very much. I was telling Mr. Steen just before the meeting began that this was a wonderful occasion at which to introduce our new board members to the work of the coordinating board, because we have a very significant agenda today. Just to kind of prepare you for some of the issues we're going to talk about. We're going to have a conversation about dual credit courses and how they work and what we need to do in order to maintain the quality and the rigor of dual credit courses to ensure that these courses are in fact college level courses and that prepare students for life beyond higher education. We're going to have a discussion I'm very much looking forward to on some of the work that's being done around the state on developmental education. One of the issues that the coordinating board has been actively involved in is to encourage institutions to think about combining reading and writing into a single developmental education course. We've been talking about the cognitive research, which for years is demonstrated that there's no compelling reason to teach the courses separately. That, for example, as an English professor, I point out that there are two things that happen in a literature course, and that is that you read a text and then you write about the text. And so it makes sense to combine reading and writing. Theoretically, you can reduce the number of developmental ed courses that a student might have to take by a third, so that students only take reading and writing in one course and math in another. And that would, of course, save money, and it would save money not only to students and their families, but also save money for the state. We're going to talk about our legislative recommendations this morning. We have been working for months on this issue. We had a retreat at which the board established some parameters and some guidelines for how we should think about legislative recommendations. Staff, particularly John Wyatt and his staff in Government External Relations, have been speaking tirelessly to members of the legislature, to members of the governor's office, to get some ideas about how to proceed on this matter. And we think we've got some very significant recommendations to offer the board for your approval this morning. We're going to talk about formula funding. As all of you know, we're going into what more and more appears to be a tough legislative session. We have You'll hear from the chairs of the Formula Funding Formula Funding Advisory Committees. Our recommendations, staff, the commissioners' recommendations are somewhat different from what they have proposed, but you'll get a good understanding of the different perspectives and why we came up with two different recommendations. Finally, I'd like to call attention to a presentation by Chancellor McCall from the Texas State University System for new board members. This past January, we started the practice of inviting chancellors of our systems to come and make presentations to the board regarding their strategic vision for their systems and their institutions. And the whole idea of this is to make sure that we have this sort of information about the strategic visions for the different institutions in the state so that we can do a better job of developing a coherent plan, a coherent understanding of what our universities want to do. We will also hear from community colleges down the road, but we've got a heavy-duty agenda today, so let's get on with it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. I had one other announcement I wanted to make before we moved on to the official agenda. Back in November 15th, Governor Abbott and the coordinating board announced the 60x30 Texas, the state's new long-range plan for higher education. That was a wonderful kickoff for our long-range strategic plan, and we're very, very excited about it. The coordinating board staff are hosting a series of 60x30 Texas regional workshops across the state. The regional workshops are intended to provide a forum for local leaders to exchange ideas and create partnerships to help achieve the goals of 60x30. Our upcoming East Texas Regional Workshop will be held May 31st at Stephen F. Austin State University. You can find more information by clicking the 60x30 Texas Regional Workshop icon on our main website. And these workshops, I think, are going to be very, very valuable as we take the strategic plan out across the state and get as much input, buy-in, support, so that everybody knows that's the guiding light that we're pointing toward. So I think the more people that can attend and provide input, the better the strategic plan will be. All right, so now we're going to jump into our agenda. And actually, at this time, I'd like to move agenda item 7B, which is public testimony on items relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning. We're going to move to that and bounce it up to the front here. We have two individuals who have registered to testify on agenda item 7C relating to formula funding recommendations. Is that okay? Any objections with the fellow board members? Okay, we're going to go ahead and do that. So, hearing no objections, I'd like to invite to the microphones up front, Dr. Gregory Fenves, President of the University of Texas at Austin, and Dr. Clay Johnston, Dean of the Dell Medical School. Members, I've invited Dr. Fenves today to provide an overview of the genesis of the Dell Medical School and to address any questions or concern that board members expressed at the March 30th meeting on the Committee of Affordability, Accountability, and Planning. Dr. Fenves, Dr. Johnston, I just want to tell you how much we appreciate you being here, and thank you. I know this was, we kind of put this together last week, and I know schedules are difficult to coordinate, and to have both of you here together is, we greatly appreciate the effort to do that. And members, I think it's a great opportunity to kind of hear the backstory, the Dell Medical School, and once again, to answer any questions that anyone might have. Dr. Fenves, I'll turn the microphone over to you, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the coordinating board, Commissioner. I'm Greg Fenves, President of the University of Texas at Austin, and I'm joined here this morning by Dean Clay Johnston of the Dell Medical School. I do appreciate the invitation to address the board today. I was asked to provide an overview of Dell Medical School, particularly as it relates to your agenda item 7C concerning formula funding recommendations. At the March 30th meeting of the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, board members did express concerns about the Dell Medical School's intention to seek formula funding, and I welcome this opportunity to address the board on this matter and others that interest the board. Well, many believe that medical education at UT Austin is a recent initiative, but since the university's inception in 1883, medical education was part of the plan to build a university of the first class. At the time of the founding of the university, the medical branch was established in Galveston, which was the population center of the state at that time. Over the past half century, there have been various discussions about a medical school in Austin. In 2008, the idea for medical education continued to germinate with the approval of plans by UT Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas to locate a regional campus in Austin. By fall of 2009, UT Southwestern had signed an affiliation agreement with the Seton Healthcare family to partner in providing graduate medical education and pursue a vision of developing a medical school in Austin that would provide undergraduate medical education, GME, and clinical research. And that 2009 date is important for GME, as we will discuss later. In 2011, Senator Kirk Watson developed 10 healthcare goals to be achieved in Central Texas within 10 years. With the building of a medical school at the top of the list of goals, Senator Watson joined with many others to move the initiative forward, beginning with the UT System Board of Regents. In May 2012, the Board of Regents allocated $25 million of annual funding to UT Austin for a medical school, plus $40 million spread over 8 years to recruit faculty. In November of 2012, the initiative to establish a medical school took a giant step forward when Travis County voters approved a proposition to raise property taxes to support health care initiatives for Central Texas, which did include $35 million of annual funding for the medical school. Since that time, private support has been obtained, including a $50 million pledge for Michael and Susan Dell Foundation. With initial funding sources secured, the UT System Board of Regents approved a plan in May of 2013 to construct a research and education building, as well as a medical office building. Seton Healthcare family and Central Health moved ahead with plans to build a new teaching hospital on leased university property in the medical district. Construction of those facilities began in April of 2014, with completion next month of the first building just in time to welcome Dell Medical School's first class in June. The teaching hospital, Dell Seton Medical Center at the University of Texas, is scheduled to open in early 2017. Another significant milestone was January of 2014, when UT Austin appointed Claiborne Clay Johnston, MD, inaugural dean of the Dell Medical School. So with the leadership of the school in place, we moved ahead to seek the necessary approvals from the coordinating board and accreditation by the Liaison Committee on Medical Education. So establishing a medical school requires a number of steps of accreditation from LCME, and we followed the coordinating board's approval process for new doctoral degree programs. For the Doctor of Medicine degree at UT Austin, the coordinating board rules were followed, which led to the approval of the degree. And I'd like to summarize the timeline. In June of 2013, we requested preliminary authority to plan for the MD degree, which was received by the coordinating board and placed on the table of programs for UT Austin. In May of 2014, planning authority for the MD degree at UT Austin was granted by the board. In July of 2014, the UT System Board of Regents approved a new UT Austin MD degree program. In July of 2014, the final proposal for UT Austin's MD degree program was submitted to the coordinating board. In January of 2015, LCME conducted the preliminary accreditation site visit along with the coordinating board. In February of 2015, the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools submitted documents, and they were subsequently approved by the accrediting agency. And then on April 23rd, 2015, the coordinating board approved UT Austin's MD degree program. While the coordinating board rules provide a process for approval of doctoral degree programs, there are other pathways for an institution to obtain authority to offer an academic degree, including a Doctor of Medicine. The Texas legislature can establish institutions and programs within the institutions through legislative action. However, UT Austin was deliberate in pursuing the doctoral degree by following the coordinating board rules and processes. That the MD program was not established by the Texas legislature should not be taken as the legislature's intent not to fund this program. State law does not require this for this program or any other program. Because funding for construction of the new buildings and facilities is accomplished by the use of private funds and funds provided by the UT System Board of Regents, the review and approval of the coordinating board is not required by the board's rules and state law. Establishing a new degree program and school requires consideration of funding sources to provide the needed support. The sources of support are included in the Coordinating Board's rules and are an important part of the proposal an institution submits for degree programs. While UT Austin is fortunate to receive support from the private sector and from Travis County taxpayers, UT Austin's application for preliminary authority to establish the medical school included an express intention that state formula funding for education of medical students would be sought in the manner provided for any other student enrolled at public institutions of higher education. This intention was also expressed in the degree proposal submitted in July 2014 and approved by the board in April 2015. Dell Medical School recruits and will train future physician leaders who want to revolutionize the way people get healthy and stay healthy. The new approach to medical education provided UT Austin is highly attractive to future physicians, as evidenced by the first recruitment cycle for the Dell Medical School. And let me just summarize some of those statistics. We received 4,528 applications for our first class. 367, less than 10% of the applicants were interviewed. 325 of those that we interviewed received offers from other Texas medical schools. We have selected 50 students for the first class. 47 have accepted the offer of admission. 45 are Texas residents. 48% of that class are female. And 32% of the first class are underrepresented in medicine, which is well above the national and Texas average for medical schools. And we have 75 on the waiting list. A critical component of medical education is the residency programs that serve as the foundation of medical students' clinical experiences and training. Providing adequate residency training opportunities for medical students is of great concern to the legislature and to this board. It is important to note that the expansion of residency opportunities in Central Texas that we have experienced since 2009 and those planned are a direct result of the Dell Medical School's efforts. So I will now ask Dean Clay Johnston to address the efforts of Dell Medical School to expand residency programs in Austin. Clay.
Thank you, President Fenves. Thank you, Chairman Jenkins. Thank you, Board. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's an honor to be the inaugural Dean of the Dell Med School. As President Fenves alluded to, the Dell Med School's mission is to revolutionize the way people get and stay healthy. And we're striving to create new models for improving health and healthcare across Texas and across the nation. An absolutely essential part of that mission is training doctors to serve Texans. This is why we exist, and it was certainly one of the key reasons our curriculum plan and MD degree was approved by the board. And I'm confident that our work will increase the number of doctors and highly qualified doctors practicing in this state. As you all know, studies show that overall 59% of graduating medical residents stay in Texas, and that's above national averages for the rest of the country. However, that number increases to 80% if they completed both medical school and their residency in Texas. So a dramatic improvement in the pipeline results. So we see that concurrent investments in both medical school and graduate medical education together create the best pipeline for expanding the number of practicing physicians in the state. As you know, really, thanks to this board's support last year, we're also creating a groundbreaking community-focused curriculum. And we're working to enhance students' transition into graduate medical training. I'm very confident that our work will leave even more of our graduates wanting to set up practices and serve this state. As President Fenves said, UT Southwestern established a regional campus in Austin in 2008. The intent was to start a medical school here, but it was thwarted by the recession and then by Hurricane Ike. However, planning for those new MD graduates began at that time. So we're treating that year as the baseline for gauging the impact of Austin medical education effort on the number of residency slots in Austin. In 2008, there were 63 incoming medical residents entering 8 programs in Austin and the surrounding areas. Next year, that number will be 93, so an increase of 30 across 15 programs against an inaugural medical school class of 50 students. We're aggressively increasing that number now. We'll add 4 slots in orthopedic surgery, 6 in medicine, 3 in pediatrics, and 2 in psychiatry in 2007. And we plan to add another 4 in medicine pediatrics in the 2 years after that. This will increase us to 112 first-year positions by 2019, the year before our students enter the residency match. We're also creating fellowship programs to attract physicians from other states, and we're in conversations with the US VA and other partners from across Central Texas about creating yet more residency slots, particularly in outpatient settings. As you can see, we plan to continue to increase the number of residents and ultimately physicians in Central Texas and across the state. We're committed to seeing that Texas receives a substantial return on its investment in medical education. Thank you.
Chairman Jenkins and members of the board, I trust that our comments today have helped address these very important questions that are also of great concern to us. The Dell Medical School will transform medical education and healthcare delivery in Texas, and I'm confident that we will do for Texas. It will be worthy of your support and the formula funding as recommended by the Commissioner and the HRI Formula Advisory Committee. So Dean Johnson and I are available to take your comments, and appreciate and thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Dr. Fenves, Dr. Johnson, thank you for the comments. I turn it over to my colleagues for any questions that y'all might have. Table first, yeah.
So, President Fenves, Dean Johnston, congratulations. I think today's conversation is very helpful. Certainly, I think as we look back in retrospect, yes, those timelines were met, but this board really never heard any of the information you're now giving us until a little more than a year ago. So I don't want to talk about the results or the need, because I think they were there. I think you're going to be wildly successful. I pray that you're wildly successful, because when you're successful, Texas will be better off. I would like to have a conversation mostly about process, but Dean, I need to warn you, I am really good friends with your new chairman of surgery. So you've got a tough road to hoe. I don't know how you're going to keep him down. Actually, Dr. Bozic is a wonderful choice, and I know you know him from San Francisco, so
That's
you've
right,
got a
yeah.
track record with him. But as we look as a coordinating board, we have very limited authority other than granting a certificate of authority. And that seems to have happened very, very late in the process. I think the troubling thing for me and maybe other board members is that your institution made a grand plan, got community buy-in, actually had to pass a tax increase, the taxpayers had to do that, received private donations from the endowment of the university, a commitment from your system, a public announcement, hired architects, dug a hole, started building a building, hired a dean and a faculty before you came to us to even have this discussion about a certificate of authority. And so my question to you, as we look forward into the future, not for what Dell does, but what we do in the future, would it be a better way to come to us for a certificate of authority, or this type of a conversation about your forward thinking? Where do we want to be 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now? Not necessarily at UT Dell or Austin, but looking at other institutions who are having similar discussions, similar plans, because we're going to have to advise the legislature. They have asked us these questions, you know, how did this happen without our approval? Well, we have very limited authority. And it makes no sense when you've invested tens of millions of dollars to have said, no, we don't think you need a medical school, when you've already got a building under construction, you've already hired a faculty. And that's sort of the conundrum that I would say, and help me understand and the rest of the board understand, how do we advise the legislature to either give us that authority, or for the legislature to enact some statutory language, say that conversation has to happen before you actually expend any funds on those type of projects. And we had this conversation by telephone, and I really appreciate you calling me about that.
Sure. I'm always interested in how we improve processes to plan and to make decisions. And we did make a deliberate decision, as I mentioned in my comments, not to go around the coordinating board, to go to the legislature for authority. We thought we were following the rules as they had been established by the legislature and especially established by the coordinating board. And the preliminary request was in June 2013, a preliminary request for authority. So that was still very early in the planning stages. It was after the vote in November of the previous year, but it was still pretty early. But we're open to thinking through ways of improving it. These are certainly major investments by the state and by all stakeholders, and we feel they're addressing an important need. And so how we take those needs and translate those into plans and get the right approval so everybody knows what's happening, I think is important.
If you don't mind, I had one other question to follow up for the dean. I really appreciate you addressing the whole UME-GME ratio, because that is probably the #1 concern of this coordinating board in the last 4 years about how do we get to that 1.1. It's a magic number. I'm not sure where that came from, but it sounds like a pretty good start. You quoted some statistics which are spot on. Texans that train medical school and residency in Texas stay in Texas. They serve the needs. It's worthy of the investment of the taxpayers, and in this case, the local taxing authority. Your medical school is going to start out with 50, but ultimately you're going to grow to a certain size. I know you have a projection on that. How many residencies in the greater Austin area do you believe are going to be sort of under that Dell umbrella at that point? Go through the steps in the next 5-10 years of where you think Dell's going with that.
Yeah. We're looking at where the opportunities are as well, not just in the training that's done well across the state already, but in areas where we think the practice of medicine is moving forward. And I know you know Dr. Bozick, so you know how much we're interested in new ways of practicing medicine, including surgery. And so we're looking at where those gaps are and how to fill them. So we think that we're going to focus a lot of attention in the years after those that I described. So within the next 5 to 10 years on developing programs in areas where there are gaps. So how many slots? We're already, if you just look at Austin, we're already well above the 1.1 per medical student trained, and we're confident that we will stay that way if you just look at overall Austin, and again, by expanding in these various areas. The other way to bring doctors in is through fellowship programs. Those don't require state funding, and if they're ACGME accredited, they may, but if they're not, and many aren't, they don't. And that's a trick that Massachusetts uses to bring more physicians there. So we do think that there are other ways to address this problem beyond the state-supported GME slots.
Thank you.
Thanks again for coming today. So I had a couple of questions. Originally when we asked questions about the school over the past almost 5 years that I've been on this board, we were led to believe that it was all going to be private funding, that there was the taxing district in Travis County now, and basically that was why you didn't really need anybody's approval to move forward. I feel a little bit misled because really what you're talking about is you had just startup money, and basically after the startup money is gone, the taxpayers will take over for maintenance, structure. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, we have multiple funding sources, so some is time limited. The $40 million for faculty recruitment is so that we can hire the first cohort of faculty. The Regents' approval of funding has a time limit on it.
Which is still taxpayer dollars.
Which, well, it's all taxpayer dollars.
Right.
It's coming from the AUF.
Well, unless it's foundation money or private donors. I mean,
It's coming from the AUF, which comes from
Right.
ultimately oil
So my
revenue.
question is, what's the total bill going to be once all the, for sustaining, maintenance, and moving forward, the total annual bill to the taxpayers for the next, 100 years?
Well, it will be the funding provided by the Board of Regents. That's the component from.
But you haven't really put a dollar amount
Well, that's
on.
25 million for the next, I believe, 25 years. I'm not quite sure what the board resolution was.
So that includes salaries, the whole budget.
It's base
not
operating
just
funding.
tuition for
yeah.
students.
Tuition is, well, that's not a state category, but there's tuition. There's the central health funding, and we have an agreement with Central Health for
35 million for,
30 years.
yes.
I think it's 30 years. I'm not quite sure. I don't quite remember that. And then the state, we would like to seek, as we had in the original documents, formula funding to support medical education, undergraduate medical education, as do all medical students in Texas.
So I guess my problem as a taxpayer is that, essentially this wasn't just an English course that we approved. There is a long-term financial impact to the state of Texas. And that's why a lot of legislators who have talked to me said, well, now really the state of Texas is on the hook for millions and millions of dollars for something the legislature never approved. And that's really my awkward discomfort about how it all happened. And one legislator actually used the word deceptive, which I don't know that I would tag this with, but it is to me, the taxpayers are now on the hook when really no one who was elected gave the approval for the whole plan. And, we had asked that you come and answer a lot of our questions over the years, and we haven't really had anyone come and answer all of our questions. I'm all about shining the light on anything that is not really what I would call, I guess I felt misled. I'll just put it that way. But I have another question that I thought David was going to get to. When we first asked about GME, we were told that you were taking slots from Dallas. And when we asked who was going to fix the problem in Dallas, so that meant UT Southwestern would be short slots. Well, nobody ever gave us an answer about that either, so could you talk about that?
The data that I quoted to you is net new slots. So my presumption is that the baseline slots that have been sort of allocated to UT Southwestern, managed by UT Southwestern since Hurricane Ike, effectively, that those slots are still there, and ours are incremental slots in meeting the 1.1 per.
So you
new.
actually, you didn't take slots from UT Southwestern?
We're managing some additional slots that used to be at UT Southwestern, and those are still slots in the state for anybody trained in the state or out of the state to apply for, although our preference is to bring folks from within the state into those programs. In addition, we've added new slots for the new medical students that we've introduced into Texas.
So what's your net slots over the last, to prepare for, so you were saying that you've got 63?
So our net slots is, I think it's 51 or 49. I can give you the number, but it's right. It's at the number, and we will achieve, and that's the year before. Those are ones we have approvals for and funding for. Though that's the year before our medical students enter residency. So I'm very confident we'll reach the 1.1 by the time for, and those are new net slots for our medical students.
And UT Southwestern will not be short. They're not hunting for new slots up in the Metroplex area somewhere?
Well, that's those slots that they used to manage that we now manage are still slots in the state UT Southwestern has a much larger medical school. It also has many more residency programs. We're
So
happy to.
they're hunting for slots, you're saying?
Well, we're happy for them to take credit for the slots that were here previously. But who gets credit is a complicated question, because before UT Southwestern managed them, they were managed by UTMB. So
I don't know that we care who manages them. We just want to make sure that we keep our ratios statewide. You're talking about I'm happy that you've got your good ratio in Austin, but the University of Texas has how many medical schools? San Antonio, Galveston, Dallas. I mean, we have a lot of doctors graduating that need slots everywhere,
I totally agree, and that's why we're talking about net new slots to the state.
or the whole state.
Yes, ma'am. And so we're creating adequate net new slots to the state to accommodate the new medical students that we're training.
And I'm going to just interject. I think that is the key, that we talk about the same vernacular, that it is a net new gain in residency program slots for the state. And I think you brought up, you had a timeline, and you're adding not just in primary care, because we've heard a lot of talk about the great need for primary care, but there's a great need really in almost 37 of the 40 primary specialties, including the 4 you're going to add in orthopedic surgery.
Yeah, that's correct.
So we know that. Now, you brought up a historical perspective that I was not aware of, because in '08 was Ike, and a lot of people left the island permanently, and so the clinical material that was available for training on the island, and I'm talking about Galveston Island, so everybody understands, I thought UTMB came and established some of those residencies in the greater Austin area. Did I get that wrong? And when did those get transferred to Southwestern's managing those, and now Dell managing those?
Yeah, so this is before my time, but UTMB managed those programs historically for many, many years, yeah. And with Ike, the financial responsibilities and the complexity administratively was difficult for them, and so those programs were handed over, including with all the residents, to UT Southwestern for management.
Yeah. But I think it is important that we constantly refer to these as net new slots for the state.
Yep, I agree, and I want to just address your other concern, Commissioner, about the funding. The legislature has encouraged the medical schools to increase the number of slots for undergraduate medical education. The formula funding that has been in our budget since before I got here has reflected a common understanding of the costs of medical education for students, whether they're added on to an existing program or whether they're trained in a new program. It does cost more to stand up a new school. Those costs have been borne largely by the regents, arguably, again, the taxpayers, but also by the community and by philanthropy. And so I think, our hope is that the net new cost to state taxpayers is actually not the full cost of our school, but similar to what one would have seen if one added those 50 slots to other schools.
And I have to say that you are to be commended for how much private money you've gotten for this. Definitely a taxing district for the community is important, and I think that, letting the taxpayers vote, and they made that decision, that was hugely important. But I'm talking about the next 50, 100 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And the millions and millions and millions of dollars that now will be expected from the taxpayers, where really no elected official is ever accountable for that. And nobody had to cast a vote, nobody had to do an assessment, look at a community need. We were not asked to do a study. Was the medical school really needed? So all of those things were bypassed, which we even did a very nice study and a white paper about a pharmacy school in the University of Tyler. What was that, 3 or 4 years ago? And it was vetted and all of these things, but the legislators voted on whether or not to do that. And in this instance, all of that was just bypassed, and yet the price tag for the state of Texas is not cheap. So who is going to really say, yeah, the 50 of us, we voted for that, and we thought that the state of Texas should pay for that for the next 100 years? Nobody. So I guess we can just give it back to the regents who are not elected.
I'm a new board member. I don't know the history behind it, but anyway, I just like to hear from commissioner or maybe somebody else that does. Do they have to go to the state to get approval before, or is it historically, the medical school has been established and formula funding is provided? And apparently, I gather, talking to some of the staff, that they are recommending formula funding. I want to hear your opinion, Commissioner.
Well, I would have preferred that there'd been more conversation and interaction between the coordinating board and the University of Texas at Austin in the development and the development of the medical school. I can tell you that the assumption among staffers, including myself, David Gardner, who is in charge of our academic programs, was that the medical school would indeed expect formula funding early in the process. We did consider the money that the university was providing, that the county was providing in terms of tax support, that was startup funding, and we are not surprised. I think one can make the argument that the coordinating board as a state agency does represent a type of state approval, and I think that we were aware of what was happening in an informal way. We had a meeting, you'll recall, in the office of the president at UT some years ago, in which we had a briefing, and I think at that time we were told that formula funding would be expected. So I'm not surprised by what has happened in terms of what the University of Texas at Austin expects some of its funding sources to be. I think the process could have been more transparent.
So which year was that you knew about it?
Well, we've known about it from the very beginning.
Oh.
You know, when we knew that, for example, a vote would be taken at the local level, we looked at the monies that were implicated in that process, and it was pretty clear to us that wouldn't be sufficient to cover the operating expenses of the medical school.
So you're telling us that you and the staff knew about this formula funding will come to us to be recommended to the state?
We knew that eventually
Okay.
the proposal would come to us for approval.
Thank you,
I think
Commissioner.
we need to be careful about using the term "we." There may have been a meeting that you attended, and maybe Bobby was there, but the board was not brought in on this. The first time I found out about an expectation of formula funding was last month at our committee meeting, whereupon we asked, wait a second here, weren't you going to go to the legislature for authority on this? All you did was get a certificate of authority to actually grant the degree. That's all we can do. And so we have to be very careful about that. Privately, a number of us ask, when is UT going to come and have a public discussion with us about this? We always suspected that they would seek formula funding, but that was never publicly acknowledged until we saw the staff recommendations on the formula funding at the CAP meeting last month. Hence the surprise, and hence thankfully that we have representatives from the institution to come and explain that that was always the intent. It was not a public discussion with the we. So that's news to board members.
Mr. Chairman, David, and I hear your comments. I'm obviously one of the new board members, but it sounds like our staff knew and was informed. It sounds like Dr. Paredes was informed and our chairman at a meeting. I'm not certain where that disconnect didn't come to the board. I don't even know if I agree with you that the invitations were put out. We would have hoped that they would have come to visit with the board at that time. Multiple occasions they could have, but it sounds like our staff and our commissioner knew that there was some formula funding that they were going to be expecting. Now, I think there's two dynamics here, and one is, should they have come and spoken to the board at that time earlier and clarified any issues? Probably, it sounds like. So I'm not going to speak to something that I was not involved in. But I think the question that Mr. Anwar asked and the response sounds like it wasn't meant to be hidden, but I don't think it was as transparent. And someone else on this board used that word a little while ago. Those are just my comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that this is something that maybe we need to be more active in alerting new board members as they come on the board. Historically, the assumption is that any new program approved by the board will receive formula funding unless explicitly stated otherwise, and there have been very few of those. And I've been here 30 years. Very few of those have been otherwise. You have the occasional schools can actually implement programs without state funding, which means they don't have to have your approval. So UT has a couple of master's programs that charge much higher tuition. They receive no state funding whatsoever. You have, I believe the Tyler is not state funded. That was explicit, the pharmacy you're referring to it by the legislature. But those are exceptions. We want to make sure, and we need to emphasize more in our board materials, the formula funding is always included as a part of the cost of implementing the program. And you'll see that we went back and checked for this program, and it was included there. Well, it's in the proposal. Every school assumes that. Now, I will say that that number assumes that the formula will have the same dollars as were currently available from the state at the time, so the actual dollars could flow differently if the legislature puts more money into the formula, or they take money out, the dollars could go down. But this would be the case. You have I believe two programs you're approving today. Each of them, if you look at the materials, will address explicitly how much money will come from the formula. So that I just wanted to clarify that this applies to every program you receive for approval.
Any other questions?
Yes, David? I've got a question. What you said historically, there are other programs that has been funded, was not approved by the state legislature or state, and they were funded later on. Is that correct?
No. If that's what I said, I misstated. What I'm saying is there are occasionally some programs that institutions will want to institute that they do not require board approval because they're not going to seek state funding at all. So you'll find a few of those around the state. I believe, and somebody needs to tell me if I'm wrong, but the UT Tyler Pharmacy program was explicitly approved by the legislature with the understanding it would not receive formula funding. But these are exceptions.
Oh, I see.
It's very rare that happens.
Okay, thank you for your clarification.
Thank you. Sorry for the misunderstanding.
I think that in the words of Senator Watson, when the genesis of this, and here in Travis County, and Janelle, you mentioned the local citizenry increasing their taxes. And as Senator Watson presented this to the community, this is not your father's medical school. And I think that the process that went through this is different. Different mechanism as far as taxpayers, local support, philanthropic dollars, from the UT system, and then how it all flowed to where we are today, it is different, and it is something that hasn't been done this way, to my understanding. And so, we are treading new path right here. And I think the message that we would look forward to in the future is that, yeah, we need to have as much light shined on and as much communication as can possibly be done. I think we're in a place that I know that locally we are very, very excited about the Dell Medical School. We know that it's a game changer in this community. We think it'll be a game changer for the entire state of Texas. But yes, the process, we can all learn from this, and I think it is something that we will do in the future, and I think all of us will do a better job of doing that, because communication at the end of the day is the best way to keep everybody knowing what's happening and an understanding of what the details are. President Fenves, Dr. Johnston, we really appreciate you taking the time and helping us learn through this process and being available for some very good questions. I think it's been very helpful for the coordinating board, and I hope it's been beneficial to you and to other institutions as we move forward. And once again, thank you for being here. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman Jenkins, and thank you to the board. In the spirit of communication, I look forward to future invitations to appear before the board.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, now we're moving along, and I'm actually very excited about our next agenda item. This is, as the commissioner said, a standing agenda item for the chancellors of the higher education systems to present their strategic vision for the system and how their vision aligns with the statewide strategic plan 60 by 30. This gives us a chance to work closely with the institutions, back to the communication thought process, to ensure that higher education resources are distributed equitably and strategically across the state. And so the chance to have Chancellor Brian McCall from Texas State University System here to share with us his strategic vision is a wonderful opportunity for us, and the chance to make sure that we have nice alignment across the state strategic plan with the institutions is just a good process. And so, Chancellor McCall, we welcome you to the coordinating board. We appreciate you also taking the time to be here with us, and it's kind of amazing. The Chancellor lives around the corner from me, and I swear the only time we run into each other is at coordinating board functions. And so it's great to see you. It seems like we'd run across each other more in the neighborhood, but welcome, and we appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Thank you for this opportunity. I tend to stop strangers on the street and try to talk about the Texas State University system, so to get to talk to you is a real deal. Thank you. The Texas State University system is the third largest university system in Texas, behind the University of Texas system and the A&M system, one of the fastest growing systems, with about 83,000 students, 15,000 faculty and staff, horizontally structured. We don't have a flagship institution. Instead, we have 7 flagships in our system. We have diverse offerings from welding to PhDs. We do a lot with little, with a good result. We're the only university system to have graduated a prime minister, a president, a king, and a queen, and we take that distinction. We're proud of that. The former prime minister of Thailand has his PhD from Sam Houston State in criminal justice. Lyndon Baines Johnson graduated from Texas State. And in fact, biographers note that his interest in politics started when he worked in the office of the university president, which is a lesson for all students. If they work hard, they're smart, they have a big dream, they too can work in the office of a university president someday. Our mission is to, Technology is not my thing. Who's the king and queen? Of course, George Strait, the king of country music, who graduated from Texas State, and then Janis Joplin, the queen of soul, went to our Port Arthur campus. Thanks for your question, Dr. Tischer. Our mission is to advance and extend knowledge, learning, and culture, and provide opportunities for individuals to develop intellectually, personally, and professionally, and prepare students to contribute to the state's, nation's economy, culture, and future. I'm really messing this thing up. We were established in 1911. We're the first and oldest university system in Texas. And we believe that because we're funded as we're funded, our large institutions are funded 34th, 35th, and 37th of the 38 institutions. We believe we do more with less with better result than most university systems in the nation. And that's not that we wouldn't like to do more with more, but we're glad of what we do and how we do it. I believe you're familiar with this, so there's no need for me to dwell on the 4 pillars of this excellent 60-30 plan. Our total enrollment is up 14% in the last 6 years. We're one of the fastest growing university systems in the nation. Currently, as I said, at 83,000 students. Our student population reflects the diversity of the state. We have 2 Hispanic serving institutions, Texas State and Sul-Ross State University. And in the past 6 years, our Hispanic enrollment has increased by 64% by design. Similarly, our African American enrollment is up 29% over that same period. Our credit hours over the last 6 years are up 14%, and it represents the rapid growth of our system. Our educational attainment is up 309%, which isn't coordinated with this slide exactly. And our online credit hours are up 273% over the past 6 years. In that same period, our 6-year graduation rate is up 4%. We're headed in the right direction, but not fast enough. But we're pedaling as fast as we can at the moment, and this is certainly one of our foremost goals. Some institutions require freshmen to live on campus. We're moving in that direction in other areas where they do not, and we've opened student success centers like the one that's well noted at Sam Houston State University. We've opened one at every school in the past 6 years. I might point out that our students are primarily, or a large degree, first-generation college students, about a little over 40%. They receive financial aid from the federal government, and 72% of our students are working. And when I say working, they're really working, not just a little bit, but they're working. While our students' graduation rate in 6 years is utmost important, we celebrate those who graduate in 7, 8, 10, 12, 14, and beyond years. Our degrees awarded are up 21%, though, as you know, I mentioned that our enrollment increased by 14%. Our degrees awarded to Hispanics in the last 6 years is up 62%, and our degrees awarded to African Americans in the past 6 years is up 60%. In the past 6 years, doctoral degrees awarded are up 192%. And we believe that our degrees offered are aligned with the state's workforce needs: health, fields, engineering, technology. But one thing that we're particularly proud of is that 83% of our graduates are employed or in graduate school within the year of graduation. We're the #1 in the state with regard to this. And in fact, one of our 2-year institutions, the Lamar Institute of Technology, is #1 in the state in earning power upon completion of the program, #3 in the United States. We produce 1 in 5 teachers, or a little over 20% of the teachers in the state, and 38% of our students graduate with 0 debt. Those that do have debt, the average is $16,600, well below the state and national average. We've been working because state participation in what we do is going down at a pretty good clip in the last 6 years by about 19%. The state contributes about 23% of what we do. So in the past 6 years, we've aggressively raised money, primarily for scholarships. We've raised $320 million in the last 6 years, and we have increased our student awards by more than $140 million, for an increase of 117%. Our average scholarships are up to about $6,000. And let me talk a bit about sticker price. Our most expensive tuition is at Texas State University, where the sticker price is $9,000. But 63% of our students get some of these scholarships that we have been raising funds for, and their average grant is $6,000 of that $9,500. We're quite affordable, we believe. As I mentioned, the revenue from the state is down. State appropriation per student is down. And our Hazelwood costs are up 1,008% in the last 6 years. 6 years ago, we awarded free tuition in the amount of $2.2 million. Last year, it was $24 million. We continue to advertise at our universities that we're military friendly. We will continue to do so, but it is costing the other students a great deal. Any leadership that you would continue to give on funding Hazelwood costs would continue to be appreciated. We believe what we do and how we do it aligns perfectly with your great strategic 60 by 30 plan, and we're honored to be part of it and want to lead with regard to what goes on going forward. Be happy to answer any easy questions.
So, congratulations. You have an average graduate debt of slightly more than $10,000 when you add in the 38% that have no debt. That is unbelievable. Whatever you're doing needs to become the model for the rest of the state. And so, congratulations. I also am familiar with some of your universities, and you're not necessarily getting the valedictorians. You're oftentimes dealing with students who are first generation, who are socioeconomically low and have additional needs. So many of your institutions are actually doing a lot more with a lot less at the beginning, but they're still producing graduates. And I really enjoyed the fact that you brought up LIT. That is where we're going to get 60 by 30. That is example. Every one of those people have a job before they start their instructional program waiting for them, because they go and ask the employers, what do you need at the end of the pipeline before we put them into the pipeline, and that's how you get those students. So let's talk about Hazelwood. Should we recommend that the legislature apply some type of a, quote, formula funding for Hazelwood students so that the institution receives remuneration based upon how many Hazelwood students? If that's a priority for the legislature, should we go to the legislature with people like you, the educators, and say we need some type of a formula to be able to fund the institution for what they're doing? If this is your mission critical, Hazelwood is important, should we receive that, or what would you recommend that we recommend?
Well, your commissioner is already leading on that issue, and we're so grateful for that. But $24 million is a big number for a system like ours. And we're trying to keep tuition low. Our tuition is 8% below the state average. We want it to be. We need it to be because we're educating a lot of first-generation students, and we want them to complete. So $24 million is killing us. But what's scary is the rate at which that is growing. It's like chewing bear meat. The more you chew, the bigger it gets. And it's just consuming us and causing the tuition for other students to go up. As you know, most of the money that we get and spend is on faculty salaries. And as we're sitting right here today, our teachers are teaching 17% more than the state average and are paid 20% less than the state average. With this Hazelwood coming on top, with state funding continuing to drop, with our desire to keep tuition low, it's a bad confluence of facts with not a good result. There's danger down the way. And so any help with Hazelwood for this system and all systems would be so appreciated.
Chancellor, welcome, and I know you're doing a great job there. So I was thinking about the history of your system, and you mentioned that it was established in 1911 as a system of state normal schools. So I think I understand that it was started, that these institutions were started to produce teachers.
That's right.
And so you mentioned that today you're producing 1 in 5 teachers. And of course, I'm thinking of the critical importance of having great teachers in this state, and I just wondered if you would speak to your mission of producing teachers.
Yes, it's very critical, and we take it very seriously, as evidenced by the fact that in the past 6 years, the number of teachers we produce is up 47%. And so that shows it's an increasing focus. In addition to everything else we're doing, we view this as our original mission, part of our mission, something that we do well, and something that we want to do.
I have a couple of questions that might be at a level of detail that you wouldn't be expected to respond to, but I'm very impressed by the student success centers that I visited around the system. Can you just for the benefit of presidents and provosts and student success personnel around the state, what are the components of these success centers? What services do you provide? Why have they been so successful?
Let me talk about the SAM Center, the Student Center Advising Center at Sam Houston, which all of our centers are to.
I see the president is here, so maybe we could.
If she's here, she can do a better job than I can.
Oh,
The advising is intrusive. We have faculty circle through to advise. If they note that a student has missed a couple pop quizzes or missed a few classes, they get a call and say, why don't you come in, let's talk. They want to nip it in the bud early. It's just it's not holding the door open for them as they walk in. It's just being with them as they go through, particularly in the freshman and sophomore years. It's critical to know what they're doing, what they're thinking, what track they're on. Ultimately, we want to use big data analytics to look at a student and say, no one who's ever gotten that grade on organic chemistry has ever succeeded in pre-med. Let's talk about the direction you're going. We're doing that now without that degree of big data, but that's the direction we're trying to go.
My second question is this something you and I have talked about? What can we do to enable Sul Ross to reach its full potential?
Well, I'm real proud of what has happened. Sul Ross, 6 years ago, was declining in admissions. Today, we have had to put third beds in dormitories designed for 2 beds. And enrollment is at a peak. Retention is at an all-time high. Students are going to Sul Ross and staying and graduating in numbers that were not even thought possible a few years ago. Great things are happening at Sul Ross State University. We have a new president who spent 25 years at Texas A&M and as a vice president of student affairs, who went to Mississippi State in student affairs, and it is a very student-oriented university that frankly it was not prior to. And so, are we there? No. Are we going the right direction? Yes. And are we going in the right direction pretty fast? We are. It's Sul Ross.
Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chancellor McCall. You mentioned a couple of things I wanted to ask for clarification. Your ranking on funding, would you repeat that? Again, I was trying to make some notes here. I think you said you're 34th or 35th or...
Lamar, Sam Houston, and Texas State, amongst the 38 public universities, are funded at those levels, 34th, 35th, and 37th, I believe.
Well, then my second comment will be, and similar to David's remarks earlier about your debt and the student loan debt, rather, and I'm amazed at the $320 million of philanthropy that you and your team have worked on for scholarships. I think that clearly shows funding's gone down, everybody knows it. Institutions are having to be resourceful, and it sounds to me, and I hope to my colleagues, that your institution is being very resourceful and doing what it takes to make sure that you keep the cost down for students. Regardless of what has happened at the legislature, you've not let that be a deterrent. And I congratulate you and your presidents for continuing to think outside the box and to say, you know, we got to keep going, but it is also imminent that we help Texas State University and other similar university systems obviously do something about Hazelwood, as David mentioned, and some other areas. So I really have to commend you for all of that.
Thank
And
you.
great work on student graduation rates.
It all goes to the presidents and provosts and leaders of the individual universities.
Good team.
So congratulations to the SAM Center, and congratulations to the system for doing exactly what I think our staff and the coordinating board have asked, is that you find best practices and you share the wealth. You share them with the entire system, and you're creating incubators of other SAMs in these other institutions that will be phenomenally successful. I believe that the folks at Sam Houston have been recognized by this coordinating board at a prior board meeting for the excellence in that program, so we're aware of it. The fact that you're making sure everybody in your system's aware of that, and I hope you're sharing that with other chancellors, certainly those that are taxpayer funded by the Texas taxpayers, so kudos. How big do you believe that your institutions are going to grow? You've got some phenomenal growth that's happened, you chronicled that, but as you look forward in 10 years, are we going to meet that 60 by 30 through Texas State University system? Is that where we're going to get the heavy lift?
We're going to continue to grow at a good clip. Lamar University is looking at building a new dormitory for the first time in decades because of the growth that inevitably is coming to Lamar. And Lamar has been fairly stagnant with students on campus. Their online program has grown considerably, but campus housing hasn't been an issue until now. And in fact, we're not going to get the dormitory built soon enough. And we're looking at alternative ways where to put students, which is a great problem for a university to have. Texas State has a 101-acre campus in Round Rock. And so we will be moving over time 3,500 students from San Marcos to Round Rock in the Allied Healths as we continue to grow out that campus. And we'll move other students as well, so that that campus will grow, both campuses will grow. Sol Ross, as the commissioner said, will probably not contribute a lot to this growth because of the numbers. But our Rio Grande College, which is an upper division part of Sol Ross University, located on junior college campuses in Del Rio, Uvalde, Eagle Pass, and Castroville, particularly in Castroville, will grow at a really good clip. That is also the most affordable four-year degree in the state of Texas.
So I have a follow-up, and that'll be my last question. I think you were in the room when the previous presenters got an opportunity to discuss the new medical school at Dell. There's a rumor that Sam Houston is looking at putting in a doctor of osteopathy college in the Montgomery County area. Is there any truth to that rumor, and can we have a discussion about that? If there is?
Absolutely, and the president is here, you pointed out, and she can certainly go into greater detail than I can, but yes, the board has given preliminary approval, condition upon certain things, including, of course, your approval, to have a fully funded, it's interesting that the conversation that you had before was what it was, but we're not seeking taxpayer dollars, fully funded osteopathic medical school in Montgomery County, where we already have a campus of Sam Houston State University. The land has been committed and donated for this. All startup costs for the first 4 years, I'm told, have been contributed. There is a search going on for a dean. We must have a dean in order to get past further planning processes to see if we can make it work. Some of the conditions upon us bringing it to the board for further approval and bringing it to you include, but are not limited to, finding and earmarking necessary residency spots, making certain that the financial model works so that we guarantee we will never come to the state for funding, that it's fully funded with tuition dollars. We already have done the research that there is the need. These will primarily be primary care physicians. We're working with about 18 or so hospitals in the area that have never had residency spots that can draw down from the federal government $1 million per spot and want to do that in coordination with us so that when we come to you, we have a fully vetted, something worthy of your consideration. We have met, the president has met with the commissioner about this at least once. I have met with the commissioner about this at least once, just to, prior to even going to the board to say, we're going to ask the board for preliminary approval to do the due diligence. Before I went to the board with that, we came to the commissioner to tell him we were going to do that. So we don't have a lot to report yet because we're just in the preliminary due diligence and pro forma, but we do have those things done.
So in your presentation, you mentioned a lot of successes and some challenges, but I wanted to ask you, what's the single issue that's most worrisome to you?
I think it's immoral to admit a student and not do everything you can to get them to completion, to have them assume debt, to have them fail. And one of the things I like about these academic advising centers that are so intrusive, I want us to do everything we can to get students that we admit through the pipeline. There have been studies that, and I've charged our new academic vice chancellor with this task. There have been studies that show a lot of particularly first-generation college students leave because of financial reasons, and it's really, in the scheme of things, not a lot of money. And so we're trying to determine fairly intrusively who's leaving and why and what amount of money would it take for them to stay. And I'm going to raise money to create a fund to use for qualified students that just need a little help to stay in, to complete. That, to me, is our biggest failing.
Thank you.
That was a good question, Mr. Steen, because that was kind of my question is, Chancellor, I think you guys have done your system, all your presidents and your leadership have done a great job on the educational attainment side. As far as the underrepresented African-American enrollment and your Hispanic enrollment up 64%, I mean, that's incredible. I mean, that's mirroring our state and the future growth of our state, and your system is doing an excellent job of doing that. And Mr. Steen's question was my second point, is being able to continue that and making sure that these students that are first generation getting through the programs and being able to be successful and attain those degrees because of, and you're right, sometimes it's not a major amount of money, but other situations. So I'm glad to hear that you will be, and your presidents will be addressing that issue.
Thank you.
David?
I congratulate you as running such a successful institute, and I'd like you to educate the other chancellors and president of schools how to manage their funds like you do.
I would rather they educate me on how I could use our funds like they do.
I had one last question, Chancellor, and that is the online degree programs. I mean, it's gone up 309%. What do you guys see as, once again, as we continue to evolve and change as a state and we try and factor in affordability and still making sure that the quality of our education is as high as it can possibly be? It's grown that much. What do you see the next 5 years? What do you think that offers as far as that kind of growth, and how does that fit into the overall process of obtaining a degree from Texas?
We would like it to grow considerably, but I think not in the traditional way. We would love to work with the coordinating board to find and identify those who have some college experience but haven't completed. And we think that older students do very well with online learning, and younger students do better on a blended if they do online learning, be in the classroom. But a mother or father who is 30 or 40 years old who hasn't completed knows a lot about time management and discipline that some younger students don't, and they, we believe, would be a perfect fit for some of the programs we're designing at Sam Houston State University for completion. And so that's sort of the direction I see us going and increasing online.
So that has been a common theme for our staff and this board over the past several years, is to say somebody's invested 30 hours, 60 hours. How do we find those folks in the community? How do we find former students who did not complete? How do we go through the entire state and look at every university over the last 20 years who came and matriculated but didn't graduate? And where are they now? And how do we advertise to them with a few short steps in the comfort of your own home online, you can actually get your degree and advance your career?
I'm going to turn that to the commissioner because I believe you have a lot of that information, do you not, Commissioner?
Yes. David wants to.
And if
I
you
would really
saw
like
a
to hear.
huge grin break out on his face, and
if you would share that with us, we would sure market it. And
Well, that's the whole point. If you want to be that incubator of
We do.
innovation, I would think that we would immediately give you the database and say, let's contact these former students who have yet to complete and get them over the finish line.
what he said.
We can't do it quite that way because of some further issues, but there are ways we can do that. We've put a lot of effort into this.
I don't think you're mic'd up, Dave.
It is on. Is that better?
No.
Okay. We've been trying to do this for more than a decade, and we keep finding new ways. Part of the issue, in the beginning, we actually sent the institutions, here are your students who haven't finished, and you should follow up with them. And they had a hard time finding them, so we've found ways in terms of students who have loans from us. When you have loans, you have more current information in terms of where they're located. We have a program called Grad Techs, which we have another number of institutions involved that are focused on identifying these students, when we can certainly get Sam Houston to be a part of that. But we can find ways to contact them where we wouldn't have FERPA issues if we do it through us. And if, just a little financial support to pay for the postage, but it's very inexpensive for the return to everybody. We can work out a way to do this. And one of our strategies in 60 by 30, you'll recall, is to get these students back in and finish. So the state's invested literally hundreds of millions of dollars in these students, and they've invested similar amounts in themselves. So we need to help them finish. So this is exciting.
The Texas State University system would love to partner in any way to reach out to these people and provide that opportunity.
Well, we can talk next week.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for the Chancellor?
Thank you all very much.
Chancellor, thank you. And as has been echoed several times by the board members up here, you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
And y'all continue to do a wonderful job. And that's a perfect example how these kinds of conversations lead to new programs and new initiatives where we see that alignment. So I think it's just a great example of us communicating our strategic plan with your strategic plan allows us to do so much better in the future. So once again, congratulations. Great to see you.
Thank you. Keep up the good work.
You too, sir. All right. The second agenda item is for the approval of the minutes from the January 21st, 2016 board meeting. I have a motion and I have a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. Thank you. Next is the consent calendar for the entire meeting. The consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more of our attention. Highlighted items in gray are the consent items on this agenda. I want to point out our practice of putting most of the rules on the consent calendar, given the extensive vetting process that they go through. However, you'll notice that a few of the rules are still on our regular agenda. Those are the rules that staff thinks we might want to discuss and or those that received public comments. Of course, any board member can request that an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar. That will give us the opportunity to discuss that item or items fully later in the meeting. Does any board member want to remove any of the agenda items from the consent calendar? Anything you want to take off?
So, Mr. Chairman, just to make a point, also a lot of these things we've discussed pretty thoroughly at the committee level.
And thank you, John. That's exactly so that everyone knows, not just by staff, but at the committee level, and it went through smoothly. And so that's one of the reasons that they would be on there, not need to be on the calendar at the full board meeting. So no one has any that they want to remove. Does any?
And no one has signed up to testify on these? Correct. Okay. Move approval.
Well, let me. Sorry. That's okay. So I don't think we need to approve that yet, but let me make sure that, does anyone want to add anything to the consent calendar? So we'll have that removed or added, anything that you see, and we'll leave the agenda as it is. So now, I'd like to move the consent calendar for the following items. Let me read through these so that we have these in the record. From Section 6, matters relating to the full board, agenda item 6B, 6C, 6D, and 6E, which all deal with financial aid allocation methodologies that were developed by negotiated rulemaking committees and had no public comments. Do I hear any objections to those being on there?
Those are being added to what's on the agenda?
What's already on?
Yes,
'Cause I don't see it in the consent.
No, he's
Any-
adding it.
I'm adding them.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I
Thank you, that's what I meant.
clearly said. That's what I was trying to. So any objection to moving those to the consent calendar? All right, hearing none, agenda items 6B, C, D, and E are moved. Now, I need a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended. Do I have a motion?
I move it.
David? Javed, a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Great. All right, now we'll begin agenda item 4, which is our major policy discussion. Coordinating Board Staff Gerald Booker, Assistant Commissioner for College Readiness and Success, Kristen Kramer, Deputy Assistant Commissioner for College Readiness and Success, and Rex Peoples, Assistant Commissioner for Academic Quality and Workforce, will provide an overview of the history and current state of college readiness and dual credit in the context of the 60 by 30 Texas completion goal. Besides members of the coordinating board and staff with us today, we have Brenda Hellier, Chancellor at San Jacinto College District, and Donald Topliff, Provost and State President for Academic Affairs, Angeles State University. So to our guests, we welcome you. We're glad that you're here. Thank you for taking the time to be part of this presentation. And to the staff, as always, great to see y'all. And I believe, Gerald, you will kick us off with this conversation.
I'm getting us started. Good morning, Chairman Jenkins, members of the board. For the record, I am Gerald Booker, Assistant Commissioner for College Readiness and Success. Today I'm joined with Dr. Rex Peebles and Dr. Kristen Kramer. We're here to have a major policy discussion. By that, this is not a sit and get. We're hoping to have a conversation. If you have questions, please interrupt to ask. We kind of have a College Readiness 101 from Kristen and myself. Then we have Dr. Hellier, who will give an institutional perspective about college readiness. And then we will pivot into dual credit, where Dr. Peebles will give his 101 course for you. And then Dr. Topliff will actually give a institutional perspective around dual credit. From that, we will get started on this discussion. Let me make sure I have technology right. On this first slide, we kind of established context. This chart gives you a sense of what the near future of the workforce is expected to look like in the United States. As you can tell, in 1973, only 28% of all U.S. jobs required some form of post-secondary education and skills. According to the Center on Education and Workforce at Georgetown University, 65% of all jobs will require post-secondary education by 2018. That includes 59% of all jobs in Texas. I do want to make you aware you will see a number of stats around what the future will hold, but we're using this one. I know we've seen a different number that dealt with entry-level jobs, but this kind of collects all the jobs there for by 2020. The simple truth is that the 21st century workforce will require more education, more skills, not less, and the competition in the global economy will be tough. And these are the reasons that the coordinating board are pursuing strategies to actually better align higher education and the workforce and boost the production of post-secondary educated workers. And I do want to point out in yellow, I spent time putting it in yellow and bolding it. Under our 60 by 30 plan, you will see that the 38% right now is what we have for all credentials. So we have a ways to go, and I think our 60 by 30 plan will get us there. So many of you know you're well aware of our completion goals under our 60 by 30 text plan. We're trying to have at least 550,000 students during that year actually completing a certificate, associate's degree, or bachelor's degree, or master's. One of our major strategies under this goal is to improve academic preparation and academic support for students to enter and complete higher education. Under the plan, what you have seen is that there are targets for Hispanic students, there's targets for African American students, males, as well as economically disadvantaged completers. Another important target for us, particularly in our division in college readiness success, is to increase the percentage of students who enroll in higher education directly from high school. We're currently at 54%. We're trying to increase that to 65%. And as you can tell by the slide, if reached, Texas will award a total of 6.4 million certifications or degrees during this 15-year plan. I hope you can see it good. It's a lot better on the big screen. This is one of my favorite slides, not because of the data it's showing, but it clearly paints a picture of where the state should have some concerns. If you look kind of that third line down from the top of the inverted triangle, you will see 54 of this sort of original 8th grade cohort. So we kind of start off with 100 8th graders. I think it was 2004. And you will see in that third bar, 54 of the original cohort who've either graduated from public high school or those who entered through other routes such as GED or private schools. Only 54 entered into Texas higher education. So out of that 100, we are now at 54. And of those 54, only 20 completed within 6 years. So when we speak or give this presentation at school districts, it's sobering. I don't think people have another image in their head, and when you show this, it kind of paints the picture of why we have a lot of work to do. And of that 20, you can see that only one at the bottom, it's very hard. 1 will get a certificate, 4 will get an associate's degree, and 15 receive a bachelor's. And as you probably figured, a large percentage of our higher education enrollments comes directly from high school, but still not enough students enroll, and very few might even persist to completion. So the reasons for low completion rates are multiple and complex. And I know we're not going to be able to solve most of this in the hour and a half that we're allotted. But there is one crucial element that does correlate with the lack of success, and which is the focus of our conversation today. And that is the effect of readiness for college. So I will turn that over to Dr. Kramer.
Good morning.
Morning.
If you note here on the slide, college readiness directly correlates with post-secondary completion. The graph on the screen, which draws from our most recent completion data for students who were first-time, full-time upon entry, show that in community and technical colleges in which students are much less likely to be full-time, or for that matter, college-ready, college-ready students graduate at twice the rate as students who are not college-ready. Within 3 years of entry, 57% of college-ready students have either completed a credential or are continuing in higher education, possibly as part-time, the same institution or at another college, or as a transfer to a bachelor's awarding institution. Whereas only 35% that are not college-ready are doing the same. At four-year institutions, those are the two bars to your right, the numbers of full-time college-ready students are much higher, as one would expect given the divergent missions of community colleges in 4 years. The success rates are correspondingly higher. 74% of college-ready students are continuing their education or have completed a credential within 6 years. So that dark part of the column is the completion, and that 10% is the continuing student. That top bar, that 26%, would show that the student has left Texas not just public, but Texas higher education and not found anywhere in the state. They could have transferred out of state or just completely quit their higher education. As is quite clear in the graphic, though, students who are college ready when they enroll in higher education are far more likely to graduate. So what does this mean? What does it mean to be college ready? Simply put, college readiness is defined as the level of preparation a student must attain to succeed in entry-level college coursework. This could be English 1301 or Anatomy and Physiology, which is a common gateway course for nursing degrees. This definition appears in statute, and it governs our measurements of readiness, and it guides preparation. College readiness, however, is not just about taking a test or meeting admission standards. It's about being ready to perform. It's what the commissioner refers to as the implicit standard of readiness. Fundamentally, it is faculty in the college classroom who define college readiness. Can the student perform at the level that the faculty expect? This expectation is based on faculty experience over their many years of teaching other students and seeing how they perform. But it's also based on the expectations of their discipline, defined in a sense internationally by all who are involved, from other scholars as well as employers that ultimately hire students or graduates. What do you need to know and be able to do for successful college completion, for successful job performance? Which that expectation is back mapped to the first course in the pathway. How well does a student need to write, for instance, to master the material, master the field of study, and enter their future jobs ready to perform? That ultimately is college readiness. That level of preparation is more specifically defined so as to be made more transparent, and it's measured in a variety of ways. College readiness is measured by college readiness assessments, and you've heard of some of these, I'm sure, such as the SAT, ACT, and the new TSI assessment. There are also 2 standardized tests, part of the STAR K-12 testing regimen, that have college readiness benchmarks. These are available for school districts to use, but because they're no longer a required part of the testing, they are rarely offered. This year, which is the first year they are available again for school districts, roughly 5% of eligible high school students are set to take it in English, or the English 3 test, and about 6% of the Algebra 2 are taking the Algebra 2. With these assessments, if student scores at or above a predetermined performance level, they're deemed college ready. In previous years, it should be noted, higher education in Texas used a variety of other placements. We had the THEA, AccuPlacer, Compass, and Asset. But in recent years, we've moved to a more limited number of tests and a consistent standard across the state, which is much more transparent to students pursuing higher education. All of these tests focus predominantly, although not exclusively, on foundational skills of reading, writing, and mathematics. Typically, the benchmarks on college readiness tests predict that there is a 70 to 70% likelihood that students will receive an A, B, or C in the respective entry-level college course. That gives you a sense of, it's a pretty big range. Of all the tests mentioned, only the TSI assessment and the high school end-of-course assessments in Algebra 2 and English 3 are explicitly aligned to the college and career readiness standards for Texas. So, the college and career readiness standards, many of you know what those are. They're also called the CCRS. These are explicit definitions of what it takes to be college ready, and these have been defined for Texas higher education. In response to the expectations of Texas higher education. The CCRS, the standards, were developed in response to the charge of the 79th Texas Legislature, third called special session in 2006. In order to advance college readiness in the K-12 curriculum, TEA and the coordinating board were charged to develop college and career readiness standards in the 4 core subject areas: English language arts, math, science, and social studies, and ultimately to integrate those standards into the K-12 curriculum. The standards were developed by vertical teams of faculty, 60% higher ed faculty, which is unusual. Standards that are developed in other states don't typically include such a high percentage of higher ed. And then 40% of public ed faculty, and this is from the various subject areas. The teams also decided to develop cross-disciplinary standards. Those are the skills that are necessary and relevant across multiple subject areas and are crucial for post-secondary success. You might think of academic integrity, conducting research, the ability to apply knowledge from one content area to another. We are set to review these standards in the next couple of years. As you can see in the image, Standards were articulated for both foundation skills like writing, as well as for knowledge and skills throughout a subject area. In science, for instance, that also includes biology, chemistry, physics. At the time the standards were developed and adopted, so in January 2008, the majority of students in public K-12 had a college prep program as sort of their default curriculum. And it included advanced math and science, for instance, physics. But today, the default high school curriculum, the automatic high school curriculum, is not a college prep program. That is, students may not automatically be given instruction in the more rigorous math and science courses. What this means is that parents and students have a greater responsibility in negotiating readiness for college. It also requires better and more explicit advising, ideally beginning in middle school. This all translates into higher education institutions needing to forge stronger relationships with their area and feeder school districts to make sure that students pursue the curriculum and instruction that they need to be ready to enroll and succeed in higher education. I'm going to show you some data that will really bring the story home, I think, and some of these you may have seen before. One of our college readiness measures, the ACT, reports out a variety of data each year. Just as in previous years' reports, the most recent data, this would be for the 2015 Texas high school graduating class, show that performance strongly correlates with course-taking behavior insofar as a student's exposure to more years and more complex math appears to provide them a better groundwork for meeting readiness in math. So on the far left, you have only 13% of students who report taking Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and geometry as their math, only 13% meeting the readiness standards, whereas at the other end of the spectrum, students who are taking 4 or more years of math, and typically including calculus, are reaching readiness more in the 60% range. This would argue, at least for math, that students should be taking rigorous math early, so Algebra 1 in middle school, and throughout the 4 years of high school if they intend to pursue a post-secondary credential of whatever variety, whether that be applied associates, certificates, or bachelor's. This relationship between readiness and course taking we see on the ACT is actually not very surprising. Indeed, as you'll see in this next slide, the coordinating board and TEA data that we see here show that students who historically pursued a more rigorous curriculum in both math and science, so that would be to the right of each of those graphs, performed better in higher education. As this slide shows, rates of completion of a certificate or a degree, this would be either at a public or private higher ed institution, were much higher for those students whose highest math course was pre-calculus or calculus than for students who either maxed out at Algebra 2 or, say, geometry. So it's nearly 2/3 as many completions over Algebra 2 and 3.5 times as many completions for students who completed Geometry 1 as their highest math. Similarly, students whose highest science was physics as opposed to chemistry had higher rates of graduation. So these data really confirm Edelman's conclusions from a decade ago, and perhaps the most rigorous and comprehensive study of high school student preparation for college. As he observed, academic intensity of high school curriculum was the most crucial element for completion of a baccalaureate. A rigorous math curriculum in particular was critical. At one time, Algebra 2 was the key marker of post-secondary success. That's what the data show. But by the 1992 high school graduating class, which was the cohort that Edelman studied as it moved into higher education, he found that it was rather math firmly above, quote unquote, firmly above Algebra 2 that was predictive of success. This, too, we found confirmed in our data on the previous slide for both community colleges and for university completion, so not just indicative for success in the baccalaureate. So we again might ask why this matters. If you think back to the slide that Jarrell showed you at the beginning, this is a little bit different representation of it. It looks like the color saturation doesn't work quite as well on the screen, but I believe in the handouts you have in front of you, it's a little clearer. If we consider the changing labor market over the past several decades, It's not surprising that what is predictive of post-secondary readiness and post-secondary success has also changed. For what is required in higher education is changing. If we look at the economic and education prognosis provided by the Georgetown Public Policy Institute, you'll see, and this is the graphic that represents that data, it shows the breakdown of education requirements for the American job market. And so as you remember, here to the left is the column for the job education requirements for the job market of 1973. Whereas to the right, it's education requirements predicted for the job market 4 years from now, 2020, which I was shocked that 2020 is only 4 years from now, but so it is. The bands in orange show the percentage of jobs requiring a high school diploma or less. And you'll see the difference from 73 to 2020, obviously. The bands in blue show the percentage of jobs requiring post-secondary education, either basically from certificates up through master's degrees. Those blue bands, this also essentially represent the percentage of jobs that require college readiness. In 2010, okay, just 6 years ago, 59% of all jobs in the U.S. economy required post-secondary education and training. 59%, 6 years ago. 4 years from now, we're looking at 65% of all American jobs requiring post-secondary education and training. That's a movement of 6 percentage points in just 10 years. That's quite significant. So thus, we're also seeing a trend towards higher need for post-secondary education, not just since 1973, where it's a fairly stark difference. It should be no wonder then why our new higher education plan, 60 by 30 TEX, has such ambitious goals for higher education completion, and why college readiness is such a crucial element in reaching that goal. Thanks. I'm going to hand it over to Brenda for a few comments, unless you all have some questions in the interim.
Just
Yes.
hopefully a quick question for Dr. Booker. So going back to that first slide, and the big picture, and I was looking in the materials to make sure I've got this correct, but you know, we've got the 60 by 30, and do you all say TEX or TX? What's everybody saying?
TEX.
TEX, okay. And so that's by 2030, I hope I've got this right, 60% of Texans between the ages of 25 and 34 will have a post-secondary certificate or degree. Is that correct statement of that?
Credential, yes.
Okay, a credential. So looking at that first slide that you showed us, can we go to that? And just want to ask.
Sure, I can. Where are we? 50.
So that part in yellow, it says currently 38% of Texans have a certificate or degree. And so my question was, is that 38% of Texans between the ages of 25 and 34?
Yes, that's correct.
Or all Texans?
That to be in that group. Yep, in that group, 25 to 34.
Okay, so I just wanted to grasp the magnitude, you know,
it is.
That's quite a goal for us to move from 38% to 60%.
It's aggressive. Our leadership, and obviously you all, the board, has chosen a very aggressive plan, and it'll put the state of Texas in a proper place as we move forward. But that's what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question for Dr. Booker. On the slide that had the cohort, the
triangle, inverted
yeah, the triangle. So obviously there's a lot of variance because was it the 8th graders here, obviously a certain part of Texas? Because obviously you're going to have variance whether you're in a certain neighborhood in Dallas and a certain neighborhood in South Texas.
Averages.
So how do you compensate for that?
In order for me not to get myself in trouble and make up stats and hope that it passes, I'm going to ask Dr. Eklund to come up here and see if she can kind of give some guidance on how that was done.
Yeah, because when you showed the slide, you said when you go to school districts and people look at that, and that is a significant slide. I mean, I'm sure you get that question.
Thanks. Julie Eklund, Assistant Commissioner, Strategic Planning and Funding. We do see variation across our regions. With this data, we actually provide it through the Texas Tribune, and you can look by Education Service Center region. We've got some county-level data. We make it available so folks locally can get a sense of what that pipeline looks like in their areas and for their counties, for their regions. We don't provide the data by school district.
Okay. Thank you.
There are extraordinary variances. For example, here in Austin, the gap between Austin ISD and the Eanes School District are enormous. I think Westlake High School sends over, 90% of their kids to college, and
Yeah, we see real variation. Westlake sends a lot of students out of state, so we don't necessarily know about some of those students, but I think I looked for, even across Austin, Bowie High School's got one of the highest enrollments in Texas in terms of their graduates, and then there's some other high schools that are on the lower side. So even within a school district, we see variation, and we do put information out by actually campus in terms of the high school graduates and the students enrolling into higher education, but for the 8th grade cohort, we just provide it by region and county.
Yeah, because I know in the Dallas area, there's one school, it's like 100% college, and then in different parts of state, rural areas, it's very small.
Yes, we really do see
and
differences.
And the college readiness issue is probably the huge issue, I think, in terms of things that we need to work on.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Following up on that, but that's a pretty startling slide. So, to reach 60%, you've got to work on, 100 to 68. And that's not really kind of our province, is it? In other words, so how does that happen? If you start with 68 that just graduate, to get to 60 that didn't go on, that's tough.
It's true. Now, the 68 may not necessarily be that they never graduated. They didn't graduate from a public high school.
So they're private.
They may, or they may have completely dropped out. They may have moved to another. They're not found in the public high schools anymore as a graduate. So certainly, some of those have left schooling altogether. Some come back for GEDs. So it is a very, it's a diverse, the remaining, what are we looking at? That remaining 32% is a mixed bag population.
But including private school students, then what would be 75? Just roughly. Anyway, you're swimming upstream.
Yes.
For those two points, 8th grade to.
And the bigger point is once they come back into higher ed, we capture them. So we will capture them regardless of where they've come from and come back into our pool. And that, I believe the 60 of the plan also includes people who have moved here also. So it's not just our own pipeline. And I think Chancellor McCall talked earlier about people who are returning, who are almost done. There are a lot of folks out there we're going to have to capture who still may be in that 25 to 34 age group that we're going to particularly run our Grad Texas program, bring them into the fold, and at the same time get this number up higher with stronger college readiness.
But you're correct. We do have a big focus on the high school to higher ed pipeline, or even from the middle school to higher ed pipeline, and that was a lot of the focus of our conversation today, because that's where, from a policy perspective, we do, I don't want to say we have influence, but we have a little bit more, we have more connectivity with K-12 than we do with the population at large. It's a natural pipeline into higher education, and students who come directly out of high school are typically ready, at least from an academic standpoint. You're going to have higher rates of readiness for students who've just come out of high school, as opposed to been out for a while or who were dropouts and returning through a GED program or something.
I have a question. On the last slide that you presented, where you had the jobs required from 1973 and then projected to 2020, how different is the job market today from 2020? Or the projected from 2020? Is it very similar?
The 2016, I think, was listed.
Oh, sorry.
Is it in the first one or no? It's also 2020. I had a note, just a minute, see if it's still here.
As we look, I'd
left
imagine
mine.
it's closer to 2020, a lot closer to 2020 than it is for
I would
1973.
imagine. I just wondered how similar.
I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
So I'll have to. No. 2018 we have the 2018 numbers, I think, look very similar to the 2020, so I would suspect we're not far from that number today. I'd like to, may I go ahead and pass on to Dr. Hellier?
Thank you. Good morning. I am Brenda Hellier, and I have the honor of serving as the Chancellor of San Jacinto Community College. I also serve as an executive officer for the Texas Association of Community Colleges. And so this morning I'm going to talk to you about dual credit and college readiness, and most of my comments are going to be based on my experiences and the work we're doing at San Jacinto College. And I want to make sure that I give you a little overview of San Jacinto College, tell you about our dual credit and early college high school programs and what we're doing to assess college readiness, and then also how the community colleges and the work that we're doing impacts the statewide data and the 60 by 30 Texas plan. So before I proceed, I want the board to know that the 50 community college systems throughout Texas are committed to the 60 by 30 Texas plan, and we are anxious to work on this program all the way through with you. So about San Jacinto College, we're located on the east side of Harris County, right by Houston. We kind of go around the southeast and north side of Houston, and we are in the largest petrochemical complex of the country. And we are seeing tremendous expansions, and those jobs are changing on with the expectation of how we meet that workforce demand. We are also in the heart of the Houston port region, so it is the second largest port in the country, and San Jacinto College is working on how we meet the maritime workforce needs of the future. And we just opened our 4th campus, which is a maritime training facility, which is absolutely amazing. We're also in the heart, the footprint of NASA Johnson Space Center. So we deal very closely with NASA. We actually have an aerospace academy on their campus and is looking at robotics, engineering, and how we continue to meet that expansion need. Our enrollment is 30,000 students for a fall semester. If you look at our data for census date, the 12th class day, we're probably closer to 28,500, but we do a lot of things to continue to enroll students throughout a semester with a lot of second start or take 2 sessions so that their students can continue to enroll. But about 30,000 students on a fall semester, and about over 11% of our enrollment for that fall semester is dual credit. So right at about 3,100 students, 3,177 for last fall. Our dual credit is made up of several different tracks. We have standard dual credit. Their students are going to high school and then they're taking some dual credit courses with us, maybe 1 or 2 a semester. We have a modified early college academy, and these are students that are on a track to get an associate degree as they're going through their high school career. They will either have their associate degree by the time they graduate, or they will have it the summer after, and that is largely due to going in the summer and then taking a full load their junior and senior years. And then we have designated early college high schools also. We have 4 of those. One of our most long-term one was created back in 2007, and that is Clear Creek Early College High School, Clear Horizons. It's ranked 43 in the highest high schools in Texas. And I can tell you, when you go to one of their graduations, it is absolutely amazing with the kind of scholarships that they're being awarded, and most of those students have a STEM focus. Our Sheldon Early College High School will have their first graduating class this spring, and then our Pasadena Early College High School had their first class last May, and then Galena Park just opened a career and technical education Early College High School. So I'll give you a little bit of background around that. As we continue to see our dual credit and early college high school enrollment increase, it has been really planned increase for us. From fall 2012 to fall 2015, it has increased 38%. And from last fall 2014 to fall 2015, it went up 560 students to 3,177. And when I say planned, it is based on trying to support the school districts within our taxing and service district. So I have 6 school districts in my taxing district, and then I have half of a school district that is added to be part of my service district. it is based on really long-term partnerships and making sure that we're meeting their needs, and then how do we manage that growth and maintain the rigor of our courses. So the most common courses that our students are taking are the academic transfer courses. They say, and that's what we're seeing, is that they're going on to complete their bachelor degrees at a university. I mentioned last fall, Galena Park opened a career and technical education early college high school. These students are housed on our campus, and their intent is to earn college credit towards a level 2 certificate or associate degree in process technology, welding, pharmacy technology, medical assisting, and diesel mechanics. We are constantly having conversations at San Jacinto College and with our partners around college readiness and how we assess that college readiness and how do we make sure that we have all the systems in place around that. Majority of our students take the Texas Success Initiative assessment, and then that lets us know where they need to be placed. We're actually having that test given to all of our 8th graders in our taxing district, so then their faculty at the high schools can work and figure out what do they need to do to help upskill them to be college ready as they continue to progress. So for the early college high school students, they are assessed through the TSIA at the end of their 8th grade year, and then again, their faculty work with them on any deficiencies. Our early college high school faculty, whether there are college faculty, they have all taken the TSIA assessment so that they know what the expectation is, and so they can also be able to help their students understand that content. Any faculty teaching a dual credit course is credentialed by us. They meet our SACS COC requirements, and we're responsible for credentialing them. Again, for the academic transfer courses, they have to have a master's degree with 18 hours in the field of study. And for the workforce programs, it's an associate degree with 3 years of work training. There are exceptions, but we look at those exceptions very, very carefully because, again, we know we own the dual credit courses, we're responsible, and it is our college credit that's being issued for them. And so the majority of the faculty teaching our dual credit and our early college high school courses are our faculty. I think the last semester we had 4 faculty that were high school faculty that were teaching on their campus, but again, based on the syllabus and the requirements that we have established. On the career and technical education and dual credit, again, we have really focused on the Galena Park early college high school, that those students are taking the TSIA, even though they're going into the level 2 certificate or associate degree in workforce, they have to be college ready. A level 2 requires that. And we are constantly, again, looking at how do we make sure we have the support systems in place for those early college, high school, and dual credit students. From a standpoint of supplemental instruction, tutoring, we hire and put a counselor on each one of our feeder high schools also, so that those students are getting additional support. Our goal through dual credit and early college high school, and specifically early college high school, is for them to get the certificate or the associate degree. And as they get through when they graduate and are their dual credit student, to continue to have them advance through San Jacinto College. We work very closely with our ISD partners so that we're all in alignment around that. As we look at what has happened around the dual credit in the early college high school growth across the state, we know that back in fall 2000, it was about 17,800 students, and now at 133,300 for the past fall. We look at that growth as community colleges. It's a big part of our enrollment. And we're all very critically aware of it, and we know we need to continue to look at how do we continue to grow that. And I say that from a standpoint to really meet the 60 by 30 goals. We feel we need to continue to grow that, but we also know we have to continue to grow it and make sure that rigor never suffers. And as community college presidents and community college leaders, that rigor is critically important. It's important to each one of us. We can't let our reputations be challenged by that. So as we have addressed dual credit, concerns, or we are listening to what concerns may be. The community college presidents have formed a task force. There are community college presidents and chancellors we meet about quarterly to discuss what issues are, how do we make sure that we're working through those issues, and how do we make sure that we have the data so that we can make good decisions. Julie Eklund is part of that committee. We met with her yesterday to again discuss data that's needed to make sure, are there gaps that we're seeing around that data, and what kind of data will be made available for all of us to look at. We also, as community college presidents, have formed a task force with TASA, the Texas Association of School Administrators, and we have 6 community college presidents, 6 ISD superintendents, and we're talking again around dual credit and early college high schools. I think one of the biggest issues is making sure we all understand. From a standpoint, again, credentialing is an issue, and so do our ISD partners understand the requirements that we have around college courses and credentialing? And sitting around the table and making sure that they do understand that. As we have had those conversations, we had our first meeting about a month ago. The discussions were they were productive, they were lively. There was definitely awareness that we gained from both sides. And the bottom line, it was how do we best serve our students and how do we best meet the goals for Texas for the future. And so as I look at the 60 by 30 Texas plan of 60% of Texans aged 25 to 34 having a higher education credential, I can tell you on that first slide it said 38% for Texas. My area, there's only 31% right now that have that higher education credential. And we look at that and we see we've got a lot of work to do. And how do we have to continue to change higher education and the work we're doing in the classroom? And that is the conversations we have with our faculty every day. As I look at some takeaways for this, the college readiness, the dual credit opportunities are really based on strong partnerships with community colleges and our ISD partners. And it is not a partnership that just happens overnight. I have had relationships with our school districts. I've been the chancellor for 8 years. Those are long-standing relationships that you have where you can really sit down and look at performance of how high school students are doing at your college when they graduate. My ISD partners get data around how their students perform at our college, and then we look at where there's gaps. The vertical alignment teams that the commissioner put together years ago have been absolutely critical around making sure that you're working on rigor and college readiness. I think the continuation to really meet the 60 by 30 growth is managed growth around dual credit, a real focus on managed growth and sustaining that rigor that we're all committed to, and then also looking at sustainable funding models. But as you look at what community colleges have done around dual credit and supporting that growth, there is a real commitment that this is how do you really put forth the credentials for the future?
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Hellier?
Yeah, I've got a question. I guess it would seem like, and this kind of bleeds over to just community colleges general, but certainly dual credit, particularly when I learned just recently that now freshmen and sophomore high school students can take dual credit, which just strikes me as rare that they would actually achieve the rigor or be able to handle the courses. But the litmus test, it would seem to be, would be what happens when those students go to a 4-year university. Do you get feedback there? In other words, I mean, it's one thing to test or talk about college readiness, but to they're going to harder, presumably upper division type courses. How do you maintain or how do you look at data to track that?
Okay. So let me answer a couple of things. First on the freshman, sophomore. So when you establish an early college high school, that starts their freshman year in high school. And so those students will be taking probably the first semester of being in ninth grade, they'll take one college-level course. Their second semester, they'll take a second one, and it'll progress as they become freshmen. And those are 14 and 15-year-olds. In our early college, high school enrollments, we have about 875 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds taking college courses because they're starting their high school pathway. As far as other 14 and 15-year-olds taking dual credit, we have very, very few. Those are really negotiated with the school district. In our case, I'm not talking statewide, I'm talking for San Jacinto College, but we manage that very carefully. So on the 875 that are 14 and 15 taking early college high school, their first semester may be a computer course. They will take our student success course, and then they will start adding additional college courses into their sophomore year. And we're seeing good performance. As far as how do we track that, I get data reports from some of my feeder colleges. So the University of Houston Clear Lake is one of my largest feeders. University of Houston, Maine, and University of Houston Downtown. I get reports back from them on how our students transfer in with GPA. Now, they aren't breaking out dual credit students specifically, but they show me how my students do as they transfer, and I can get that by program also. I also have data from the National Student Clearinghouse. It's old data. So this is from 2010-11. I had 1,688 students who had graduated from high school who had done some kind of dual credit with us. Some of those were early college high school, some weren't. About 1,500 had just taken some dual credit. And I can see how many of them eventually earned an associate degree at San Jacinto College and how many of them have earned bachelor degrees. And so I can see that now. I wish the numbers were still better, but with the dual credit students, about 55% of them were enrolled in a four-year university at that point. I know about 64% of them, because they could get an associate degree, earned an associate degree with us. So those numbers are more than 100 because some earned associate degrees and then went on and still got a bachelor's degree. So I know they're moving on, and then I get the GPA reports. I'm anxious to see some of the data that Julie has mentioned that they will be giving us, so I can really track that more by student. Does that help?
It does. I mean, it's a big, complicated issue. You would think that if these students are not ready from either because of dual credit or associate's degree, that four-year universities would complain, and that data has got to be somewhere. So look, I'm kind of new to this, but it's a very important area. Thank you.
Oh, no. Oh, good.
I should say that the coordinating board also tracks that data for all of the community colleges and universities across the state, and how students then, how they feed into other institutions afterwards. So maybe not as up to date as we would always like, because there's a little bit of a lag, but I think we have coming out with fairly recent data now within the next month. But Rex will talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, one of the concerns that I was going to cover later actually addresses this issue. And part of what we need to keep in mind is that dual credit has been expanded to 9th and 10th graders. That's a decision that's still left up to the colleges and the ISDs on whether to extend that to them or not. But you'll see in a couple of minutes that number has gone up tremendously, but that's only been extended to them outside of the early college high school model starting in fall of 2015. So prior to that, freshmen and sophomores would only typically have been in dual credit if they were in an early college high school model, which has been traditionally characterized by a lot of support, also characterized by very few, as Dr. Hellier pointed out, you usually start off in the freshman year with maybe a course or two. You take a couple more in the sophomore, and then you really ramp up your dual credit in an early college high school model in the junior and senior years. But a lot of that time is spent with them. There's an awful lot of support. There's a lot of intrusive advising, if you will, that goes with the early college model, the early college high school model, that we may or may not see in just opening it up to 9th and 10th graders. And so there may be some differences there, but again, that only started in fall of 2015. So it's gonna be a while, and we'll track the students and keep an eye on the data, but it'll be a while before we really see the full results of that.
Let me ask you a quick question, Rex, and I apologize for my ignorance. So who owns the early college high school? I mean, is that the community college, or is that the ISDs, or is that a partnership?
They're created through an MOU with the ISDs and the colleges. So in some sense, they both own it in that regard.
So it's a partnership between both. How many of those are there?
I think the number that was just announced for this next year is 166, I believe. That's statewide. There were 16 more added for next year, I believe, and I may be one or two off on those numbers. But there were also a number of about a dozen or so that ceased.
In some cities and school districts have pursued the early college high school model much more aggressively than others. For example, El Paso has, 10 early college high schools?
They have at least a half a dozen or more by now. Yes, sir.
David?
Are these classes taught at the high school, or do the high school kids have to come to college in the evening?
It depends on the model that you have and what's established by the MOU. In the early days of early college high schools, the high schools themselves were usually located on a college campus. And in fact, when they first started, they were required to be located on a college campus. And students took their high school courses in that sort of high school setting, if you will, from regular high school faculty. And when they started taking their dual credit courses or college courses, they simply went into the college population. There are varying models for that now, some of which there are still a lot of them that are located on college campuses. There are some that are located on a high school campus, and college faculty will travel to that campus to provide the coursework and so forth. So there are varying models now of how that works.
Don't you think so? If they're located in high school, a lot of kids that have no access to go to college or something can attend these dual credits at high school. It'll be beneficial.
Well, they could. They could also attend. I mean, most of the early college high school that were located on a college campus, the high schools provided busing and everything, so that, and in fact, the early ones were required to be at least 50% economically disadvantaged or at-risk students, so that they purposely went after students who otherwise might not attend college at all. And transportation was provided to them to that early college high school, just as it would have been to any of the other high schools or institutions of public education.
Each one of ours depends on the partnership we have. And so, for example, with Clear Horizons, all 4 years of high school and the 2 years of college are housed on our campus. They have a wing of our campus. With our Pasadena and Sheldon, they have a wing of their high school dedicated, so the first 2 years are totally on their campus, and then they move to our campus. And Galena Park is housed on our campus also. As far as dual credit, it's just what Rex said. At Galena Park, I may teach a couple of morning classes on their campus, and then they will bus students over for some afternoon classes, and so it just depends that way. And for us, we are taking our college faculty out to those high schools to teach.
Thank you.
So just following up on the chairman's question, what's the coordinating board's role in the creation of these early college high schools?
We don't really have
a
one.
role?
Other than making sure that the college courses that are taught are college courses, we don't really have a role in early college high schools.
I have a question.
Christina?
First, I'd like to commend your work with the dual credit. I personally know people who've gone to early college high schools and have thrived, and it was a great launching pad for them to accomplish their dreams. And I had a concern that I wanted to voice, that it was a comment that I received from several student regents that they have voiced to me as a concern. I don't know if, I know that these particular students had taken several dual credit courses. I don't know if they were specifically at an early college-ready high school or what context they were taking the dual credit. They said that when they got to college, they had taken several courses and were beyond the freshman year, and some of them were entering as sophomores, some were somewhere in between, and at any rate, they missed the window of all of the, the freshman support that the major university gave. During freshman year, students get lots of guidance and like freshman courses that really help them set the navigation for their 4 years. They had missed those, and therefore they did not receive a lot of guidance as they were trying to navigate those next 4 years when they made it to the major university. I was wondering if, I don't know if things have changed, because I know we've all kind of several years ago, but if the community colleges have whether it be intrusive advising or some sort of support to help prepare them to make that navigation, since they're not going to be able to receive that navigation if they have more credits than a freshman.
If I may, as lead teacher, I want to get back on the syllabus, because that question you just asked, I know Dr. Topliff is going to kind of get to that and how that kind of worked for his four-year institution when they show up.
Mm-hmm.
So if I could have my TA here actually go through some of the things on dual credit, and then David will go right into what you just asked, I think, and I looked like he was ready to hit that button. So we would definitely, if we can just hold that so he can actually get through that, and he will answer that, because that's something that we're going to discuss.
Okay, so let's kind of go back to the beginnings of what dual credit is. And first of all, I want to point out that I've heard dual credit described in a couple of different ways. I've heard it described as the perfect hybrid between high school and college, and I've heard it described as good preparation for college. But I think it's important to note that what dual credit really is a college level credit course for which a student also gets high school credit. And so first and foremost, it is a college level course, and that's one of the reasons why we've or at least beginning to adopt the mantra, if you will, that if you want to take a college level course, you need to be college ready in order to do that. So as I noted before, dual credit is a partnership between ISDs and independent school districts, and those MOUs govern the types of courses that will be offered. It can also determine the level at which they've been offered. One thing that's important to note about the legislation that opened dual credit up to freshmen and sophomores in a broad way is the legislation specified that the coordinating board could make no rule governing those issues, but the ISDs and the colleges can still arrive at an agreement about those things. Under current law, the courses that are eligible for dual credit, as you can see, there are courses that are in an institution's core curriculum, foreign language courses, but also WECM credit courses, which is the workforce education course guide manual. And so career and technical education courses that are found in it are also eligible for dual credit. And then if a four-year institution is offering dual credit, it's those things that are in their approved undergraduate course inventory. All right? And that dual credit is not available for developmental education. And as noted, the grade level eligibility has now been changed so that it's really open to anybody in high school, freshman through senior, and there are no limit on the number of courses that they can take. Or at least, again, the coordinating board cannot establish any limit on that. That can still be established at a local level. So dual credit, part of the responsibilities that we have, as Dr. Hellier noted, is to, first of all, make sure that the courses are the same. So that a course being taught for dual credit should be substantially the same as the course being taught on campus, if you will. SACS and the coordinating board have rules and that govern these things, and it's always been around mode of delivery. So the online courses are supposed to be substantially the same as those taught face-to-face, while dual credit courses are to be substantially the same as those taught on campus. And faculty must meet the same kind of credentialing standards that college faculty meet that are teaching on campus. And one thing that was not mentioned earlier is that they're also, the instructors should also be supervised, and most importantly, they should be evaluated in the same manner that sort of regular college instructors are. And as I said, the courses that are available for dual credit funding are those in the core curriculum, career and technical education courses, foreign language courses, and for a four-year institution in their approved inventory. So this does not preclude offering other courses for dual credit, but they are not eligible for contact hour funding. There are two basic ways that a student can demonstrate their eligibility for dual credit. One is through demonstrating college readiness, which Dr. Kramer talked about earlier, and you see there repeated the methods by which you can do that. But we also have in place dual credit eligibility, which is not college readiness standards, but they're sort of predictions of your ability to perform at the college level. And those are and you see those listed there. Part of what has happened with the opening up of dual credit to 9th and 10th graders is that some of these things are simply not available for a 9th grader to take on any kind of widespread basis. If you look at English 2 and Algebra 1, then typically you don't take Algebra 1 until you're a 9th grader. You don't take English 2 typically until you're a sophomore. So some of these dual credit eligibility measures are not available to them. So that's an issue that we are working on. And you can see that there are some advantages to dual credit. And there is no doubt, if you look at this slide, that the 4-year completion rates and 5-year completion rates for students who enroll in public 4-year institutions who had some dual credit complete at higher rates than those who don't. And so this has long been established as a sort of a way to incentivize students, if you will, or to get them motivated to go to college and then to complete college. So it definitely has some advantages to it. Right? But dual credit enrollment has also grown tremendously. As Dr. Hellyer pointed out, in fall of 2015, there were over 133,000 students enrolled in dual credit. And in the year 2000, there were almost 18,000. So there's been tremendous growth in dual credit over the years. And you can see that 94% of that dual credit enrollment is at community colleges. So 6% at 4-year institutions. And we also had the largest numerical increase we've ever had of 21,000 students. There are a couple of reasons for that. One is that technical dual credit is increasing. So that has gone up. 15% of it is now in technical credit hours, and 12% in 2013 was in that category. So that is a growing category of dual credit. But you can also see on this slide that we've also had in that 1-year time period, we had some fairly significant growth in 14 and 15-year-olds. And I think this goes back a little bit to the question about early college, high school, and dual credit, and the differences or distinctions that can be made between the two of them. For us, a dual credit student can be either a dual credit student or it can be an early college, high school student. We don't often really know the difference between the two because of the way things are reported to us. So in fall of 2014, that 12,000 plus 14 and 15-year-olds that were enrolled in dual credit were most likely, the vast majority of them were in early college, high schools. But that tremendous growth in fall of 2015 probably reflects the opening up of dual credit to 9th and 10th graders. So this has led to some concerns on our part, and those concerns revolve around, with the expansion of this, we see that probably more and more high school faculty will be teaching dual credit. And while they have to meet SAC standards and coordinating board standards for teaching, as Dr. Hellyer pointed out, there's also a lot of considerations around their readiness to teach college. if you will. And this is not their fault, by the way. They've taught high school. They know how to teach high school. They have not taught college, but most of the time they're eager to learn. So one of the things that we have to think about is the kind of professional development that's going to be needed to go forward if we're going to meet the demand for this. And I know that Dr. Topliff will address this a little bit as well. And also another concern that was raised about the readiness of these students. We've really opened the doors up so that it's really quite possible for not any high school student, but high school students who demonstrate college readiness to exit high school with 60 hours of dual credit or more and step into a 4-year institution at the ripe old age of 18 and be juniors. And we don't currently have a lot of mechanisms in place for a junior to be a first-year college student in the sense of actually being away from home, going off somewhere, living in a dorm, perhaps. And so there are concerns about that. College readiness measures, as we have them today, measure a student's intellectual ability, but we don't know much about what their emotional or psychological ability is to make those kind of adaptations. So there's also some concerns about how we handle that as well. And so we probably may need something like a first-year experience for juniors who's now gone away to college for the first time. And at this point,
Can I make a
unless you have
statement
some
on
questions,
that? I would expect the person who completed 60 hours of credit by the time they graduate from high school to have a very high emotional IQ and probably be more than ready to handle the first year of college. I would think that they would need an introduction, like, this is your dorm room, there's the bathrooms, this is where you get food, and there's your classes over there. But beyond that, I would expect that these would be probably the above average students. Would you not?
I don't think we know. And it looks like the commissioner might want to weigh in on that. And I don't know that we really know the answer to that as of yet. I think that one could expect that, but I'm not sure. And I think one of the things that we'll need to track as we go forward is how well do those students do, and do they perform as well as we would expect them to.
I ask you, what's the emotional impact you're talking about, please?
Well, I think part of it is just that experience of being, when you're still at home, going to high school, there's a lot of structure provided around that. And, there's hundreds, if not thousands or millions of stories out there of the student who, my nephew is one of them, for example, who was a very good high school student, did really well, got a full scholarship, in fact, and to a college, and he didn't really know how to act when he got to college, let's put it that way. And he later finished college, but it was well past the 4-year plan and so forth. And a lot of it was that he simply was not emotionally or psychologically ready to be on his own, is what it really comes down to, I think.
You mean being irresponsible? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
That's it.
And I think on just a quick comment along that line, there are a lot of, I know several high schools where I live in Dallas are actually focusing on individual college preparedness programs that are also inclusive of the parents. So the parents participate their last 2 years at high school with the students so that when there are those types of issues, the parents are aware of it, number one. And number two, they can be the support that the student needs before they get there, especially first generation students.
I tell you, my son did the same thing, was very irresponsible. I said, take your automobile away, take care of it.
I think I know that clearly a lot of the students are probably very emotionally mature, as Dr. Tischer pointed out. But one of the big decisions you have to make as a junior is what's your major going to be? And at 18, even though they're mature, a lot of them kind of struggle with that question at 18.
They do. If there are no other questions, we'll turn it over to Dr. Topliff for a few remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Jenkins. I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you a little bit about the dual credit and college readiness approach that we were taking at Angelo State University. I've got reams and reams of data, and I find myself in the unenviable position of being the only thing between you and lunch. So I will try and condense this down as much as possible. We undertook a decision to get into the dual credit business about a year ago, just over a year ago. A number of reasons for that I won't go into all of those, but one of them was because we knew of the impact of dual credit on our retention. So in the last year, in the fall of 2015, we went from less than 40 dual credit students that were actually on our campus to 1,871. The majority are in 17 high schools with which we have MOUs in the state of Texas. Now, these 17 high schools have already been in the dual credit business, so these are not new high schools. They are high schools that have been providing dual credit. They simply changed providers from whoever they were with in the past to Angelo State University. This past spring, that number went up to 1,921 students. The average credit hours that they're taking is just under 5 per student, and if we look at the entire year, it's about 2,148 unique enrollments in those 17 high schools. We are using the high school teachers that are there that have been providing dual credit, but even though they have been providing dual credit in the past, they still must be credentialed. I personally credential every one of them. I look at every one of their transcripts to make sure that they meet SACS requirements. So it's not a staff level person that's making that determination. That falls to me as the Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs. We further bring those high school students to our campus for a summer session that's currently 2 days long and provide those professional development opportunities. Now, part of that is to get them to understand how they access our learning management system, to get them to understand what the requirements are to access our internet network. And so there's some of that is actually just sort of nuts and bolts types of things. But in addition to that, we try to connect them to, or not try, we do connect them to our faculty in that particular area in which they teach. This past year, we've had a number of groups that have formed where they have email conversations on a very frequent basis about what is going on in the classroom. So we're not just turning them loose and saying, okay, you're going to teach English 1301, and at the end of the semester, tell us what grade a student made, and by the way, we really appreciate your participation. It's much more intrusive than that with these high school teachers. This coming year, we intend to increase those professional development opportunities to a longer period of time, and in fact are looking for ways to pay for that so that it's not a cost to that high school teacher. So let me just give you a little bit of a snapshot of what we know about dual credit at Angelo State University. And these are data from the fall of 2010 to the fall of 2014, and this would be dual credit from providers other than ASU, because we just got into the dual credit business. In that time, we have enrolled 6,725 first-time, full-time freshmen. Of those, 56%, or roughly 3,800, showed up at our institution with 3 or more hours of dual credit. And it could be as much as 45 or 50 hours. We did not break the data, or I didn't break the data out for you to that level. But here's what I can tell you, that of those students, the first to second year retention rate is 22% higher for those that have, 22 percentage points higher for those that have dual credit versus those that show up on our campus without dual credit. So our first to second year retention rates are 69, almost 70% for those with dual credit. For those without any dual credit, 47%. So for Angelo State University, has a critical impact that they show up on our campus with dual credit. If we look at those that are in STEM majors, the effect is essentially the same, 23% percentage points higher first to second year retention rate for STEM majors that show up on our campus with dual credit. So we view that as a very critical part of our retention strategy. If we look at graduation rates, it's very similar. For those that are in STEM fields, the graduation rate in 6 years is 16 percentage points higher than those that show up on our campus without. And the 4-year graduation rates are very similar. So for us, dual credit is a real critical part of our retention strategy and also helps with our graduation. So that's one of the reasons that we made the decision to get into the dual credit business. Now, I would, if you'll permit me to say just a little bit about college readiness. And you saw in the slide that there's a different standard for students to take dual credit versus those that show up on our campus without dual credit to enroll at our university. This past year, we actually ran into an issue with that because, as you see there, college readiness demonstrated by Algebra 2 and English 3 STAR end-of-course exams were not even available last year. So students didn't have the opportunity to demonstrate college readiness. So if their ACT or SAT scores were too low, the only other way that they could do that was through the TSI assessment. We have found that high school counselors in general do not understand that. And we know that because when we send a student an email that says you are not college ready, and they talk to their high school counselor calls us and says, what do you mean they're not high school or not college ready? And so we've had a large job to try and educate high school counselors in that regard. The other thing that I would say about the TSI assessment is that I have reservations about the validity of a test that takes 8 hours for a student to complete. If they have to take all 3 parts of the TSIA, it can take them up to 8 hours. Now, I don't know about you, but my attention span is not 8 hours long, and I'm pretty sure that these high school students are. So as a result, what we've done is undertake what is allowed in law, what we call holistic advising. So rather than relying strictly on the TSI, we have looked at their scores in SAT or SAT and ignored the composite and looked at just the individual scores in math and English. What we've found is that if they have a 19 or the equivalent in the SAT, 19 on the ACT in English, even though their composite score was below what was considered to make them TSI exempt, then the success rate in English 1 was not different than those that showed up as college ready. So we were forced to do that because of the number of students that showed up on our campus to enroll this past year that were not considered college ready. So I hope that going forward we can have a discussion about how that all works, and it's not a problem for the flagship universities because those students that are not college ready don't get to enroll at those universities. But for the regional comprehensives, it is a growing problem and one that I hope that we can have a discussion about. So with that, I'll turn it back and see if there are any questions.
And if I, Commissioner, you're my boss.
Please go ahead.
If I may, Dr. Topliff talked about the TSIA, and we do allow up to 8 hours, but we have found typically it's about a 4-hour exam, which is still long for my attention span also, but that is what we've typically found is about 4 hours. But what I want to at least bring to your attention, and this is kind of moving forward and as we've closed out at least our part of the presentation, is that we've developed a system through the years, and I think if we go back, can you go back to the slide, this one right here? We've developed a system based off a high school graduation plan that was kind of college ready, right? And now we have a high school graduation plan that's optional. College readiness is optional. So you had talked about certain students having 60 hours and they might have already been high flyers and high performers. That may have been the case, but we don't know what the future is going to hold. As we've expanded, and you can see what 650% expansion in 15 years. What expands 650% other than the price of bubble gum? And with that, we are not sure whether these students are still college ready. And what we grapple with is we now have 9th graders and 10th graders who are allowed to enter college based off an eligibility, when which a graduate of high school cannot do. That's a conversation that we are constantly having, that a ninth grader can show predictive of college readiness and possibly take it, but our high school graduates have a higher bar to get into college in some instances. So I love that Dr. Topliff talked about looking at his data, and I know Dr. Hellier does this. They look at their data, they figure out what gets them in. They probably do co-requisite models in some instances when it works for them, and that's what we want institutions to start doing if it makes sense for their data. But this is something that we really have to get our hands around. And we also have to talk to K-12 counselors and get them to understand what college readiness is and what that means for your student, not just to get out of high school, but to get through college. That's where we're having to do. Their accountability is high school graduation. Our accountability is completion. And we have to go back and retrain and advise them to do that, so the schools aren't having to spend a lot of their time to remind them why their so-called students who graduate from high school aren't actually ready for college. That's it, my boss.
And I will say, I'm not trying to cast aspersions on the TSI, but I just think that there are some issues that we need to be aware of. And I know that not all students take 8 hours to take it. But I can also tell you that if they show up on our campus, and we have a testing center that provides TSI testing, if they show up to enroll and they have to take the TSI, and it takes them all day to take the TSI, then we're going to have a hard time enrolling them.
I'm very concerned about this rush to expand dual credit as quickly as possible. Here's some basic numbers. According to ACT, and ACT are not the most rigorous standards in the world. According to ACT, 27% of Texas high school seniors are college ready across the board. We've got 300,000 high school seniors in Texas. 27% of those is around 81,000. I think it's fair to say that if you go down to the junior, the sophomore, and freshman years, you're going to see significant decreases in the number of college-ready students. We've already got 133,000 students taking dual credit courses. We've got 81,000 seniors that are college-ready. And if you do the math, a simple arithmetic, we're very close to reaching the maximum number of students that are defined as college ready. If we go back to that slide that shows what the exemptions and the college readiness standards are. That one, no.
Oh, sorry. Did I miss it?
That, well, okay.
This one.
Anyway. That one. Notice that you can be declared college eligible if you take an Algebra 1 star EOC plus passing grade in Algebra 2. We've seen the data from Texas. The only thing that gets you college ready in math is 4 years of rigorous math. I get very worried about the notion of colleges and universities giving the syllabus to a high school teacher and saying, this is what you should teach. Standards of rigor are not embedded in syllabi. This to me sounds like we are expanding dual credit beyond the pool of students who actually can do college-ready work. Everybody in education, whether it's K through 12 or higher education, knows that we have diminished standards over the past 20 years, 30 years. The most common grade in education nowadays is an A, whether it's higher education or public education. 40% of kids who have a straight A average in high school are placed in developmental education. We have got to maintain rigor. If you look at international studies, our high school seniors are two years behind high school seniors in the highest achieving countries. We have got to restore rigor, and the evidence suggests that we are not doing that. A book like Academically Adrift, which shows that very large percentages of college seniors don't have basic mastery in certain disciplines. Only 12% of employers consider college graduates to be ready for the workforce. we've got to make sure that we are not expanding these programs beyond the ability of high schools to provide qualified students to do genuine college work. And the evidence suggests, as I said, that we are already about maxed out in the number of students from high school that can do rigorous college work. We can't be giving away low-quality degrees. And I'm worried that if we continue to expand dual credit in early college high schools at current rates, we're going to get there very quickly.
Commissioner, I have a question. Okay, so what do you mean? You said that we maxed out. You said 27% of high school graduates, seniors are college ready based on the ACT.
Right.
So you don't think that number can move higher with better high school?
No, my
training?
point is we're expanding dual credit programs faster than we're raising that number.
I see.
And I guess Rex or Gerald, one of y'all also pointed out, and you've talked about this, it is the teachers and their preparedness. And I guess that's another piece of the disconnect, because I know when we talk about a lot of the programs where you try and drive, it's all teacher dependent. And if we've got great teachers, we're going to have great results. And I guess that's one of the concerns that I have is their capability to be able to teach at that level, and where does that actually come to make sure that each one of those students is receiving that kind of instruction?
Yeah, and I think what we see is that there are a lot of institutions, and I think we have two here today that have given us some examples of how they're trying to pursue that and to make sure that those high school faculty, but we don't know how consistent that is across the state of Texas and how well those kind of standards are being applied. And so that's also one of the things that we need to work on, is to make sure that piece is there.
And along those lines, and I joke, but if you take a class full of sixth graders, it's probably a sixth grade class, right? It's not magically all of a sudden an eighth grade class. And what we're trying to do is ensure that if you're going to offer that class, that it is actually what the leaders here from the institutions have tried to do, and get their hands around their teachers and their faculty. The teachers are doing the best that they can at the K-12 level as well as the community college level and four-year level. So, but we want to ensure moving forward that you all are aware that as this growth happens, we are kind of a new world here, and we want to get our hands around it. You may know we recently introduced rules that kind of made sure if you're going to take a college class, you have to show college readiness. Okay, we've since pulled those down, but we're going to have to continue to revisit that and understand that sort of impact at the K-12 level and the impact to our institutions. Part of that also is if you do take a class that's dual credit, or early college, high school, same thing. And it's kind of what Christina was saying is, what does that do once I transfer? Once I show up on your campus, how is that applied? I don't know, David, did you want to say how at least you do that for Angelos?
And I apologize for not addressing that after we said that I would, but, and I can't speak for every campus, but on our campus, when a first-time student shows up, regardless of how much dual credit they have, they are still considered as a first-time freshman, even though hour-wise they might not be. They are required to take what we call a signature course. We have a freshman college. We're one of the few universities that has a freshman college. And all students are advised through that freshman college, again, regardless of how many hours they show up on our campus with. They have to take that freshman signature course. They are advised by professional advisors. And you heard about the Texas state system being very intrusive with their advisors. We are as well. We have what's called an early alert system, and if a student is early alerted, then we're intrusive to the point that we'll go see if we can find them in their dorm room if we can't contact them any other way. And it will surprise you how many of them you'll wake up out of their dorm room when you do that. And again, I can't speak for all institutions, but I know at our institution, we treat those that with dual credit the same way that we would an incoming freshman that had no hours.
Thank you, Donald.
I got a comment to make about Commissioner is right. There's a lot of high schools that just are lower grades. They just pass on to the next class. Even the kids are not ready for the next class to move on.
And I just don't want to undermine. The rigor is so important, no matter what level you're going to do, level Cert 1, Cert 2. I mean, our mantra in CRS is college is hard. And I don't want people to think that it's not. It is difficult. And even for students who may not want to achieve a bachelor's degree, that level 1 certification is going to require a level of rigor, level of critical thinking and problem-solving skills that come from those sort of tougher classes. And I'm sure that the institutions are seeing that and wanting that for their own credentials that they're giving out. I'm sorry, Kristen.
I had two thoughts. First, thank you for answering my question. I think what y'all are doing at Angelo State is very beneficial to the students. It is a concern for me that there's so much inconsistency where we have Angelo State that's doing it, but I talked with a dean at another school who they don't. So when they're coming out, they might be going to different schools, and I'm wondering where the responsibility lies to make sure that these students are ready. If it's the four-year institution that they're coming to, is it their responsibility to make sure that they help them navigate with having to choose a major and just all of the stuff that a typical freshman would get? Or is it the institution that is giving them the dual credit and putting them beyond the freshman title? Where does the...
Well, it looks like Rex might have something to say. I know from our division, we want to make sure students are college ready. We make sure colleges are student ready. So part of our role here, as far as Commissioner and David's leadership for us, is to make sure we're hitting it from both sides and actually helping them, giving them resources to be able to be thoughtful about that. Julie's division gives us data to be able to figure out where we are, and then we can actually address some of those issues that you're bringing up. Right?
Yeah, I think in some sense it's a shared responsibility, but it also depends on what type of college readiness are you addressing. And if you're talking about purely the academic college readiness, then that really falls on the secondary school system to make sure that they're graduating students who are college ready. Now, I know that higher education then fills the gap in quite a bit, and primarily community colleges fulfill that role. But the academic piece of this is, at least it should be, the primary responsibility of the secondary system. Now, then the other piece of this is sort of that psychological, emotional kind of readiness. And I think that to some extent is a shared responsibility because, colleges address it now with freshman seminars and so forth. And that takes a lot of different forms at both 2- and 4-year schools.
Ms. Delgado, I'd like to add also that I do think it's a shared responsibility. We need to get these students on a pathway from the start. And while you had mentioned needing to pick a major their junior year, we're really hoping we can get them on that pathway earlier. If they're doing dual credit, we need to know what that pathway is they're considering. And San Jacinto College is part of a national pathways project to try to work on that alignment, because the one thing you also don't want is those students leaving with excess hours that go wasted. Mm-hmm. And we all know that is an issue. And so it is throughout the system working on those issues. And I do want to come back to Dr. Booker on the rules and the data. I really want all of you to know that the community colleges want to be part of that. We want to look at those rules and we want to work on the data, piece together and analyze that. And I can tell you, if there are issues with anything that San Jacinto College is doing, that's an issue to me, and that's an issue to my people, and we are totally focused on that. And I can tell you that is the same response from the other community college partners. And so as we dig into the data, we need to understand it, and we need to figure out what those answers need to be moving forward.
I have a second question, if I may. Earlier, the commissioner and the chairman had mentioned the rigor and the issue of having the idea proposed of high school teachers teaching the dual credit and the problem, the gaps between the high school curriculum versus a college rigor. And I'm wondering if it would be advantageous for to maybe, create some sort of a certification or a training that's special for high school teachers to be able to teach a dual credit.
But I think that some of that already exists in the ACGM. I mean, we have learning outcomes that are listed for each of those courses And so if we're teaching to the learning outcomes, then that should be at least a starting place. And I don't know that I would agree that there's a difference between the high school syllabus and the college syllabus. At least in our case, there's not, because the learning outcomes that we are assessing are the same for those courses that are on campus as those that are taught in the high school. Now, again, I can't speak for everyone, but I would assume, Dr. Hellier, to be the same for you.
It is. Now, there could be, if it's a high school teacher, there could be a different grade for high school portion of that course, but there's alignment all the way through. And then the college course could have something different. Now, if it's a college faculty member or one of my faculty members teaching the entire course, normally the high school grade and the college grade are exactly the same, but it's all learning outcomes defined. There may be just a little tweak that could be different with some course if it's for the high school portion versus the college, but there has to be that alignment. We have to do professional development with, if we have any high school teachers teaching for us, to make sure they understand the expectations. Again, it's our coursework.
All right, and if there's no other questions, I once again, this is a fascinating subject, and one, as the commissioner points out, has a lot of work to do, has a lot of potential, but I think there's a lot of communication, once again, between the institutions and the coordinating board and the data and analysis, but I applaud the wonderful work that y'all are doing to lead the way in that, because it is, at the end of the day, if we're going to hit our numbers, this has to be a piece that allows us to do so. And so we want to make sure that we do it as well as can possibly be done. So thank you very, very much for being here. Wonderful.
Thank you.
All right, we will keep moving. And now we get to agenda item number 5, which is the recognition of excellence, which is meant to showcase models of excellence within the education community and highlight outstanding work of our education faculty and administrators and the outstanding institutional programs from around our state. Today we'll showcase the excellence of Lone Star College Montgomery for their integrated reading and writing program. This program has been recognized as a model of excellence in the Developmental Education Best Practices Report to the Texas Legislature in response to Rider 52 of the General Appropriations Act of the 82nd Texas Legislature. And to my fellow new board members, I will tell you that this is the part of our board meeting that I will say is the most inspirational. We do this recognition of excellence at virtually every board meeting, and each time you will find and be impressed and proud of the work that our institutions are doing, because it is innovative. And I do think it is one of our roles is to make sure that the rest of the state knows about the things that are taking place in these specific institutions, and we make it public so that we can all learn from that. And so today, to tell us more about the program is Dr. James McGee, Vice President of Instruction with the Lone Star College Montgomery, and Dr. Brandy Harvey, Dean of Instruction, Lone Star College Montgomery. So to each of you, thank you for being here, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you for inviting us. Thank you for recognizing our program. We've worked really hard, and I want to introduce the people I have with me. Seated with Dr. McGee, we have 2 faculty members, Haley Stoner and Missy Dennis, who started out as adjuncts when we were working on this project and are now in full-time, partial full-time faculty roles. Elizabeth Pena, who was one of our first developmental dedicated faculty members. Terrence Hudson, who was a student when we first started this project and is now finishing the work for his bachelor's degree in psychology. And Uridale Davis, who was our second developmental dedicated faculty member as we began the project. So this project began in 2010 when Lone Star College Montgomery was awarded the Developmental Education Demonstration Project grant. With this grant, our focus was to move our students who tested into developmental English more quickly and more successfully through the developmental sequence into credit courses, and to have them find success when they reached those credit courses. So to get there, what we did was integrate reading and writing. We reduced the number of courses they needed to take. We reduced it from 4 to 2. And so now we have 2 levels. The first level of integrated reading and writing, English 0302, and 0309, the higher level of integrated reading and writing. resulting from the grant, as I said, we had 2 dedicated developmental English faculty members. Before this time, we simply had our regular credit English faculty members and many adjunct faculty members, to be honest with you. The developmental courses were taught mainly by adjunct faculty members. And by hiring faculty members who are dedicated to the developmental English program, we were able to bring in perspectives that we hadn't seen before. And working with credit and developmental English faculty members, we created cohort groups that supported the adjuncts who had, simply been teaching the courses. The cohort groups worked together. They provided support for one another from full-time to adjunct and back and forth, talking about issues of curriculum, talking about issues of time, talking about issues of integration and successes of integration. And when I talk to the faculty members who have been part of this entire process over the past 5-6 years, it is these cohort groups that they keep turning back to as what helps this program to become successful. Out of the cohort groups, what came was a curriculum that is pretty specific to the Lone Star College Montgomery campus. We moved from the use of textbooks. We worked with publishers who offered both textbooks and labs for the students. You can see we have a timeline where we had various kinds of labs, and we moved from the Cengage lab to My Skills Lab, USA Today. And now if you look, you see that we have a current events lab. We have moved away from the textbooks and the purchased lab platforms. These faculty members created modules, online modules, specifically designed for our students and their needs. And what that does is it frees up our adjuncts and our full-time faculty members to tailor the course depending on what the needs of the current population might be. Along with the online modules, we have a common reader, which I'll speak about in a few minutes, but also very key to what our cohort groups discovered is at the bottom of this screen. We needed the computer classrooms to provide both the reading and the writing component simultaneously, as well as space in those classrooms for the handwritten and the hand reading work that needed to happen. So we have 6 integrated reading and writing designated classrooms, and we cap the classes at 20 students. It would be great to lower that cap so we could have more individualized attention, but the 20 student cap really helped us to create a sense of community in those classrooms so that the students could have individualized attention and access the modules in a way that was meaningful to them. I spoke a second ago about the common readers. So we didn't have a textbook. It's important for students to learn how to read something that's in front of them in book format with a beginning, middle, and end. So one way we approached this was with common readers. We used both works of fiction and nonfiction selected by faculty members, purchased by the department. So still the students are not purchasing a textbook, but they have access to something that's tangible and not just in a module. They have something that's consumable on paper. We have various themes, which we found to be very beneficial to provide context for the course, to provide topics for writing. If you think about the developmental English student, part of the struggle the student faces is a blank page and not feeling like they have something to say. Having the reader, whether it be fiction or nonfiction, The Glass Castle, Wild, Waiting for Superman. I used Born to Run, about the Tarahumara. Have you heard of them? They're the barefoot runners of Mexico. So having this reader where the students come to class having read chapter 1, they have something that they are the experts on, something that they have information that they can use for conversation, for writing assignments, and some of these are educational themes. Some of them are, a sense of adventure. Some are inspirational. And it really depends on how the faculty member wanted to approach it, and students buy in because of the excitement of the faculty member. So that's been a really great addition to the integrated reading and writing program we have, and I think is a key to the success of the project. Another way we've engaged the students with the tangible written word is by connecting the classes. From the beginning of our integrated reading and writing project, students have had the option to take credit courses. And they have taken, you know, there's a list of them here: speech, math, history, Spanish, sociology. But we've also had learning communities. We've linked courses together so that the group of 20 students in 10309 class is also taking speech 1315, and that's what Terrence did. He was enrolled in an 0309 alongside a speech class, and those students traveled together from one class into the next class, the next time slot, and they worked together. The faculty members worked together to make sure that the students were grasping the material in the non-English class through their reading strategies they were learning in the English class. And I'm sure you'll have questions for Terrence about that later. He ended up taking those two professors multiple times throughout his time at Lone Star College because the connection was just so, it was ready-made and it was authentic. Also characteristic of our integrated reading and writing program, this came along about a year after we got started, was this idea of self-efficacy. And I was listening to the conversation about dual credit and wondered if this might be a component that might benefit some of the dual credit students. So Beverly Turner, our department chair, came up with this idea of teaching students how to be good students and good professionals. A lot of these developmental English students are the first students in their families to attend college. They don't understand what it means to schedule their day for college. If you notice, number 3 in the self-strategies is pack a bag. And this covers things like packing your backpack for your day at school, packing a briefcase if you're going to a meeting, putting together the materials you need if you're going to an interview. So, you know, these, while you look at these and think, gosh, these are really very basic ideas, for these students, it's a metacognition thing. They've never stopped to think about how to think about these things. So by incorporating these strategies into the coursework, the students gain a confidence that because it's part of the coursework, hey, I'm not the only one who doesn't know how to do this. And together, my classmates and I are becoming more competent college students. So this is one of my favorite parts of the integrated reading and writing program. And the thing is, the cohort groups work together and they came up with common approaches to the course, but there's no standardized way to deliver this. So when I'm teaching 0309, this might be a very different component than when Elizabeth teaches 0309, and it might vary from semester to semester depending on the students in the class. And that's been the great thing about our program, is the flexibility to grow and change depending on what the community needs are. So to put it into practice, a couple years ago we came up with this idea for Register Back. And at the end of the 0302 and the 0309 semester, when it was time to register for the upcoming semester, we took a break in the classwork. We brought in something we call Maverick Leaders, the leaders on our campus who are students, advisors, counselors, and of course the instructor of the course. Took a break, couple of days, log into the computers, get out the degree plans, let's talk about where you're headed next. And so the students registered in the classroom with the conversations going on around them about how to plan ahead. So these strategies for self-efficacy became part of their college experience, not just their experience in this classroom. Instructors can give advice on, you know, I really saw you interested in this component of the book. Physics might be a really great class for you to take, when before they might have shied away from physics. So what we did is we had a 70% adjunct person helping us look after these, before the students enrolled in 0309, looking at their placement, looking at their scores, looking at their background, and that's Missy. She basically case managed where these students were heading before they got into the developmental English classes to make sure that they were in the right place bumping them up rather than pulling them down when they were on the borderline. And then the instructor takes it from there to make sure that where they're headed next is where they're capable of heading, helping the students understand, you know what, you might not really be ready for that class next semester. Why don't you take this one instead? And then think about that one later. And what that did was help build relationships so that the students return to the instructor the next time they're registering and say, you know what, I think this is where I want to head for next semester. What do you think? And it's a great bridge out of the developmental English course to the broader college community. So, really, if we want to get to the nuts and bolts of it, it's a time and money saver for these students. The curriculum, the self-efficacy lessons, the help in registration are great ways to get rid of a lot of the barriers these students face. But one of the great barriers these students face is money, and maybe even above money is time. These students don't have the time to take 4 developmental English classes that are 4 hours each. If a student were to test in the lowest level before we integrated, they would be spending 8 hours per semester per week in 0304 and 0306. There's no time to think about anything else except maybe going to work to make money to pay for the classes. By integrating the curriculum, the students' time is opened up. They can take more classes. They can do lots of other things. So we've calculated that the cost savings for a student who tests into the lowest level of developmental English is $928. Previous to the integration, they would have paid, full tuition for all 4 courses, and we're just talking about in-district tuition here. $320 for textbooks, transportation expenses, and by reducing the amount of time they're spending, we're saving them time, we're saving them money. By eliminating the textbook, we're saving them even more money. We just feel like this is a great savings plan for our students who are already up against something that's pretty daunting. Not to mention the psychological savings we're saving them. You're in developmental English. Automatically, psychologically, there's a hill to climb. And when we offer students the opportunity to move up and to move into the next level, sometimes they select to stay. They want a foundation. They want remediation. They want to feel confident in what they have. But for the most part, students want to eliminate that time and energy and use it elsewhere so that they can succeed beyond into the credit courses. Our completion and success rates, I am very proud of them. Our students, they stick with the classes. They succeed in the classes. If you look at the 0302, I visited an 0302 class last semester, Uridell's class. The students come to us very ill prepared, and it's a challenge. They stick with the curriculum, they stick with the course, and they succeed. 86% completion rate in the lowest level of developmental English. If you meet these students, you understand that this is really a big feat. And then 80% of them are successful. I just can't say enough for our faculty members and the curriculum they've created when I talk about this. But then you start wondering about the next level. How do they do when they move into college level courses? So they're completing and succeeding in the developmental classes. What does that mean for later on? What we found is that they are just as successful as the students who do not enter in developmental English, for the most part. 89.2% completion rate, and then 73.2 success rate. That's pretty nice if you're considering a student who came in to our campus not being college ready. I think the problem is when you look at persistence. How many of them are moving into credit level English? They're already taking other credit courses alongside the developmental courses, but how many of them are moving on? How many of them are sticking with us? If you look at these numbers here, they don't look that great. However, what we're not capturing is the students who choose to go a different route, take their English 1301 a year or two down the road. But we're still not satisfied with this. They should be sticking with us. They should be persisting. They should be moving into English 1301 and completing their credential, whatever that might be. So that kind of takes me into the future. What are we going to do about it? And there are a couple of things we can do about this. How can we get them to persist? How can we get them to stay with us? And the first place I would start is by saying to keep doing what we're doing. Recently, our developmental education program received NAID Advanced Certification. Only 17 community colleges nationwide have received the certification, and we have earned it. We've worked real hard to do that. Also, other community colleges have reached out to us and said, what are you doing? How are you making this work? And by mentoring other people who are looking at this process, we're constantly looking at our own approach and strategies, and this keeps the conversation going. We learn from the colleges who reach out to us just as much as they learn from what we do. But really, what we want to do to touch on the persistence of these students and help them to get into the credit level English and beyond and get their credential is jump more quickly into English 1301. So we have a pilot that's coming up in the fall where we are enrolling some students who test into 0309, the highest level of integrated reading and writing. We're enrolling them in the NCBO, the non-semester length competency-based option, which is a mouthful. It's basically a supplemental for the English 1301. We're enrolling them in the supplemental course along with the English 1301 and moving them into credit immediately. The first day of classes in the fall, these students who test into English 0309 will attend first an hour of the supplemental course and then an hour of the 1301. So they'll start on day one in the credit level English, and we'll provide the support they need to succeed. Embedded tutoring, we're working on a mentor program so that we can have individualized mentoring for the students. And we'd like to diminish the need for the developmental English. We want to get the students into the credit level courses.
Questions?
Are you noticing that there are certain secondary schools that tend to feed into your institution? And is there an opportunity to do what you're doing at the secondary level so that the student graduates from high school and they're really ready? I mean, I think it's wonderful that we're doing this remedial work, but somebody didn't do the job of getting students ready, and they got a piece of paper that was a participation medal. And,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, I really think they had to get their money back from the high school.
Yes, to answer your question, I'll get to that in a minute. Now, our population, we do have students who are returning students who have been out of high school for various reasons for a little while, and that may be part of why, you know, some of them are testing into the developmental English classes. But you're right. We do have some schools who don't seem to be preparing their students as well as other schools. And we have dual credit programs in those schools, and we have been in conversation about college preparation. We're instituting the 0309 in those schools. It's a little different than what we do on our campus, but we are providing developmental education for the students who need it the most in those schools. We have conversations with 2 or 3 of the ISDs a little north of where our campus sits, and we have projects ongoing for getting that going in those schools.
Mr. Hudson, Ms. Davis, would y'all like to share with us some of your experience?
Good afternoon. I was a returning student. I was 33 years old when I came back to college. I had done 10 years in the military and got laid off, so I need to get a piece of paper that says I was qualified to do some jobs. So I came back to school, tested into developmental English, and I was scared. I had some reserve about coming to college, dealing with professors and how I thought they were or would be. And once I got into these two classes, my professors were phenomenal. As she said, I took my English professor for 3 different courses, from 0309 to 1301 to 1302. And I was in the speech cohort, and I took intro to speech and public speaking. If it wasn't for the level of professionalism from the professors, I probably wouldn't be sitting here in front of you right now, because of how much reserve that I had about coming back to school. But I was successful, and there were other veterans in that class with me, and we all went back to the same classes all together, and we were all successful. I decided to stay with higher education, and now I work with the school. And everything that I learned there is what I've applied now to my bachelor's. I'm pursuing my bachelor's of science in psychology and a minor in philosophy. And those classes set the foundation in order for me to be successful now. So they were great, and without them, I probably wouldn't be here.
You. Davis?
Yes, sir. This is my 5th year with Lone Star College Montgomery, and when I came in, they were just getting started with piloting the integrated reading and writing. And so Elizabeth and I, we jumped in and began the work with that. And one of the things I can say is our focus has really been on supporting the students that we have. And we come from various backgrounds, the students do. Some straight out of high school, some later on in life for whatever reasons. Whatever reasons that they come back later on in life. And we approach them all the same with the care and the love. And for me personally, just a little personal background, my mom owned a daycare. And so I was around children as I was a child. And so when I had the opportunity to go to college, I wanted to do something different because I was always around children growing up. And so I decided to major in psychology and sociology, in which I did and graduated. And my mother passed away, and she wanted me to continue to get my degree and get my master's degree. And I said, okay, I will. And I really didn't want to because I just didn't want to do that. And so, but because she was shifting, I said, okay, I'll do that. So I started looking to what's next for me. And I wasn't teaching at the time. And so I went to Houston Baptist University to talk to an advisor about counseling. And he noted that I think you should go into education. And I said, no, I'm trying to get away from, because that's what I grew up. And I fought this particular gentleman, and he said, no, I think you should do this. And so I went there, got my master's in education, been teaching ever since then. And so my goal was to work with a higher level, with the community college. Came across Lone Star College Montgomery and have really enjoyed the experience. We work really, really, really together as a good group. I can't say enough about, I know I'm just saying this because they're here, but I cannot say enough about my superiors, our department chair, our dean, our Dr. McGee, our president. They really support us in what we're doing. And you're thinking they're sitting in their offices and not necessarily paying attention, but they are very attentive to what we're doing, especially in developmental education, that may seem to kind of go under the radar sometime. And you're focusing more on students, college level, and above. But we really care about these students. We care about their success. We care about them moving forward. Personally, I've had students see me in the hallway that I've taught previously, and they say, I really wish I was in your class. And that gives me honor because I try to insert that rigor that this young man was talking about earlier. And I feel like I'm kind of tough on them. And because I'm like, I'm kind of a laid-back person. And I know I can't come in being the person I am on the outside. So I have to come in kind of asserting my my authority as professor of the college, of the class. And so that always surprises me when I get a student come back and say, one student, and I wish he was here because he could validate what I'm getting ready to say, told me, I learned more in your class than I did in high school. And that's what one student told me. And I'm
glad you mentioned rigor because that's something that I observed Elizabeth's class in the fall. I was amazed at the MLA documentation. She was requiring her developmental English students to do, this was midway through the semester. It was not even at the end of the semester. And using the Common Reader as the source for this MLA documentation. We are raising the bar for these students. And I think that as we raise the bar, they're going to reach that. Would you agree?
Were you going to finish? You were going to say something?
No, I was just saying that, I just believe in educating our students to the best of our ability. And just because they're in developmental education, that doesn't mean it's lukewarm and watered down. So I believe in that rigor that he was talking about, and that's what I try to bring to my classes and my students, and that's what I do bring. And so I'm always surprised when I get a student come back to say, I really enjoyed your class, because I'm very firm with them, and this is what I expect, and this is what I expect from you, and I make no qualms about it.
Members, any questions? Christina?
I wanted to thank y'all for being here and for your excellent work and commend you on that. And specifically to Terrence, thank you for being here as a student. I know it takes a lot of courage to come share your story, so thank you.
Again, congratulations. Is your president here today?
She's not.
Oh, she's not. Well, tell her that we are very proud of her as well, and her leadership style obviously resonates through your program and what you're doing, and congratulations.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along. We are now, our next section is matters relating to the full board. Agenda item 6A is consideration of adopting the negotiated rulemaking committee's recommendation relating to the Autism Grant Program. Rex Peoples, Assistant Commissioner for Academic Quality and Workforce, will explain this item. Rex.
I apologize for my sprint up here. I had forgotten I was this early in the agenda. So this is the results of negotiated rulemaking around the autism program. And you may remember that we had brought an RFA to you previously about the autism program, which was a new piece of legislation that appropriated approximately $4 million to existing autism research centers to look at parent-directed treatment, training for teachers and paraprofessionals that work with autistic children, and then to also look at some research, development, and evaluation of innovative autism treatment models. And so the negotiated rulemaking process was used to determine the methodology for distributing those funds to the 13. The statute itself is fairly explicit about the amounts of money that go to each one and numbers of children that need to be served and so on.
David?
So I'm going to move approval.
Okay.
And then I have a question.
Second. Discussion, no. Question?
Yeah. Rex, would this not normally come before one of the standing committees initially? Is there a reason that it's not been heard? in one of the committees? Because it looks like the comment period ended in March.
Is it, well, and I believe it, all negotiated rulemaking comes to the board in full, rather than going through a committee.
Okay.
First.
Answers that. Any other questions? Any questions of Rex or of that point? A motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Thank you, Rex.
Thank you.
Agenda items 6B, 6C, 6D, and 6E were moved to the consent calendar, which then brings us to item 6F, which is a presentation from the College for All Texans Foundation. Nina Wright, the Executive Director of the Foundation, will provide a brief overview. Nina, welcome. This is for information purposes only, and there'll be no action required. We are
Good
past.
afternoon. So, and I, as as Chairman Jenkins mentioned, I am Nina Wright, and I am joined by Phil Coleman, the agency's accountant for this report. The College for All Texans Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that is supporting organization to the foundation. Let's see, you'll see that our trustees are listed here. Of all of the 9 trustees that we have, 7 are former coordinating board members, so I hope to see some of you join the foundation board in the future. We're currently working on expanding the board, as a matter of fact, so just keep that in mind. As far as the founding of the board, it was founded in 2002. It was originally established as the College for All Texans Foundation, Closing the Gaps. We recently went through a name change to drop Closing the Gaps. Very importantly, it is operated, supervised, and controlled in connection with the coordinating board. We exist solely to support programs that will help achieve the goals of the strategic plan and of the coordinating board. Now, the 60 by 30 plan. Our top 5-year objectives were approved by the CFAP board in last November at our annual meeting, and those are listed here. It includes awareness, ensuring that all Texans are aware of 60 by 30, and importantly, that they're aware of the importance and urgency to meet its goals. We're also working to raise funds to support affordable alternatives to degree completion, higher education research, and the topics of those research are ever evolving. As you today had this discussion on dual credit, this is something that's been added recently to our research needs. Also to institutional innovation, and that's in reaching any of the goals. We want to find funds to help institutions to support either statewide programs or institutional programs. And then also, of course, to disseminate knowledge that we gain. We have established some 5-year budget targets, and they're broken down by these categories. You'll see over the 5 years, we hope to raise $20 million, which will be an increase because to date, we've raised about that much since 2002. Just so you'll have some idea of the kinds of programs that we raise funds for, I know you are trying to get to lunch, so I'm going to breeze through these. But strategic communications and engagement is one. We recently were awarded $700,000 from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and that will be to develop a 60 by 30 website. And I'm really looking forward to that. I think you'll be excited about that too. We're working, one of our major priorities right now is to expand the Texas Affordable Baccalaureate program. I know we have new board members that may not be aware of Texas Affordable Baccalaureate, but the current programs are competency-based and allow students to achieve a degree, the full degree, for around $15,000. We're also working on expanding Advise Texas. David Tesher opened a door for us for one application to Entergy. We're still waiting to hear on that. We're hopeful that that'll be funded. If you ever want to open a door for us, please let me know, or the commissioner. In marketable skills, we recently, Houston Endowment funding that we have had for a while now allowed us to, oh, I think I skipped, but that's okay. I'll just go with it. The Marketable Skills Initiative, we recently held a Marketable Skills Conference, which we were very happy about. It was attended by over 350 education professionals representing 55 colleges and 54 universities. It was a big success. Our memorandum of agreement, our memorandum of agreement includes that we will present you with our audit. I hope you have that in your materials. Okay. Our 2015 audit was conducted by Maxwell Lock and Ritter. MLR issued a clean opinion with no exceptions or issues noted. If you look at that audit, you'll notice that our assets in 2015 were considerably lower than in 2014. Closing the gaps was winding down. The new plan was not in place, and so our fundraising slowed. But since September 31st, since the end of the audit, we have been awarded 3 new grants totaling just over $1 million. So we're in the game. And do you have any questions?
Any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I just have one quick question. I was looking through what's your total size of your annual budget? I mean, I'm looking at your financials, but so I just wanted a clarification. And then I was curious as to when you have contract services, kind of just share with me quickly, what kind of services do you procure?
Okay, sure.
That would be that high.
Well, our contract services, for example, under research, we often contract with researchers. RAND Corporation is one that we have.
That's
there have been 2 large ones. The Texas Affordable, the Community College Baccalaureate study was a pretty expensive one. Right now, they're working on the graduate study. So
very good. That makes sense.
Okay. And I can get you a copy of our budget if you'd like.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I got this.
Any other questions for Nina?
Sure.
Great. Thank you, Nina. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to plow on. So next is agenda item 7, which is matters relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning. So David, I will turn this portion of the meeting over to you.
So I passed you a note. Do you want to just deal with that one agenda item because we have guests here and then break for lunch?
That would be really fine with me.
Yeah, I'm going to be very brief and go immediately to item 7C. And we have guests, so if they can come, the panel did an awful lot of work. We had extensive amount of testimony on this for our committee. There's actually been 3 panels. So if our guests can come forward, we want to be able to release them so they can travel home, but we certainly want to hear what they had to say. And there's an awful lot of work. You have in your packet 3 different items, agenda items. One that starts out says Texas Higher Education Finance and Formulas. The second one says Formula Funding Recommendations. And the third one is a printout with a number of numbers, including the CAPS recommendations. And I believe the Commissioner will also have some comments because of the Commissioner's recommendations on these, or I guess Julie's going to do that. So I'm going to turn it over to Julie to introduce the panel, and all the great work that they've done. We've already thanked them on behalf of the coordinating board, but I think it would be remiss to not thank them because they and their teams all did a tremendous amount of work on each of these areas, and we're very grateful for the work they did.
We are. Thank you very much, Dr. Tesher. I'm just going to provide a very brief overview of the formulas and then introduce our panelists. As we mentioned before, the process begins the summer after the legislative session. The formula advisory committees make recommendations to the commissioner, and of course we brought the commissioner recommendations to the CAP committee last month. Today we're on the 5th bullet at the board meeting, and the process ends when the legislature passes the appropriations bill in May 2017. It is important to remember across the board that once funds are appropriated, the formulas are a mechanism to equitably distribute funds across institutions. They don't set institutional budgets. They don't determine the amount of legislative appropriation, but they really are all about how those funds will be proportioned, distributed across the institutions. I shared this pie before. It shows the revenue sources for community colleges. The outside ring is revenue, and the inside are the sources appropriated and which are those which are not. The current formulas for the community colleges were introduced in the 2014-15 biennium. They provide for core funding, contact hour funding, and funding for student success. The BAT, Bachelor of Applied Technology formula, is a very small part of that. They distribute funds to the 50 community college districts, not to each of the campuses. And the core formula replaced the small institution supplement. This is information about Success Point funding, which supports our 60 by 30 TEX goals. And as you can see, we have the various milestones, which when they're completed by a student, the institution receives the listed points, and that's tied to funding. And importantly, research supports that these particular metrics are critical for student success as they move through the pipeline. In terms of our state formula funding, for our state colleges, there are 3 components, which are shown here. And in terms of the Texas State Technical College formula, it's important to remember that it's a returned value formula. And here's a little bit of detail about that particular formula. The technical colleges appropriations are distributed based on completers, leavers, and transfers wages above minimum wage 5 years after they graduate. And a percentage of these increases comes back to the state as tax revenues, and a percentage of this is funded. So this is how it's determined, and the details are provided here. And now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Dusty Johnson. He is the president of Vernon College, and he was the chair of our Community and Technical College Advisory Committee to present the recommendation.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do my very best to keep to a 5-minute presentation, but in that effort, if you have any questions, please ask them, and I'll do my best to answer those questions as well. I was chair of the Community and Technical Colleges Formula Funding Advisory Committee. It was my 6th year on the committee, my first time as chair, and probably after this meeting, I'm finished. So that's good. It has been a great experience. I want to make a few comments, recognize the tremendous work of the committee members, a wide array of members from different sizes of institutions coming into Austin and working on phone, quite a bit of homework, a lot of deliberations, a lot of discussions, and what I think are some very good recommendations. I appreciate the work of the THECB staff, especially Roland Gilmore, very helpful. Appreciate the interest and support of Commissioner Paredes, and I really appreciate the interest and the thoughtful questions at our meeting about a month ago with the CAP committee. I thought that was very, very helpful. As a committee, when we received our 4 charges, we combined charge 1, which dealt with appropriation funding for core operations, student success points, and contact hour funding. We combined that with the charge 4, which to explore funding model changes that might enable us to meet the 60 by 30 by Texas goals for Texas community colleges and the Lamar State colleges. We thought those went hand in hand. We next explored the return value model for the Texas State Technical Colleges. We did that with guidance from TSTC Chancellor Mike Reeser, who was on our committee, and then we made recommendations from there. And then we, of course, studied the hard one in the room for everybody, which was, what do we think about competency-based education, and what do we think the impacts on that are for the formula? One of the questions I throw out, because we still don't have a great solution, was implied in that is it more or less? Should it be more or less? If it wasn't implied that it should be more or less, then we wouldn't even have the question, okay? And at the end of the day, we didn't get much done with it, so I will grant that. You've all seen the recommendations. You probably know them as good as I do by now. I just want you to know that I think the committee did a very good job. They did a lot of homework. They spent a tremendous amount of time, and they kept the focus. Everybody thinks this is about money, which it is, but they kept the focus on this tremendous surge we're seeing about consciousness of student success. And they kept the focus on the 60 by 30 Texas plan, which is the plan that we ought to be focusing on. So I really believe that the committee did that. At the end of the day, we believe those recommendations will assist us in a number of things. I want to quickly go through those. We think that those initiatives, the funding proposal and the funding recommendations, will assist the community and technical colleges in efforts to market and recruit students. We sometimes overlook that. They don't just show up in the door. And if we're going to meet these goals, we're going to have to put more time, more energy, more effort into marketing and recruiting. You've heard it mentioned several times today, and I'm really impressed with what I hear from the coordinating board members about concern about retention and completion. If those things just happened naturally, we wouldn't even be talking about them, would we? So they're going to take more energy and effort. I'm so happy that I've heard 4 times today the term intrusive advising. I know I told you that we wrote a grant around intrusive advising, so I'm really glad that that term is taking off and other people are using it. Not, I'm sure they were before I am, but it's very much what we're having to do. So those things take a little bit of time. Effective class scheduling. As a 15-year chief academic officer, the schedule runs everything, and the schedule is always a pain, trying to meet the students' needs. Additional student services. You've heard a great presentation just now about development education. That type of stuff doesn't just happen. Tutoring, mentoring, academic success coaching. They're not just buzzwords. They are reality in what we're doing today. Our efforts to reduce and limit student debt. We all love the old phrase, the elephant in the room. That one may be the one for the next few years. What can we really do to reduce student debt or limit student debt? Efforts to stabilize tuition and fee cost. Everybody wants to talk about it. What are we going to do about it? Efforts to keep the community college door open. I've spent other than 2 years, my whole career has been at the community college. Nothing's more sacred than the open door concept, that anybody gets to come in and we'll try our best to help you out. And then, of course, hadn't been mentioned much today, but the tremendous diversity of workforce needs in the state. Those things, that training doesn't just happen as well. People have to be put together, curriculum has to be developed, partnerships have to be put together, and we need some help in doing that. All of these things have associated cost. All of these things are essential to meeting the 60 by 30 Texas plan. It's just very essential. So I close with the same statement I closed last time, that community colleges enroll approximately 70% of all students in Texas higher education. We enroll approximately 50% of all freshmen each fall. We do this on approximately 12% of the state appropriation, and I can only imagine what we could do with a little bit more. Thank you.
Julie, do we want to take questions individually or wait till all of the presentations are made?
I think if you'd like to wait, that would work well.
Yeah, let's do that. So
Okay.
if you introduce our next guest.
Yes, may I just at least present the CAP committee's recommendations for those who haven't been.
Do you want to do that at the end? All of them?
If you don't mind, I'll very quickly.
You've got your slide deck, so
I'll
go
very-
ahead and run
I was
through it.
assuming y'all did not want me to read those to you.
No, and I just wanted to mention that overall, we see some commonalities. I think in the interest of time, I'll keep coming back to these to keep it simple. What we see in terms of the recommendations that the CAP committee made in March, we see increases for projected growth recommended, increases for an inflation rate of 2.3% for the next biennium, and we see this across all sectors. And then we see increases related to rewarding successful student outcomes. That is the case in terms of the community college support. There's a focus on successful student completion and adding additional funding for student success points. Here's the detail in terms of the CAP committee recommendation. There's a recommendation of a 9.1% increase from the prior biennia. And one thing I did want to add is that Jacob Frede is here today from the Texas. He's the president of the Texas Association of Community Colleges. He asked if he could just spend a moment talking about how the community college recommendation aligns with the TAC recommendation. Is that possible to take a minute to do that? If not, I can continue.
Sure.
Yes, he's right here.
Sure, if you wouldn't mind.
He just
Can we pull up
asked this
another
morning
chair?
if we could take a moment. He can take my chair, it's fine.
Okay, thank you, Julie. Thank you, Dr. Sir, if you could again introduce yourself to the committee.
Jacob Freire, President of the Texas Association of Community Colleges. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. I would just take a brief moment to, one, echo the sentiments by Chancellor Hellier earlier, that our community colleges fully embrace all of the laudable goals of 60 by 30 Texas. We look forward to working in partnership with the Commissioner and the agency as we realize all of the strategies. I wanted to just take a moment to talk about the differences that we have between the association and the recommendations that are forthcoming between the advisory committee and CAP. And I want to characterize it as follows. We are not miles apart. We are perhaps meters apart. And everything being relative, Texas is a big size, meters is a relatively small size. We concur with the recommendations in having an emphasis in funding for success point funding. That is important for the state of Texas. It's important for all of our colleges. As a commissioner and the members know, we embraced performance-based funding 5 years ago. We are realizing successes along all of the metrics, and certainly we concur in the direction of that. The committee is recommending 9.1% increase. We're recommending 11% increase. So in percentage points, we're not that far apart. I think the single area of separation that I wanted to make sure that at least gave the board an opportunity to ask is in the core operations. We represent all 50 community colleges of the state of Texas. We also have a strong commitment for all of our colleges, small, medium, and large. But at this juncture, in context of the tight fiscal budgets that we are all expecting in the next session, we simply did not feel comfortable recommending an increase in core operations and rather putting the emphasis in success point funding. In the long term, success point funding gives all of our colleges an opportunity to both be successful and then realize incremental increases in funding for them. So I wanted to end there and see if you had any questions.
Members, any questions? Dr. Johnson, you can clarify, I believe, didn't we award or recommend $1 million of core funding for each institution, and then the rest was incremental based on enrollment and success?
The recommendation was, from the committee, was 1.5.
Okay.
It has been 1 million, which is 500,000 per year of the biennium. And the committee recommended 1.5. And I shared with you last time that there was a small difference there between the committee and the Texas Association of Community Colleges. And what Jacob is expressing is that is about the only difference at all between the two recommendations or two suggestions is, and being a strong proponent of the tremendous Texas Association of Community Colleges loose federation that we have, that the concern is about what everybody is expressing, you guys and everybody else, about the next session and how tight it's going to be, and just a small difference of opinion of how that money is going to be allocated out especially if that money is less than what we would prefer.
Any other questions of our guest?
I just had a point of clarification. So 1.5 million was the committee, and the association was where?
It's $1 million per,
Okay, gotcha.
per district, so it's
Thank you.
baseline funding.
Okay.
And I would add that, you know, it's a very legitimate concern that if dollars are flat or dollars are reduced, then to increase cooperations, it has to come from somewhere, and it would come from contact hour funding, which would be a negative for some institutions. If funding were to, if the legislative session was to end up with some positive funding, some increase in funding, then it wouldn't be as much of an impact on some of those institutions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Julie?
Mr. Chair.
So while Julie's coming up, you do have this spreadsheet, just so those of you who are not familiar with this, you'll see different buckets or different categories. So what we're talking about now is community colleges, state colleges, and technical colleges. The last two are separated out because they do not get ad valorem funding. They don't have a local taxing district. And that was something that we kind of ran into a little issue when we created some of the reforms, or the legislature did. With doing that, I think that with a consensus process, we were able to say, really, these are kind of different entities. They need to be funded differently.
Right.
So,
Just for clarification, that my committee dealt with 3 types of institutions: the 50 community colleges, Technical State, Technical College, and the Lamar 2-year institutions. And those are 3 different funding patterns, 3 different funding recommendations. And the reason I clarify that is Jacob's comments were only for the 50 community college districts.
that's correct. Julie, do you have anything follow up on this, or?
Not in terms of the community college recommendation. It's in front of you.
Yeah, did you run, you have more slides on?
Yeah, I just quickly wanted to show you the increase for the state colleges. It's recommended at 5.4%. Again, the increase for growth, for inflation, and an additional increase for working towards student completion and 60/30 by text completion. And then in terms of the technical colleges, we see the increase of 11.3% that's recommended, and I already explained that their funding model is a little bit different, and they are funded on outcomes very much so. Also, the CAP committee recommended support for competency-based education that's slightly different from what the committees recommended. That's outlined here. And also, there was a decision that the coordinating board needs to look at critical needs fields, because it's a long time since they last did that. And so that's the conclusion of the community and technical college piece. In terms of the general academic institutions, so our public universities, here is the pie that shows where the revenues come in and related to formula funding. You can see it's a fairly small piece of the pie. The majority of the funding for universities, for our GAIs, is based on weighted semester credit hours. And also, there is a small institution supplement. And now I'd like to present Dr. Dana Hoyt, who is the president of Sam Houston State University, to talk about that Formula Advisory Committee's recommendations.
So is this, yeah, that's on. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come and present this for the committee. Actually, I know I'm only one of 2 people that stand between you and lunch, so I'm going to be very quick and just give you context on some of the slides that I've got here. Really, I have to say, though, this is a very hardworking committee. The commissioner provided us 5 charges that I think we very diligently worked on and had some healthy discussions, and finally came to consensus. And I want to kind of say on consensus, and when you're dealing with that large a group of academics, is an interesting discussion process in itself. So we did get there. So I'm going to go to the first slide, and that is related to the first charge on the formula funding that Julie just mentioned. And with that, we looked at an increase from a couple of different points. First of all, overall is to maintain the quality and educate a pipeline of students that we know will be increasingly at risk as we move forward with the 60 by 30 plan. So there's two pieces of this. The first part that we thought was extremely critical was related to growth. The 3.9% increase in weighted semester credit hours. And when we look at more students and continuing hopefully more students in that pipeline, that becomes important. The second is rate, and that again targets that idea of that we're trying to get our formula to continue to improve that quality and maintain that with the students. The next is the second part of the formula relates to the space, and we asked for an increase of 31 cents. You see that on the slide there because of some increases in the cost of the support for our space. Excuse me. And then last, on the small institution, there's really no change there. You'll see a decrease, but that's because there was less small schools that actually that part of the formula applies to. So the next charge was looking at the recommendation for alternative approaches for student success measures. This is probably the area where we had the most lengthy, interesting discussions on this and over a broad range of topics and ideas. I really, when we did this, I should say I have to thank Paul and Julie and David because we ran numerous models and approaches to this that they kept going back and forth and helping us and assisting us with to come to what we hope is a fairly simple approach to student success. And you see that there, and that's for a graduation bonus. It's outcome. How many students are we graduating? And we provided an amount for any student graduated, but then an additional amount for those that are graduated that are considered at risk coming into the system. And those at risk are Pell eligible and below national average on SAT, ACT. So that was a fairly simple approach to that. We looked at the competency-based education area as well. And on this one, the difficulty became that we don't have a good or a sufficient amount of data, we thought at this point, to make consider a good recommendation, I guess. And so I hate to punt something down the road, but I think we did this and said we're going to continue funding at the semester credit hour basis, but encourage the next committee to look at this as well, because we will have more data points by that point in time.
And you realize that means you'll have to be on the next committee.
Oh, well, I don't know about that, but yeah, anyway, I chaired it. There are plenty of others that will continue on the committee. But yes, I think that it's an important topic as we move forward, but I know that the group really didn't feel like we had enough to be able to get our hands around on that. So the next is what we've had is a fairly straightforward discussion about the treatment of pharmacy hours. And looking at this, you can see that recommendation is really what we consider an administrative change, because this has been worked this way in the last few sessions anyway. So that one is just making a recommendation to formalize that. And last but not least were the funding model related to 60 by 30. And I will say, you can see the information there on the success that we felt with closing the gaps and how this looks forward in the 60 by 30 plan. I want you to know that even though this was charge 5, we took this charge first because we felt that we should have a very good discussion of what this meant before we considered any of the other formula approaches. And that's, I think, why we worked so diligently to get to something that was a success or outcome-based type of approach in one of the recommendations, because of the discussion we had around the 60 by 30 and how can we all work more stringently to get to what we need to do with that. And again, I'm going to appreciate the staff's support is critical to this process because it's very complicated. Financial models that we work with, and also the commissioner in responding as we had any questions or whatever. So all of those, and then that's it. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Why don't you run through the CAP recommendations?
Sure. So the recommendations, we're going to see our common themes for the GAIs: increases for growth, inflation, and then focus on student success by funding the graduation bonus. Actually, the CAP recommendation for the graduation bonus is slightly less than the Formula Advisory Committee, and that's just, I believe, the commissioner's recommendations were such that he thought it was important that the recommendation be reasonable and feasible given the current budget situation. But I think everyone at the agency fully supports I should say the commissioner supported the graduation bonus recommendation that was made by the advisory committee, and the CAP voted to adopt that. And you'll see the final recommendation here is a 9% increase for general academic institutions. Here's a little more detail on the graduation bonus. The only thing I think it's important to add here is in terms of the Pell eligible students, we're still waiting back to hear from the Department of Education in terms of our ability to get the information about Pell eligible, but we do have a proxy that we think will be very close we can use if we don't have that. So I just wanted to mention that to the committee members. But otherwise, this provides the detail. It's pretty much something you can explain very quickly in an elevator. It's a pretty simple model, pretty straightforward. And here, this just shows the differences in terms of the advisory committee's recommendation and CAP. And one thing that the commissioner thought was important he thought it was important to leave the decision about whether to prioritize the operations support or in terms of whether the graduation bonus should be built into the base funding or on top of that. He wanted to leave that to the legislature. Finally, Dr. Hoyt mentioned competency-based education. The recommendation is to fund that on completion of the courses, and again, just tied to semester credit hours at this point, and the CAP committee recommends a 10% formula adjustment for that because some students don't complete. And there is, again, an administrative change related to pharmacy funding. We had left out a line about that in the report you received, so you did get that additional information for the meeting today. And then if it's okay, we'll move on to talking briefly about our health-related institutions. Here's our pie again that shows our formula revenue versus overall for our health-related institutions. In terms of our funding model, most of the funding is on full-time student equivalents, so it's a little different than our semester credit hour model. There's a research enhancement, and graduate medical education, of course, is an important part of that. And now I'd like to introduce Mr. John Harmon, who was the chair of our Health-Related Institution Committee, and he is from the UNT Health Science Center. Mr. Harmon.
Thank you, Dr. Eklund. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, and members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to present today on behalf of the Formula Advisory Committee for the Health-Related Institutions in relation to our funding recommendations for fiscal years 18 and fiscal year 19. And these are, of course, outlined in greater detail in the report dated December 2nd and forwarded to the Commissioner. The first activity of the committee was to review the charges from the commissioner, which included taking a look at studying and making recommendations for appropriate funding levels for the formulas, which are primarily the instruction and operations infrastructure, research enhancement, graduate medical education, and the mission-specific formulas, which primarily apply to UT Health Science Center Tyler and UT MD Anderson. Then to also look at formula weights and make any recommendations there, as well as making any recommendations for inclusion of any new or specialty programs into the formulary. And then also to take a look at considering how changes in funding would affect positively the way that we as a group can meet the 60 by 30 Texas Higher Education Strategic Plan goals. So in looking at, as we moved forward, it was important to recognize early on that there are still challenges in the state of Texas with relation to workforce needs. We know, for example, that Texas is the fastest growing state in the nation in population, and with that comes many responsibilities to meet the needs of that citizenship. The HRIs, of course, in Texas produce the majority of health-related professions, individuals that work in our state. And it's important to note that workforce shortages still persist in many of our rural areas especially. And for example, Texas ranks 43rd with relation to the number of physicians per 100,000 population, and we hope to close that gap soon. It's important to note, I think Dr. Clay Johnson from the Dell School had indicated that it's clear you can see the investment that the state makes and it stays in the state. For example, medical students who receive their training in the state of Texas remain in Texas to practice at about a 60% rate, even if they go out of state for a graduate medical education. But when you combine that with the graduate medical education training in the state after medical school, that overall retention rate goes up to just over 80%. Which really helps close the gap with regard to the profession shortage. The two new medical schools will help address that, but of course it'll be about a 7-year time frame before students will complete their medical school training and finish an accredited GME or residency program and are able to actually practice in their communities. So we look forward to that. It's important, I think, to note that even at this stage, funding for students, space, and research is still behind those levels from 2000-2001, or roughly 15 years ago. HRIs are challenged to address the state workforce needs and maintain program quality, and at the same time meet the goals of the 60 by 30 Texas Strategic Plan for Higher Education. I think I want to be sure, there was discussion about this in the committee. It's important. I know the commissioner feels it is as well, is to express how the health-related institutions are working to try to contain cost or to reduce cost, because there's obviously a responsibility to that, in addition to asking for additional funding. So it's a two-pronged approach. And many of the things that have been implemented at our peer institutions across the state include things such as electronic libraries, which improve the efficiencies of sharing research materials and things required for study, as opposed to having just large buildings filled with books. So it's a much more efficient process. Also, expanding learning strategies to include enhanced online programs and offerings. The energy savings contracts with utilities companies and other sustainability projects which reduce the energy consumption across our health-related institutions. Also very important in recent years has been the group purchasing initiatives that help take advantage of supply chain alliances and economics and lower costs for procuring services and goods. And then many institutions and systems are still focusing on improving and reducing administrative efficiencies through some tools such as shared services models, where institutions share certain functions in a more centralized way and reduce costs overall for those systems. So those are just some of the areas we're working on. And I apologize for not moving that slide. Health-related institutions are committed to the 60 by 30 goals. Some of the ways we're helping to meet and position ourselves to assure that we achieve those are involved in the programs that we work through to help ease the transition from undergraduate to graduate studies. Certainly a transition for students going from the general academic institutions to graduate level studies in the professions. The accelerated training programs and expanded online course offerings are a key to that as well. And we expect continued enrollment growth because of the marketability of the training and degrees that our students receive. And when they exit, they have very little trouble finding opportunities in the workforce. And we expect growth to be somewhere in the 3.8% range in enrollment for the next biennium. And if you include the two new medical schools, we expect that growth to total 4.2%. We are very sensitive as a group of health-related institutions to the growing student debt load when folks graduate. And so we take that into consideration seriously as we develop tuition strategies for our institutions. And then we also recognize the benefit of student assistance programs that help make sure, probably a little similar, I guess, maybe on a lesser scale to the early intervention type programs discussed by our peers earlier, where we try to make sure that we're in touch with our students and understand their needs. It can be a stressful environment in the professional training programs, and so we want to be able to intervene early and provide the support and assistance they need to be sure that they're successful and complete their curriculums. So, as we move to the specific funding recommendations, there were three things that our committee really was committed to after considering all the alternatives and the competing types of challenges that we have in this environment. One was to fund an increase in the formula rates. We've been consistently trying to pursue an increase in that over time, realizing that they're below levels from years ago. And then also to fund the growth, the projected growth, realizing that that's fairly significant, as we discussed before, somewhere in a 4% range. And then also to fund the two new medical schools that joined the group. And so specifically, we're requesting or recommending an increase of 5.3% in the instruction and operations formula, which is by far the largest of the formulas that funds our health science centers. It's about 80% of the overall funding that we receive. And we're also asking or recommending for a 23.6% increase for the mission, mission-specific formula funding that's a little bit different for UT-MD Anderson and UTHSC Tyler, and a 22.7% increase for all the other health-related institutions across the state. We're also recommending that research be funded at an increase of 44%. Research, you may recall, is a base rate of about $1.4 million per institution, and then there's a multiplier which in this case would be 1.77% times their eligible research expenditures. The increase in GME is essential, I think, to meet the goals of the state to reach the 1 to 1.1 ratio. And it's very critical to develop these partnerships with hospitals in our region and in other regions of the state, obviously, to create the partnership and the pipeline to where folks go from the medical school training and other professional programs to the hospitals, recognizing that, of course, there are many people that train in hospitals in the professional programs other than just the medical students upon graduation. We've also recommended an increase in mission-specific funding for MD Anderson and UT Health Science Center Tyler. This is in accordance with Article 3, Section 28 of the Special Provisions, which basically outlines that they will have increases commensurate with the overall average increase for the other health-related institutions in the state. And then finally, on this slide, we're presenting what the overall, when you apply the growth rate, what is the overall funding increase that we're recommending? We're recommending 15.13% increase in funding, which is just a little over $228 million additional dollars. And you can see how it breaks down with regard to the different strategy areas or the different funding areas from the formula. And then finally, I wanted to just kind of show a breakdown as we have 2 new medical schools joining the formulary. So the funding increase for the existing health-related institutions is 13.6, and as we add the other 2 schools in, that's where we come to the cumulative amount of 15.13. So I would just like to thank the committee for consideration. We certainly appreciate the role that we play in the state of Texas in helping train the healthcare professionals of tomorrow and advancing the research that is so key to improving the lives of Texas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harmon. And just briefly, I'll present the CAP Committee's recommendation for the health-related institutions. There's the focus on projected growth, inflation, the increases added in for the 2 new medical schools. Of course, we discussed that earlier today. And then there's additional increases for graduate medical education in addition to what the committee recommended, because our health-related institutions do a very good job in terms of graduating students, and so the commissioner thought it was important that the additional formula funding be focused on graduate medical education for the health-related institutions. Here is an overview of the Formula Advisory Committee versus the CAP Committee's recommendation, and it's an 8.5% increase that's been recommended by the CAP Committee. These increases total 161.4 million for the biennium. And then I did want to add one other thing in my, this is an overall overview of the committee's recommendations, and you can see our common themes are there. In my efforts to be brief earlier in terms of the general academic institutions, I did leave out one point from my notes that I think it's important to add, and that's in terms of the graduation bonus and the commissioner's recommendation related to that. And I'm going to read to you from the report because I think it expresses it well. The commissioner and the board believes it's important, or the committee in this case, believes it's important that outcomes-based funding be firmly institutionalized, whether it be inside or outside the instructions and operations formula, so that universities invest in long-term approaches to increasing student completion. The legislature is best positioned to determine how to do that most effectively. And again, that goes back to him feeling strongly that outcomes-based funding should be there, and the legislature can make decisions about in the base or on top of it, but it should be institutionalized. I'd like to just take a moment to thank all three of our chairs. They've been so helpful to us in this process. This is my first time going through the process. I learned a great deal, and I'd also like to thank my staff, who were very, very supportive of the committees and very helpful in helping me learn about formula funding. So I think we can open it up for discussion, if there are any questions.
Can you go back to the slide? Yeah, I'm sorry. Go. Is your question? Okay, we're done. Okay, so first off, on behalf of the board, and I'd like to thank the three chairs, and if you would pass along to your committee our thanks as well. Members, do you have any questions? Commissioner, do you have any? You made a number of recommendations. I believe that the CAP adopted all of your recommendations, and so what you see before you is the CAP recommendation based upon the commissioner's input as well as the three formula funding committees. John?
So, Doctor, I have a question, and I'm sorry I had to step out toward the end of that Dell Medical School presentation this morning, but how is that impacting what we're doing now?
20 million.
No, but how was that resolved? I mean, they came in and spoke to us.
Well, it's still part of the CAP recommendation, so, you know, that's up for us to discuss and debate. I think at some point in time, what I heard is that it was assumed that they were always going to ask for formula funding. Some of us were not aware of that, and that's why there was a question that came up before us back in March, and that's why Chairman Jenkins invited the president and the dean to come and explain that. I certainly think that that's something that we should take back to the legislature and say, oh, by the way, you're being obligated in the future to provide formula funding without any mechanism to say it's okay to go ahead and start that project. So really our ability is to not grant a certificate of authority to grant a degree. That's our limited ability. The legislature has the ability to not fund under the formula funding, but that would be somewhat unprecedented, but that's certainly their precedent. So they may want to consider a mechanism where the institutions would have to come and get permission if they're ever going to expect some type of formula funding before they start spending state funds in order to build a building and the program. So, I mean, Chairman Jenkins, you heard the testimony, and did I kind of get it right?
I think that's got it.
Yeah, so I mean, whether we choose to bring that to the attention of the legislature, I think they're already aware of that. Right. They've heard about it. I mean, a lot of them are probably watching in their offices the testimony this morning, and that's really the legislature's determination. These are recommendations. The actual appropriations will depend on what the appropriators decide. They may choose to accept our recommendations. I think staff would tell us that might be unprecedented, that they adopt everything that any agency recommends, but it is a recommendation. And I think, I'm not going to speak for the commissioner, but I think you had a lot of caution that we really can't overstep and overreach in a very tight budget year. Certainly you've had, you know, those discussions. So Commissioner, do you want to make some comment on that?
Very, very briefly, the primary reason for offering different recommendations from the advisory committees was simply my conversations with a number of members of the legislature and what was feasible and probable and doable. And I got the very distinct impression that the recommendations that I offered up to the committee were stretching the boundaries of what was possible. So our job as a coordinating board is to make recommendations based on what we believe institutions need. And as a general principle, I thought that we should stick to the basic idea that we fund enrollment growth, we fund inflation, and then any funding beyond that we put into outcomes-based funding.
Are you ready for a motion?
I am.
I
make a motion.
I had a question. You can do it before or after the matter.
So a motion to adopt the committee's recommendation?
I beat me to it, but I'll second it.
You'll second it. Okay, so Javid makes a motion and John seconds. So a question, Arcelia?
Yes, I just had a point of clarification, and this is a question to Julie. So, Julie, you worked with John and the committee in putting information together and research and everything in terms of how we got this budget ready, right?
Yes, the committee met and provided us instruction for what type of
And
data they
how
wanted to see.
long were you working on this particular process with John?
It began in August. The committees began meeting in August.
So in your mind, or in your opinion, both medical schools were looking for funding? Because obviously it's in here, so I'm assuming.
It was my understanding that it was going to be part of, yeah, I can only speak to my understanding that it would be.
So since August, you've understood that both Dell and UTRGV were being
That was my
considered.
understanding, because we, from the beginning, discussed the additional, adding the additional 2 medical schools.
Very good. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we'll adopt that. Thank you very much, panel, and safe travels. Mr. Chairman, I believe that you wanted to adjourn us for lunch at this time, and then we'll come back and complete the business of the CAP? Okay, so I see 1:13. What time do you want us back in our seats? How about 17? Why don't we come back at 1:30?
I've got all day.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to start back where we should have started to begin with agenda item section 7. We've already handled item C, which had the 3 handouts. There's a D, which will require action, which has a single handout, and an item E, which has 2 handouts.
Doctor, so I'm just noticing we don't have the staff people here, so would we be on the internet and all the things we need to be doing?
Are we live on the internet, folks?
We are. Okay.
Well, the videographers are behind the glass? Okay. Okay. Consent agenda items, we had 17 of those, was F, as well as H, 1 through 16. There is no public testimony, and we've handled item C. So we're on item D. This is consideration of adopting the committee recommendation to the board relating to the annual report about the financial condition of the state community college districts. House Bill 1, 84th Texas Legislature, regular session, Rider 13, 3-205. Mr. David Young, Senior Director for Special Projects, is available for questions. It will require a motion and a second and a board vote. Mr. Young. You do not have a formal presentation. You're simply here as a expert. Okay. Are there any questions on agenda item 7D? Seeing no questions, I need a motion. A motion. Second? Second. Okay, Fred. So all in favor can say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is item 7E. This will require our consideration of adopting staff recommendation relating to the Coordinating Board's legislative agenda for the 85th Texas Legislature. Mr. John Wyatt, Director of External Relations, will provide an overview of the staff legislative recommendations and is available to answer any questions. Mr. Wyatt, I believe this is still a work in progress because it's going to continue to evolve as we talked about at the committee. So if there's any suggestions that any members have, it may be that this gets modified as we move closer and closer to the legislative session in January. At what point in time are we going to actually share this with the members of the legislature? Do we have a time certain when we should do that?
And just to clarify, Dr. Tischer, we are requesting board approval of these recommendations today.
So then we would share that?
Yes, and so based on, but of course, we would incorporate any changes that you identify that you want to make to the materials into what we share with legislative offices. But once the board approves, we will be reaching out to legislators to try to identify sponsors, to draft specific language that would then become the bills. For this.
I've got a question. I mean, aren't we supposed to prioritize this stuff?
Yes, sir.
So is that already prioritized?
It is not prioritized, and one thing that we are asking you to do today is to have a discussion and to decide what are the number 1, 2, 3 big priorities that you want to identify in these materials.
I guess my only concern would be that this is my only second time to hear or see any of this, and I consider this to be very, 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 very important. So I would not be comfortable voting today for this. Now, you can tell me, or the chairman can tell me in the committee, if there's a deadline that y'all were looking at, and I'll just accept that because I just joined the board.
Well, if I might give you a little background, Ms. Acosta.
I have the background. I'm asking, is there a deadline or a drop dead date? Or I know we're up against the gun here.
Well, we started the process earlier this time than we usually do. Usually we would.
So we're early.
So we are a little ahead of our usual process because the commissioner specifically wanted to have time before the legislative session for us to meet with legislators and to really pitch the agenda. In terms of the deadline, the legislative session begins in January. Pre-filing of legislation is in early November. That's the first time there'll be an opportunity to introduce bills.
Right.
But we do need to have some time frame before that to be able to engage legislators, identify sponsors, and make our case.
We simply made the calculation that if we don't approve the legislative agenda by early, we get into the summer. After Labor Day, it's all about the election. After the election, it's all about the holidays. And then suddenly the session is upon us, and we just haven't had enough time to make our case to the appropriate members of the legislature about why we want to see certain things happen.
Mr. Wyatt, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to go briefly through these recommendations, try to be respectful of your time. A couple of things to note. As the commissioner mentioned this morning, these have been in process since August of last year when you had your initial meeting to identify what your potential priorities were. We've been using the time since then to meet with stakeholders, including legislators, the Office of the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and Speaker, members of relevant committees, other legislative offices through our legislative briefings. We've met individually with governmental relations staff, with the Texas Association of Community Colleges, as well as various stakeholder committees, including the Financial Aid Advisory Committee and the Community and Technical College Leadership Council. That has been specifically to get their input and their perspective on these recommendations and to make accommodations where we're able to based on that input. Another couple of caveats, these do not represent any budget recommendations. So our budget recommendations will be made through our legislative appropriations request. That will come to the board in July. These are policy recommendations. And finally, should the board adopt these recommendations today, there still is the potential that we may come back to you at a later time with additional recommendations. Particularly, the governor's tri-agency initiative has asked the Texas Workforce Commission, the TEA, and the coordinating board to make recommendations on some specific charges. So we may have some additional recommendations at a later point. Those meetings are happening between now and through the summer. I'm going to go through these relatively quickly, but please do not hesitate to ask questions as we go along. The first recommendation is regarding coordinating board role in expansion, higher education expansion. This has become an issue in light of some instances of institutions looking to establish a presence in a new physical location, ones that are already served by existing institutions. Part of the coordinating board's fundamental charge is to take a statewide view on avoiding unnecessary duplication. So the recommendation is that the coordinating board be provided a specific authority to review and approve new locations outside of existing main campuses. And that would be specifically for the purpose of identifying and eliminating unnecessary duplication. As a part of that, we would recommend engaging in negotiated rulemaking with institutions to clarify the definitions of what it means to be an off-campus academic, technical, or research site. Yes, sir.
Just in this version, and I'm not sure, this paper, but if the one that was just like right here, we still have the word limited. So it's I don't know where it really came from, but.
And I apologize, Mr. Stedman. That is the document. We did have a correction to that. It obviously did not get into your written materials. I apologize for that.
Okay. So, John, on this one, and we've expressed a concern about this program expansion, building expansion, et cetera. Somehow we've got to, if we're going to have some authority, it's got to be before expenditures are made on behalf of the institution. So that's got to be clarified.
Yes, sir. And the recommendation, and it's not in the slide, but it's in the materials that you have,
Okay.
the background material, is to require that prior to committing funds to a new off-campus site, an institution submit information regarding the new location for review and approval specifically for the purpose of evaluating unnecessary duplication of services and resources. The next item, again, I'll try to be brief, oversight of career schools and colleges. This recommendation is that those career schools and colleges, those for-profit higher education institutions, we clarify the agency's authority regarding requiring compliance with their accrediting bodies, with federal financial rules, as well as our ability to revoke their certificate of authorization for cause. We're also recommending that the agency be established as a repository for student records for closed institutions. Currently, when a career school goes out of business, oftentimes the student records are simply piles of boxes that are left in a storage locker. So this recommendation is that the agency obtain those records so that students will have access should their institution go out of business.
Doctor, this is something that you and I, during these meetings, have had a lot of conversation about, so it's nice to see something evolving from it, yeah. Yeah.
We have several recommendations regarding our financial aid programs. On Texas Grant, which is the university financial aid program for public universities, we have a recommendation that we limit the number of semester credit hours a recipient can receive that grant lifetime from 150 to 135 or 15 hours beyond their degree requirements. The idea here is to incentivize timely completion and to allow funds to be spread across more eligible students. We're also recommending that recipients be required to complete 30 semester credit hours a year, and they do so through any combination of fall, spring, and summer session. Currently, Texas Grant is only available in the fall and spring semesters. We're recommending that we accommodate more middle-income students by limiting the individual Texas Grant award amount to the cost of tuition, fees, and a book stipend, less what the recipient receives from the Pell Grant. So through a combination of a federal Pell Grant and a Texas Grant, the recipient would have their necessary academic charges covered. The next item is for the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant, which is our grant program for two-year institutions. Again, the recommendation is to limit the grant award amount to the cost of tuition and fees and a book stipend, less Pell, which would allow, again, necessary costs to be covered and allow us to spread funds further in the program. We have a recommendation that students in community college baccalaureate programs be allowed to receive TEOG for 135 hours. Currently, they can only receive that for 75, even though a typical baccalaureate program is 120 hours. So this would align the hour requirement for Texas Grant only for those students in community college baccalaureate programs. And then we're recommending clarifying statute regarding hardship waivers. This financial aid award notification, this is a recommendation that institutions provide their students specific annual information regarding their educational loan indebtedness. That would include the total amount borrowed as well as estimated future loan payments. And per the CAP and the board's recommendation, we're also including a requirement that they collaborate with the coordinating board on innovative means of communicating this information to students, including through the development of a mobile app. The work-study mentorship recommendation. Currently, work-study mentorship funds can only go toward programs that increase student access to higher education. This recommendation is that programs that support student success, such as tutoring and academic advising, be eligible for those funds. The outcomes-based funding recommendation is that we adopt the statutory framework to implement what Dr. Eklund was talking about earlier, the graduation bonus program for universities. And we're also recommending increasing funding, so supporting the recommendation for additional funding for community college success points. The course restriction on returning adults recommendation is there are specific limitations on the ability of institutions to be funded for certain semester credit hours. If a student drops a class twice, they cannot be funded for the third time they take it. If a student has 6 drops total, they cannot be formula funded for the next drop. So the problem we have is that many times students who took a first run at higher education and then stopped out have run up against those limitations. Well, we want to bring those students back. So essentially, we would give them a one-time pass after they've stopped out for a period of 2 years to return to higher education and not be subject to those penalties. We have a recommendation, which is a follow-up to a recommendation from last session regarding community college baccalaureate programs. So we're recommending that the legislature adopt a process whereby a community college can request to offer a baccalaureate program in specific fields, those being the fields of applied science and nursing. This recommendation would require that program to meet all the same standards as a university baccalaureate program, including identifying faculty resources, identifying library resources, and ensuring that they have the funding in place to support that program. We have a recommendation that the legislature adopt a resolution stating that the state should commit funding to creating additional residency programs before committing funding to additional medical schools. As you know, the priority for the state is to receive that 1.1 to 1 ratio of GME positions to medical school graduates. And so this would state the legislature's sense that we focus on creating residencies before we create new medical schools. We have a recommendation on a healthcare workforce study to identify where specific needs are and ensure that our efforts are aligned with those needs. And then these last items are largely statutory cleanup. I won't go into those unless you see a need.
Okay, members, any questions? Commissioner, any comments of what you think the priority should be to these?
Well, I think obviously the question about authority is critical. The financial aid, as long as I've been commissioner, has always been the #1 priority of the coordinating board. So I think that making some adjustments to the way we oversee the financial aid programs is critical. We've made some very painful recommendations that are going to result in students receiving less money than they would have previously, but we'll be able to fund more students who'll be able to go to college. And I think that's probably my #1 priority, that we make sure that all students who want to go to college and have a likelihood of success have the opportunity to do so. That's not the case right now.
I have a follow-up question from the committee meeting, I guess in January. We had talked about the book stipends and looking into whether or not students can rent books. Did we find anything out about that?
We know that it's available at some institutions. It's not a sufficient answer to the problem of the cost of books, because obviously, if a textbook changes, and they do frequently in the sciences and in certain fields, then you really can't rent books because they've just come out. So we thought that the best solution would be to have a stipend, which is right in the midpoint at which the midpoint of what students pay for books, $500 to $600 a semester.
And I did fly for this, but one of the things in the recommendation is that we would set in rule what that stipend would be. So there would be opportunity through rule to identify, ways to encourage ways of limiting those expenses.
So, Commissioner, just so I can paraphrase what I thought I heard you say, if you look at this second sheet, there's an item 1, 3, and 4. And I thought those are the 3 items that you were discussing that you thought should be the priorities.
Those are priorities. I would also include the second recommendation regarding for-profit institutions. We've got to monitor those and make sure that they don't prey on students.
Okay. And the first item really doesn't clarify the issue that we had addressed with Dell and formula funding.
This is not relevant to formula funding.
No.
Yes, sir.
And I don't see that anywhere on here, and I think it's a hair on fire. There's legislators who think that was very important. Some of us were contacted by some of those legislators and elected leaders. I think it behooves us to say, before you start spending state money, taxpayer money, on anything that's a new program, you should come and have a discussion and approval either through the legislature or through this organization.
And I think one thing to clarify is that in terms of the new physical presence, so institutions moving into new locations, the board currently doesn't have any authority in that regard. In regards to their programs, we do have authority through rule to determine the time frame under which they have to come to us and seek approval. So I believe we're working on trying to address that through a rules process as opposed to a statutory change.
Okay, so that's, go ahead.
Is it possible that we might be able to address your concerns by stipulating in the program approval process that we consult with leadership in the legislature and the governor's office about proposed programs and projects, and when we bring something to you for approval, either vote up or vote down, we can say we have vetted this issue with the members of the higher education committees in both the Senate and the House, and they're supportive of the program, or they are perfectly willing to let the coordinating board make the decision.
I think if we had a process where, I wasn't aware of the timeline, the 2012, apparently they came and started working with staff. I think if we can change it at the rule level, where staff would then say, okay, we're going to discuss this with the LBB and the 2 higher ed committees, and then they come to the board and say, this is what LBB, higher ed, House, higher ed, Senate said, this is our due diligence on this, and then the board would be aware of that, and before they can start spending money on those projects, we might have averted the situation that we had here. I mean, if you think we can do that through rulemaking, then I'm fine with us proceeding to do it as a rule. But the legislators I talked to said, why didn't you guys do something about this before it happened? And I didn't think we had the statutory authority to do that, but you say we do.
Well, I just want to point out, you're talking about this in a very broad sweeping fashion.
Yes.
And we probably approve at least a couple hundred programs a year. This would, if you implement what was just discussed, it would dramatically slow down most of those programs. So if you wanted to do something, I think you'd have to think about, are there certain parameters for what type of program you would want to do that with? You have many programs that you've given authority to the staff approved, particularly at community colleges, but bachelor's degrees, most master's degrees, unless they're engineering. And it could be who knows, 6 months, maybe a year to the approval of a lot of those programs. So I think you just need to be aware of that. But if you have some level of magnitude that you want, or type of program you want to consider more focused, and I think you need to talk about that some, but this particular program you're talking about is somewhat unique in your concerns, but we're talking about it in a very broad fashion, and I just think you need to be aware of that.
Yeah.
We would be at the legislature virtually every day talking about programs.
No, I think you're correct, but this is not a program. This was an entire brand-new college and a huge expenditure that's going to cost formula funding into perpetuity. So those are the parameters I would say that as we write the rule, if it's a new college, if it's going to require formula funding or expectation of formula funding, if it's a certain dollar amount, those are the big ticket items that I think we should be involved in a strategic discussion before they spend state dollars.
That's a good distinction. You approved a degree, you did not approve a college.
Right.
And we in the past, we did approve structural changes like new colleges or schools within an institution. We don't have that authority anymore, but that's a different kind of authority. And this would have been handled differently had they been seeking a new health-related institution as well. So that would have taken a little different route. Specifically, in this case, a degree was being approved, not a school or a college per se. But effectively, what you're talking about in terms of formula funding, that goes to degrees. It doesn't really go to create the new schools. It goes to the basic operations that are involved. And so I think you'd want to talk about this a little bit to work out some of the nuances to make sure it's doing exactly what you want to do.
Well, David, I think what you're saying, it makes sense to us because, yes, we thought we were agreeing to the degree, but apparently that was the only vote needed. That was the only vote needed by a group of people who didn't understand. Now we've assigned hundreds of millions of dollars to the taxpayers of Texas for 100 years. And no one else had the ability to filter that or vet that or so I think it's a weakness in the way either our rules are written or a weakness in the way the legislation is written. But for that amount of money, it just doesn't seem right. So I'd love to see a solution, but again, I agree with you. For us to approve, the next master's degree in English or history, I don't think we need to go to the legislature. But apparently, when we approved the degree, we were also approving the school. We were approving, everything, operations, maintenance.
So just off the top of my head,
Yeah.
and it is off the top of my head, you could talk about improving structural changes with a cost of X amount of money. So, for example, you do see certain degree programs if the cost is going to be over $2 million, regardless of whether you deferred it to us. So it could be that you think about structural changes. Should we get authority for structural changes? That the cost would be more than, I don't know, 50 million, 80 million, whatever you thought was appropriate. We'd see very few things that would have be the equivalent of adding a medical school.
Did we not have that before because they were building, and the buildings would have come to us, correct?
Yeah, before we would have had the buildings, before we would have had, if you added a school or a college to any university in the state, that would have come for approval. Typically, it would be approved at staff level because usually it was just a small variation. And most of the time, I say 99% of the time, it wasn't even clear that it was that important a thing to be able to do. Again, it's exceptions are what raise issues. And to my knowledge, we haven't had. The past history has been medical schools were added as separate institutions until for probably the last 2 decades. Before that, A&M's medical school started as a part of the university, then it was separated out. Texas Tech's medical school at one point was part of the university, then it was separated out. And so this is the first time A&M was talking about bringing it over, so this is a little bit of a different situation. So you're right.
I think there are, we think 3 more on the horizon who probably are going to use this same, textbook process as how they will get what they want, and is to spend millions and millions of dollars up front and then just assume that they'll get approval, which, as David says, it's really an arms race. Nobody has any sense of coordination around the state. It's just race to get there.
Yeah, my main recommendation is that if you want to do something, you take a little time to sort of sort it out, the nuances and how, sort of the systems aspect of it, how does it spread out and what does it impact, to make sure you don't create something that inadvertently creates other problems is the main point I came up.
So, Ms. Shepherd, I think about, John Connolly's speech that we all had to read back in 1965. What you're really getting at is this is why there's a coordinating board, and we don't have the tools to do the job, right?
Or if we do, we don't have the rules. Maybe we have the tools in statute, but we haven't made the rules tight enough. And then if we put dollar amount as one of the criteria, what if they go out and get non-state funds, private donations, and ad valorem tax on the local taxpayers? I mean, there's a lot of creative ways to do things around rules.
Well, but is what maybe the chairman was getting at. Would we be talking about the restoration of the authority that was taken away from us? Wouldn't that get us a long way toward that?
That's what I was trying to understand, if that's the case. And that's where I'm still trying to figure out, if we had that, would this have played out differently? And I would have thought that it would have, and I could be wrong.
This is a good thing, and we've had some conversations with the leadership about this. But if we're now seeing the fruits of what happened a couple of years ago, we're seeing these negative things happening, maybe that's the approach we should take, which is to say, don't y'all want to reconsider what you did? And of course, it's all different people because it was a particular legislative session. But let's talk about restoration.
We want to make sure the coordinating board has a legitimate role, and what do we need in order to be able to do that? In terms of the recommendation here on location, I think that's in a pretty good place. It sounds like there might be, though, some concern from the board about whether new schools are going to be adequately adjudicated by the board. I can certainly suggest that if y'all are comfortable moving forward with the rest of these recommendations, we can come back to you with an additional recommendation in that regard.
I think we need to have something that demonstrates that we have flexibility in that we may be able to have some of this solved by rulemaking. But also, I think that there are legislators who now are somewhat second-guessing the decisions made 2 sessions ago on limiting our ability to approve. And then there's another one. I mean, we just recommended $2 billion in health-related institution formula funding. That number is not going south. It's going to continue to rise. And I think that if there is expectation of formula funding in the future, that should be another criteria. I mean, clearly I heard from the TSUS chancellor that they're not expecting formula funding if they build that DO school. That's kind of a different animal. But clearly, at least in retrospect, I'm hearing from the folks at UT Austin that they did. They always did. But that was not necessarily apparent to all of us. And that's okay. It's something that I think that the legislature is going to have to take up one way or the other to say at what point in time do you say, I don't know. That's why I think this workforce study is going to be so critical. How many more new medical schools do we really need? You know, I understand we're at 43rd per capita, but that's just a numerator denominator. So you take total population, you take the population of practicing physicians, and you say we rank 43rd, but nobody has ever done a study, and I'm looking at Dr. Silverman because she's worked on this more than anybody, I believe. No one has a study saying what is the ideal ratio of population to physicians and physicians by specialty. And is our healthcare workforce of the future going to incorporate more of a team-based approach where non-physicians working with physician leaders will do a certain portion of the workload that was previously taken on only by physicians? And what is that model going to look like? Maybe we need a lot more PA programs and less MD programs.
That's actually one of our things here about a healthcare
Right.
workforce study.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. No, I mean, and so I mean, I think that I do want you to write something up and put it as a priority, but it should be softened with the fact that we're looking at our own ability to through rulemaking, and maybe have a tool approach, because I think we are going to get asked by legislators specifically about what exact authority we already have under statute. How would we change our rules to address those issues? And it appears to be multifaceted. And the committing of future formula funding is a huge long-term, long-range issue.
I've got a question. Yeah, okay, so the only 2 formula funding proposals I've seen are one, the El Paso Mechanical Engineering, and then the PhD in Astronomy. And it's, you know, like uses or cost, and then sources. And the way it was presented, you have formula funding. Was that not done with the Dell Medical School? I mean, so it's right there, you know, formula funding, and nobody could not see it?
No, it wasn't done because they didn't have to come and get any approval from us until they get the certificate of authority to grant an MD program. And
But at that point, then it was
well, they're
clear.
substantially completed. I mean, their building was within 3 months of completion. The expenditures had already been made, and they'd already hired faculty.
David?
I'm sorry, but I have to say it was included in the board materials as with any other programs we approve. And I know Ms. Shepherd has seen that.
That was our only point of contact. Really, I understand that piece. But I think more concerning to me, again, is the millions and millions of dollars that we'll have to take on in the future years that really no one has really discussed. I'm just thinking there was a better way.
I think so. These are recommendations. They are going to the state, and and the state legislature is going to discuss it. They can turn it down. They can go along with it. Why? I mean, that's all it is, you know.
Recommendation.
Yeah, I agree. I just think we have to have it, we've spent a lot of time discussing it.
Yes.
And debating it, and staff researching it. And there's a concern that it will happen again unless it gets addressed.
Well, I think so. You know, these people can talk to state legislature, say, from now on, what kind of rules you give us authority what to do.
Right, but I think with this document, we should include that in there, that we're looking at opportunities for rulemaking, but we may also need some statutory authority if they're expecting us to be the gatekeeper or the cop.
I think John's got that. I mean, I concur, and I think that can be crafted into
You and I
it.
had a conversation, I think I used the word the cop.
Right.
Who's going to be the cop?
And I think we're trying to look to make sure that that's what we're wanted to be.
Right.
And I think there's, to your point, I think there's a lot of interest to making sure that we have that. So I think we can craft it so that whichever angle and whichever tool, as you say, David, that we
Is
have
most
that to
appropriate.
utilize.
Yes, sir.
So I think consensus-wise as a group, we're all looking to move that forward.
Yes, sir.
And is it restoration of before? Maybe, maybe not. Is it something similar to that changes it from where we are today? I think there's definitely an interest in that, and I think there would be an interest in that from a variety of constituencies.
So I'm going to use a chairman's prerogative here and propose something, because we do need to move on. Clearly, Dr. Paredes has identified 1, 2, 3, and 4 as areas that he considers priorities. So I think we should rank those all with a 1.
Let me ask one other thing, because the other one that's been on our list for ever since we've been here is outcomes-based funding for universities. I mean, we have been beating that drum. We've made progress on that. I think we've made really good progress. So my question is that, you know, in the opinion of staff, is that still the thing that we want to continue to try and push that forward? I mean, y'all have a pretty good understanding of what the stomach for that is.
Well, remember what Dr. Hoyt said, is that as soon as they have data, they're going to actually consider that.
That was for performance,
Competency-based.
competency-based.
Not
Okay.
Yeah, what's going on at Texas A&M Commerce.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back to what Ms. Acosta said earlier. And how long have you had these?
Yeah, just when I joined the committee.
Yeah. And did you sit through a committee meeting that?
I did,
Yeah.
and I actually just went through.
Okay.
John, I just actually sat here and went through it, and everything is, for the second time hearing it, it sounds exactly the same, and I don't have any issues with it. So my concern was that there was more in there than, you know, through my experience, I didn't have that, but I'm very comfortable with it now.
Okay, well, but I was still thinking about, this feels a little bit forced, like we're trying to do this at this meeting, and of course, we've already had a long day, and whether there, and some, I want to explore again. I really like, as everyone does, that we get this done as early as possible, but is there any?
Well, and actually, it's just been pointed out to me that you will be having a special called meeting on June 29th to take up the agency strategic plan.
Well, there we go.
Certainly, if you
Can
wanted to,
we-
you could delay consideration of this item until then.
What's your pleasure, guys, gals?
I would be comfortable with that, especially given the conversation that's going on right now about adding a little bit more.
And I agree. Let me just say this. I think I want to make sure that we're very strategic in what we're saying that we want, particularly as it relates to what the authority of the coordinating board is. I think we're kind of, I don't want to say fuzzy about it, but I'd like it to get a very sharpened and very specific. And, you know, your first recommendation there about off-campus, you know, so those are starts to get it narrow and narrow, but I think we want to make sure that we're including all of the things that we think that we evidence of others that, you know, sometimes these are big deals and going to take a lot of work. Sometimes they're not big deals, and we have a lot of consensus, so we're not going to have to expend a lot of energy and effort on those. And you have that insight better than what we would have sitting here. And so that's a very valuable conversation to me, is saying, well, here's one that we think is very important, and yeah, that's going to happen.
Well,
so we don't
we
have
can
to worry
certainly-
about, is it going to get there or not?
We can certainly provide you a more specific staff recommendations regarding prioritization.
Yeah, I'd like to hear
we
from
did want to kind of throw it out
Raymond.
to an open conversation, but we can certainly provide you guidance.
So Commissioner, could you kind of help us tier it before the next meeting?
Here's what I was going to suggest, that maybe that he ought to prioritize it.
Right.
And then let us begin our work looking at his priorities and see if we want to change
And that's
anything.
always helped
rather,
me
Rather than
before.
just being
That
presented
has helped.
15 proposals and saying,
Right.
you all rank them.
And in order to be truthful about this, this is what my colleagues recommended.
Well,
That I rank them.
you give us a draft and.
I said, no, let's let the board decide, so.
We can change them. But let's let you start.
I will do it.
Okay.
So I hear a motion that we're going to ask Mr. Wyatt and staff and the commissioner to get us a new updated document with that additional item, to get us a recommendation of what we can do under rulemaking, or could or should do under rulemaking, and that we'll have a sample priorities before we meet on June 29th. Did someone make the motion?
So moved, yeah.
Okay. John made the motion.
This is a motion to table with that.
Motion to redirect to staff to bring it back to us on June 29th for decision.
Second.
And a second from Janelle. Any discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That's item E. Item
Thank you all.
G. Thank you, John. Is informational. It is a report on facility projects submitted to the coordinating board. Dr. Julie Eklund, Assistant Commissioner for Strategic Planning and Funding, is available, but only to answer questions. Any questions on item 7G? I don't see any questions. Thank you, Julie. Excellent job. Mr. Chairman, we are adjourned from the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, and I turn the gavel back over to you.
Thank you, sir. I did want to make sure that the minutes reflected, Chancellor McCall gave us some information to make sure that his data was exactly accurate, and so I will share these with you so that it's read into the minutes. And it was 38% of the students within the system graduate with no debt. Of those with debt, the average debt is $26,800. The average debt of all of the system graduates is $16,600. And I think those are the 3 data points that he wanted to have corrected. And we will move to agenda item number 9, which is matters relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success. Janelle, your
Yes.
turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 9A is the committee chair's overview. I don't have anything to bring forward right now. 9B is public testimony. I don't believe we have any. Item 9C1 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request from Texas A&M University for a Master of Science degree and a Doctor of Philosophy degree with majors in astronomy. Dr. Peoples.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This proposal is to create a Master of Science and Doctor of Philosophy degree in astronomy. And it is rather unique in the sense that it's going to focus on instrumentation and the equipment that is used in observation of the skies, so to speak.
We had a great discussion in committee. If there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. Agenda item 9C is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request from the University of Texas at El Paso for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in mechanical engineering. Dr. Peoples.
This would create a PhD in mechanical engineering. It builds on the strengths in engineering that UT El Paso has demonstrated for a number of years. There's established workforce need.
Madam Chair, I move for
Questions,
approval.
discussion? I'm sorry?
Madam Chair, I move for approval.
We have
I'll
a motion
second.
and a second. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item 9D is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request from the University of Houston to dissolve the University of Houston Sugar Land Multi-Institutional Teaching Center and establish it as a single institution center. Dr. Peebles.
Thank you. The University of Houston MITSE, or Multi-Institutional Teaching Center, was originally approved by the coordinating board, so therefore its dissolution needs to be approved by the coordinating board. All of the parties involved in this have said that this is okay. Really, the only other institution involved outside of the University of Houston in this is Wharton County Community College, and they have written a letter of support in favor of changing the status of that MITSE.
Any questions?
Move approval.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item 9E is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to changes in the academic course guide manual. Dr. Peebles.
The Academic Course Guide Manual Committee is charged with looking at the lower division courses that are available to community colleges for automatic contact hour reimbursement, and they make recommendations for additions to that manual or deletions to the manual. And what you have in front of you is a rather long list of deletions to that manual. I think it's important to point out that the committee looks at how often are these courses offered, what are enrollments over years, and more importantly, do they transfer to four-year institutions or not? And this is a rather long list because it's kind of the culmination of about a 2-year-long process in looking at these courses.
A lot of work. Any questions? Need a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 9F is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the board relating to the submission of the Adult Basic Education and Post-Secondary Education Report. House Bill 1, Article 3, Rider 27, 84th Texas Legislature. Gerald Booker provided an update on the progress of the report at the cause meeting in March. The committee took no action regarding the report at that time because the report was still being drafted. The final report is included with the board materials, and Gerald will summarize the recommendations in the final report now.
As you know, we're required, members of the board were required to do this report based off of Rider 27. We do it jointly with the Texas Education Agency and the Texas Workforce Commission. It's a great partnership between the three agencies. Let me point out a couple things that we found with these lower skilled students. We found that 70% of our participants, particularly from last year, are still either in post-secondary education or actually working. So that's kind of our number we're going to keep trying to beat year after year. What's the point of getting this credential if you're not going to be able to get a job for some of these workers? And that's something we're really going to focus on moving forward. We had 4 recommendations around funding. 1, obviously maintain funding for the lower skilled students. 2, make sure we align our reporting with our partner agencies, make it easier for our collections. 3, implementing a single cross-referral system. And 4, obviously scale effective programs. If it's working in certain institutions, try to scale that, and that's what we're hoping to do with the funding that we have. So we move for adoption of the report, and obviously if there's any sort of edits or small editorial things, we'd like the ability to be able to make that change before we
This requires a motion.
Thank you. It does require a
I
motion.
move approval or adoption.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion, questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Items 9G through 9L were on the consent calendar. 9M is a report to the board on school closures or teach-outs pursuant to Chapter 7, Subchapter A, Section 7.75. This is informational only. Dr. Peebles. Is your mic on?
Sorry, no. You'll notice that there are 3 schools that have been slated for closure in this last quarter. All 3 of them have provided adequately for both transcripts and for teach out of their students.
Thank you. Item 9M through 9R were on the consent calendar, and 9S is a report on institutional request acted on by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. Dr. Peebles.
Yes, you can see on the tables the activity that we've had for the last quarter. We approved 28 new degree and certificate programs. We also approved 15 institutional requests for phase-outs, 14 requests for certificates of authorization, and we did receive 3 preliminary planning notifications from institutions, one of which was Sam Houston State University for a doctor in osteopathy.
Just a question. He did say they would never ask for state funding for that school. Is that correct?
I did not. I personally did not hear him say that he would not ask for formula funding. I think he said he would not ask for any startup costs, was my understanding, but I may be confused.
McCall, on the osteopathic school.
Well, I'm going to ask somebody else to tell me what I thought I heard. I thought I heard is it was not going to require any formula funding or state funding in the future. It was going to be completely funded through other sources. So, I mean, apparently I have a problem understanding what people are saying in the past, and I want to be crystal clear that I wasn't the only one that heard that.
That's what I heard.
I don't know, I got the impression that not now, but I don't think he was saying not ever.
I thought he said never. See, she heard never.
I heard never. Well, I just think that it's incumbent upon our staff to provide the board some clarification on these types of questions. I mean, I don't think it's appropriate for us as a board to try to remember, was this word used or not that word? We have too big of a responsibility to be having these types of conversations, I think. So in my opinion, the staff should clearly be able to say yes or no to our questions. If not, let me go find out. It's my opinion.
This is not on the agenda today, so we'll get that clarified. Any other questions? This was informational only. There was no vote required. All right, item T1 through 3 were on the consent calendar. Item T4, 9T4, is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the proposed amendments to Chapter 15, Subchapter C, Section 15.43 of Board Rules concerning the eligibility criteria to receive distributions from the National Research University Fund. Dr. Peebles.
Thank you. This has come before you at the cause meeting, and it has come back because we did receive some public comment on this one prior to the cause meeting. So this is why it's in front of you again, and it's to clarify that the number of awards count rather than the number of individuals. And actually what it does is it clarifies and sort of codifies the practice that we've been following for a number of years and makes it plain to institutions exactly what we're going to do to count their criteria for NRUF funds.
So the money comes to us, and then we make the decision of where the money's going to go. Is that what?
In effect.
In effect. Okay. All right. Any questions? I need a motion. We have a motion by Fred, second by Stewart. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. All right. Items 9T5 through 12 were on the consent calendar, and Mr. Chairman, that concludes the business of the cause committee.
Thank you very much. The next section is Agenda Item 10, matters relating to the agency operations. John, you're up.
Okay, good afternoon. During the AOC committee meeting yesterday, the committee members heard a report on major IT projects in progress, a report on grants and contracts, including those exceeding $1 million, an update regarding the loan program internal audit management responses, a review of the year-to-date fiscal year 2016 financial report, a discussion of standard number 114, auditors' communication with those charged with governance, an update on the state of Texas federal portion of the statewide single audit report for the fiscal year ended August 31, 2015, report number 16-317, issued March 2016 by the State Auditor's Office, an update on internal audit reports and activities, and an update on compliance monitoring reports and activities. These items did not require any action. We did have an item. Is Mr. Pohl here? Well, why don't we'll come back to him, and so let me just keep going. In terms of public testimony, we do not have anyone registered for public testimony. Is that correct? The next item on the agenda relates to the agency strategic plan for fiscal year 2017 through 2021. Linda Battles, Deputy Commissioner for Agency Operations and Communications, Chief Operating Officer, will explain this item.
Mr. Chairman. At the request of Dr. Tischer, we did ask for an extension to submit our agency strategic plan from June 24th to June 30th. So we were granted that extension from the Governor's Office and the Legislative Budget Board. So we're going to provide an opportunity for the board to discuss this at a, hopefully, the chairman will agree to calling a special call board meeting on June 29th, which is the day of your committee meetings. So what the committee did yesterday was change the recommendation from what it is in the printed material to asking the board chairman to call a special called board meeting on June 29th in order to consider and adopt the agency strategic plan for 2017 to 2021. And we'll also be sending a formal thank you letter to the Governor's Office and the LBB for granting us that extension.
So I move approval of that recommendation.
Okay, do we have a second?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mark, Paul, keep walking. We need you up here. While he's coming up here, I'll just say the next two items, the 10D and 10E were on the consent calendar. And so this will be the last thing. We did take some action yesterday in relation to Weatherford College. And so, Mr. Pohl, if you could, we don't want a long, and I'm sure you don't want to go into it, but can you give us just a summary of what happened?
Certainly, Mr. Steen, I'd be happy to. Members, first I'd like to introduce Paul Mayer. Paul has actually conducted the work at Weatherford College, and so he may not speak today, but I wanted to recognize him, put a lot of work into this project, and certainly a key member of our team.
And by the way, so we voted on this yesterday, but Ms. Battles, we're not voting on it today, so this is just for informational purposes.
Yes. The report that you have from Weatherford College, we do formula funding audits through our compliance monitoring function, and so we're looking for whether or not the institutions are complying with rules that relate to claiming formula funding or claiming hours for formula funding. In the case of Weatherford College, we focused on the continuing education hours that were reported by the institution as opposed to academic credit hours. And so it's a much smaller bucket of hours, if you will, than on the academic credit side. And so the issues at Weatherford College that are in the report, there were $1.4 million in hours that were associated with continuing education classes that were not eligible to have been claimed for formula funding. And the reason that they weren't eligible primarily related to the age of the students that were taking the classes that resulted in the hours that were reported. And so the ages range from 14 and up, and so these were students of local independent school districts that had agreements with Weatherford College, and so you can see from the age, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th graders, but what we questioned in the report was we questioned age 17 and below because the rules talk about continuing adult education, and they talk about immediate employability. And so from a logic standpoint, just the principle of whether or not a 14-year-old could be available for immediate employment is certainly called to question. And so as you go up in age, I suppose the the level of question becomes less and less, what we did was we excluded 18-year-olds, which conceivably were seniors in high school, but 17 and below were the ones that we questioned the hours that were reported. There's a second requirement that relates to tuition being assessed, at least a minimum tuition charge or fee assessed in order for those hours to be countable, to be claimed, even if you meet the continuing adult education aspect and the immediate employability. So there's sort of a couple of tripwires there, and even on the second tripwire being the tuition, that was not met. There was no tuition collected for the hours that were questioned in our report. So the $1.4 million was included in our final report. The college chose not to attend and address you directly, but what they provided in their management response indicated that that they acknowledged the finding and they asked for the ability to be able to repay the questioned amount over a period of multiple biennia. And so through the discussions yesterday, the decision was reached that that a 5-year repayment period would be considered appropriate by the board.
Dr. Tasher, anything you want to add to that?
No, I think we accepted their offer to repay, and I believe the motion was that we would give them the remainder of this biennium and then the next two, so that the matter would be closed at this time.
So thank you very much, Mr. Polt. Tell me again your colleague that seemed to you right, because he did great work. I want to thank
Paul Mayert.
Thank you very much. And so this was just a report, Mr. Chairman, and that actually concludes my portion of the agenda.
Thank you, John. And that, as a matter of fact, brings us to the conclusion of our board meeting. And now I would ask for a motion to adjourn, unless anyone has anything. Motion, second. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? One. Christina, goodbye. Good luck. Christina's also getting married in March, and we wish her extra special luck in that. Pleasure. Now we're adjourned.